profiles and safety and use from another world, running with another world.
Right, the puppy. As you sleep inside, it keeps you breathing normally and sleeping
That's like where you have to
no mask and no hope. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
I guess you can watch anyone
Inspire is not for everyone. I don't think that's what's right for you. And
there's multiple corporations talking about
InspireSleep.com.
Kickoff RV shows on now. Travel savers starting at $19.99. Motorhomes starting at $49.99. Zero down delivery day, no payments to free. DDRV.com with a 405 is 22 West Midday. You only have till April 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at DDRV.com. For official rules and more information about content on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640. Free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we go back to handle on news, Jennifer Wayne, and news, and a quick recap of the weather.
Yeah, so today we've got this rain, heavy times tapering off later this morning. Highs will just be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. Another storm, 48 hours. That's nearly all it took for the second biggest bank failure in U.S. history to happen. So what happened was we started seeing this 2-day run. $42 billion were withdrawn from Silicon Valley Bank. And that was within that nearly a quarter of the bank's total deposit within a single day.
It's an international organization.
Go ahead. Or I was just going to say, and as we all know, it's not like the banks have that kind of cash on hand. Everybody who will go and invest in a bank, your money is not just sitting there. So everybody can't go pull it all out all at once.
Okay, that's not investing in a bank. That's putting in deposits in a bank. People who invested in the bank, they're completely out of luck. So they're done.
The people who deposited, they're supposed to get their money back.
Now, at 750, I'm going to go into it a little bit. And just a quick introduction of what's happening. Number one, we're all safe. That's not a problem. Number two, even with deposits going up to the millions of dollars, way over the 250 insured deposits, everybody's going to get their money back. Number three, it's not going to cost them a dime, and people don't know that. It is a lot to do about nothing except it's about something. And it has more to do with confidence than anything else, but you have to have confidence. Because I'm going to tell you, we're safe. It's no big deal. We're on the Titanic and it's not sinking. And it's also, as everything is now in this country, an opportunity for partisan finger pointing. So the Democrats are blaming Republicans for the bank failure specifically because of a law that was signed back by then President Trump in 2018 that lifted some regulations regarding stress testing for banks. They're pointing the finger at Republicans about that, despite the fact that many Democrats also supported and voted for that law. And the Republicans are pointing the fingers at the Democrats and Joe Biden saying that let's try to make the leap here.
That's right.
He said too much. That caused inflation. Bank failed.
When you're talking about those foreign wars, I saw one around the same time.
In between too much spending, inflation, this bank failed. I'll give them this.
I did report it to move on, but it was
Too much
only
spending, inflation, Fed raises interest rates to stop inflation. That causes the bond holdings of the bank. Not their fault. They take a big loss there. That led to basically this run on that bank. But
I understand it's
both sides are telling half towards the
I know that there was
in an effort to just make the other side look bad. And leaving out a lot of stuff. For example, the stress test under Trump reduced the stress test for smaller regional banks. This bank would have had to undergo stress tests, but didn't have to because of that law that Trump signed. And also, as far as the failure is concerned, this is a bank like Signature Bank in the West Coast that limited itself to buying one thing. And when one thing collapsed, In this case, Silicon Valley, that's where they invested, and that went south.
It was
And
about
the
the
city of
size
New York, it was all crypto. And
maybe
that
a
went
baseball,
south.
but to me,
So
it
there
looked
are a
like the
lot of
size made
reasons
up of
this went
basketball.
south.
So between those two guys, a glowing ball, they could not see through it, but it
The
was
U.S.
like,
says the Russian military
like,
intercept of an
like almost
unarmed U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea was unsafe
and
and unprofessional. So yesterday's interception happened when two Russian fighter jets started dumping fuel on one of our unmanned U.S. drones, their surveillance drone. Now, it ended up, one of the fighter jets ended up bumping the rear propeller of our drone, and that brought it down. And it's interesting here because we have categorized this, some of our military officials have said, unprofessional, that it was stupid, that it was unsafe on these particular pilots' parts. What we're not using is any inflammatory rhetoric. That is unintentional. But then you have other officials who are maybe not in the active military right now saying, like, there's no way that this could not have been intentional because they were dumping fuel on it, which is seen as sort of harassment tactics, I guess. You would think. So Russia think that it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, that was like Russia, per usual, said, oh, no, our fighters didn't have this thing to crash by itself.
And there was like milking fuel on it, of course, so that was like blood, so
we'll finish that scandal on the news very windy Wednesday, March 16th. Oh, what is it? Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. I'll come back. And, I almost forgot. Oh,
I've never had anything like that. I think I told you
KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Like trusted, but really, you know, it wasn't like I wasn't like I saw aliens or anything like that. And you know,
summit happening today. Joey Nolan setting an interview agency safety record is incredible, but it's a high-profile near like this. The regulators had to ask.
There was no
Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman reportedly might stay in the hospital for 2 more weeks to check himself in to the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center on February 15th to be treated for clinical depression. And a 5,000-mile wide seaweed bloom is heading toward the South Florida coast. Scientists at the University of South Florida say all that seaweed could blanket the beaches on the Gulf Coast means we'll get a look at exactly where our seaweed is in just a moment.
Just reading this morning about the value of property and how it is flattening in some areas, going down in some areas here in Southern California. So maybe just like, I don't know, a car or a grant or, you know, the equity that you built in your house, which is extraordinary in the last few years. Ever have like maybe find a full figure. And this is where infinite capital comes in. They can help you borrow the money. You lead with the equity you build, place them as capital. You guys know what they're doing. I know. I've been a customer over the years. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. And I truly believe they're simply the best at what they do. Their risk, their service, that's HMS Capital. Call 833 255 That's why 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Well, again, what I'm talking about is the nuclear UFO network. You find out basically, people don't know this. People see UFOs every single day, every single hour around the world. And they don't know this. This morning, like, you know, I would always say to accept it. You know, UFOs are they're like, oh, there's your big map out there. Somebody would be like, there's a big map out there, and you can see where these things are. Well, there is. You can see on a daily basis. And so, you know, you're told what you see. I see
weather related here, 210 westbound approaching Baldwin. They've got potholes. You're going to see a lot of those in the next few days. It's going 210 westbound. It's not Baldwin. You've got a couple of 120. That is the back up right through the 605. And before you get that far, 210 westbound on the bridge off the State Street, on and off pretty much up towards Irwin Bay. You're out of the Inland Empire. Get westbound, get around. You put over to the 57. I think it's flooding problems there.
Then
And
North
71,
you know that there's a really, really technology out there.
Orange County, the problem is the Mountain Valley. That's the 405 northbound of Brooklyn Berkshire with the 3 right lanes are blocked with a big wreck there. Yeah, and get through Costa Mesa, and they still have a closure in the mountains. Highway 18 is shut down between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Bring back to life at Hastings Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with prime through March 21st. Lighten up your smoothies and salads and count on this deal now. Glass supply glass. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt for your guaranteed savings refund and 50% off tax prep. Mr. Jackson Hewitt, 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients signing a Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
I'm attorney Darren Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut off. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available for anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics, now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-80. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influences, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResets.com for more. Hey, it's Mo Kelly. This is the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. I get to notice how well I sleep now, how much more energetic I am. All since I incorporated Field of Greens into my daily diet. And I did it. Trust me, I do. You're probably thinking Field of Greens can't be as good as you say it is, Mo, but it's really.
However, that picture is from a new article that says these balls like these 15 balls
in my diet. And Field of Greens has a
I didn't see ball like it was perfectly blue sky right there. There's nothing like that. It flew over my car.
Overall improvement in your health and numbers, well, return to
a bird, not like a lightning strike. It had nothing to do with that. But
your first order, and I got you another 10% off when you subscribe. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code AFI. That's fieldofgreens.com. Promo code
that's a big spot for it.
Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for any M2.
Anywhere
They have
close to
teams
it.
working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one worked harder than Semper with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024.
You've seen the
Worried about blackouts?
where they have that one UFO that is from Russia that's like on the ground and they're actually touching it and you can see it up close. You've seen that, right?
Semper Solaris for full net metering changes and rates go up even more.
That's the best video we've ever seen.
877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness Stater 12-pack on sale now for
Yeah, definitely. So this starts Roger Moore, who was doing fine. He introduces it, and he talks about at the stall of the Cold War, at the end of the Cold War, the KGB leaked all their UFO files to the United States, or well, to the transition services, coming back to the United States, and then they show a bunch of these. I'll send you what they look at. It's amazing. These fucking Russian guys are right up against them. They're walking inside the UFO. It's crazy. I'll show you. Other people can do
Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Please join me on my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or Stimulating Rock. KFIAM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We can handle on the news. As we can see on board, we got a busy day today. First of all, what's the stock market? I mean, it's good funny today after yesterday.
We got, let's see, it is down 470.
Okay, yeah, no surprise there.
It was futures were lower, so it's actually doing a little bit better than it was, say, an hour ago.
Yeah, we'll see what happens throughout the day. And also, quick look on the weather before we finish up handle on the news.
We'll have this rain heavy at times through the rest of the morning to me, but it'll taper off as the day goes on. It's a very warm storm, but we do have these flood watches and advisories as well as some gusty winds possible throughout the day.
All right, let's move on. More handle on the news. We finish it with Jennifer, Wayne, and me. China now has better hypersonic missiles than Russia. Missiles that can strike U.S. bases along the west coast of our country. This according to testimony from Congress last week from the Defense Intelligence Agency. China has better than Russia. Russia has better than ours. We're not kind of behind in this particular area, although we are working on it. They're tricky.
There's video of that. But does anyone have anything better than that? That's
overheat very quickly. They cost a ton of money. And sometimes, apparently, in this part, I feel is weird, it still is slower than some traditional ballistic missiles. I don't understand that.
So it's from the documentary that I have from the with also
about why we're not maybe
just a breakdown of what it's
ahead of China and Russia on that.
So basically,
Putting a missile into orbit is 17,000 miles per hour. And they don't go into orbit. They go into low Earth orbit. Or they go into low Earth.
Logan, you gotta watch this one because it's not like the scene where it's way out in the fucking sky. These guys, this thing falls to the ground, and they have a bunch of these KGB and
Former LA County Supervisor Gloria Molina says that she has criminal cancer. She went on social media yesterday and posted it. She says she's been living with the cancer for 3 years and that's very aggressive. She says she's been treated at City Hope Cancer Center. She says I've lived a very long, fulfilling
they've had all kinds of people who have who verified these people the correct kind of uniforms that they would have.
The division of the NAACP press conference. After a video showed up on social media with some students from Valencia High School and also from West Range High School.
But if you haven't
smiling,
this is a
that's
really good
fine, laughing, not a problem, repeatedly saying the N-word and also saying that they hate black people. Problem. I don't know what else to say, but there's nothing other than reported. But this is a string of incidents lately involving students targeting black students with this kind of stuff. And the point is, when I come in, one person says something, I go, come on, that's not a big story, that's one person. This is many people across high school. That's the story. All of a sudden, this
if they're going to do one, that's great, and it would look exactly like what I saw in this documentary. Whether it's fake or not, I don't know. But that's
Apparently,
what
it's
one
only
looks
got
like.
space for 99 large dog kennels, but it's got 120 different dogs in there. So these dogs are being put in portable crates, cat rooms, offices, you name it, anywhere that they can find space for them.
They don't actually like going inside of it. There's some guys going inside of it, but they don't do it
from homeless.
So,
And they say all these dogs are perfectly adoptable, and unfortunately they are on the show list unless they are adopted by the end of
these
March.
guys are up close and personal with it. They're touching it. Yeah, there's this one like crazy leader who's like showing everybody what to do, and they actually in this documentary, it's not just from one angle either. They got it from like 2 or 3 different. They have like a tripod, and they have like handheld cameras. It's really good quality. It's not like the shit kind of show that I saw from inside, and it could have been anything. No, this is one on the ground.
Coming up, some information talked about earlier, what's in California schools to tell parents that their child is transgender.
I'm going to look at the documentary link that I posted, and I'll tell you exactly where you can see where they have this UFO. Because I want you to look at it and no guarantee.
This is KFI, AM recording live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. What you need to know and when you need to know.
Time.
KOST 62.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Help is on the way. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County is delivering some relief to people who have had property damage from the recent heavy blizzard. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live the county will be waiving up to $5,000 in rebuilding fees.
Those fees are for county planning and permitting. Supervisor John Rouse says as people rebuild, the county needs to eliminate as many burdens as possible.
Contractors that serve the mountain, they're stretched pretty thin right now, and insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Those are just a couple of the issues people are still faced with. Homes and businesses and other structures were damaged by the weight of the snow during the recent storm. County inspectors have red tagged at least 29 structures, meaning they're too damaged to be inside, and yellow tagged 27 other buildings, which allows for limited occupancy. Those numbers are both expected to rise. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A flood watch is in effect for Orange County, including the Santa Ana Mountains, until 2 this afternoon. Parts of LA County are under a flood watch until 11 this morning. That applies to the Santa Clarita Valley, the Malibu Coast, downtown LA, the San Fernando Valley, the San Gabriel Mountains, and the San Gabriel Valley. Now, a couple of cars in Baldwin Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along the hillside. Part of the hill became a muddy mess overnight and slid onto North La Brea. President Biden has stopped in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order on gun control.
He also took the opportunity to urge Congress to pass stricter legislation, including universal background checks for all guns. It's just common sense. Check whether someone is a felon. Domestic abuse before they buy a gun.
If you watch on that video, 30 minutes into it is exactly where the
back in January. Critics say the executive order does nothing to stop them.
So essentially what you'll see is a class UFO
A former OC sheriff sergeant says coordinating with school, law enforcement, and mental health teams would prevent these guys better than more gun laws.
where you go, this is where you go, this is where you go.
Says the school district put full staff on a threat assessment team to identify threats.
Training your people how to see their
Frogs and
small
halfway on the ground, and it's like, well, how the hell do they halfway on the ground? It's trash. So they actually do like an animation of how they pick it trash and pick the ground
to report violent discussions and social media posts and a response plan given with the school team, law enforcement, and mental health working together to get that kid off the path to violence. Orange County Board of Supervisors is in TikTok for implementing the report on the job. The Board of
Dated
Police proposal last night
it's brand
and the
new,
popular
but
social media
literally
apps to
can make
ensure
it
that
AI
they
nowadays.
security of
You
county
could do it
data.
nowadays, but
Within a flash
video
county
came out
equipment,
so 19 years,
TikTok
so
page,
that
they're
gives them
concerned how much access the company based in China has to users' information and data. The U.S. says the Russia's military interception of an unarmed U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea was unsafe and unprofessional. ABC's Louis Martinez says the aircraft had its transponder on, so it could never have been intercepted.
We have the Russian Defense Ministry saying that they felt that this aircraft was headed towards Russian airspace. We're told it was significantly beyond the 12-mile limit of Ukrainian territory.
Martinez says the U.S. is looking at this as potentially exploratory, and a lot of effort will be made to ensure That does not happen. And the post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and their sacrifice. To make sure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim says while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal, Richard County, and Treasury Major Robert Potter.
The governor was a recent Esperanza High School graduate at Dreams of joining Santa Ana and
They don't know about it. They don't even know.
leader and
That very
the officer killed in
and all those punch off. I mean, it's just so such a
vehicle hit a bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming it Friday. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Garcia,
time you have no idea what preserves the ice because a lot of it, it doesn't even have to be UFO. They have a lot of
and the Lakers defeated the New Orleans Pelicans 123 to 108. LeBron James made an appearance on the court. He was just taking some free throws before the game, but he's getting closer to returning from injury. The Lakers moved to the Houston Rockets today. The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors. That's at 7 live on AM 570 LA Sports. With 5 goals from 5 different players, the LA Kings beat the New York Islanders 5-2. The Ducks hit the Islanders tonight at 7. And in spring training baseball, the Angels topped the Cleveland Guardians by a score of 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Resnick, AFI Sports. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. 2 a.m. And over the years, on several HR issues, I just got nailed. Why? I own a small business. You own a small to medium-sized business. You can't afford an HR person. That's just impossible. There's an answer here. Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get that HR person starting at $99 per month. And come on, that's too good to be true. This is for real. It works. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, around the training.
Does anyone else have any UFOs on the ground where your business of any kind?
With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down, and try to think. And that's Bambi.com. That's Bambi.com.
I just think it's bad that it's people
Checking your KFI financial update brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 558, S&P is down 65, NASDAQ is down 145, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait to maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Get your free inscription. Page 72 shows out weather from KFI. We've got a flood watch in effect through the rest of this morning. The rain start to taper off later this afternoon, but it could still be heavy at times.
I'm
Early morning today, the highs today are just going to be in the mid-50s to the lower 60s. Then it looks like by tomorrow, the clouds cloudy, the rain should be out of the forecast. There is another slight chance of showers coming in Friday into Saturday. 58 right now in Newport Beach, 57 in Yorba Linda, 59 in Newport Beach, 56 in Dallas. Okay, look your job with KFI in the sky with all the three South Valley.
I don't believe that.
Pretty cool if you're on the full fly.
I mean, that's problem. I'm telling you, something they want to life in one group. They try to get 3 different angles. The only one that I really have is the one that I provided for them.
Now, it looks like they're heading into one county of the 91. Typical going out to the Roller Riverside there. Problem up in the Ontario area. That's the 10 eastbound, just past Euclid there. Just going to the right shoulder, so little tight stretch there, back to about Mountain, almost to Central. Now, the west coast side of the 10, looking to lose in there for just a little stretch out of 4, away from 4, and then up ahead, pretty much on Montclair into Pomona. In fact, that's going to still be a long way to see East LA. And there's still a problem on the 210.
When it's raining, that's great. That's cool.
And before you get that far, on and off going for Cucamonga. Mike O'Brien, KFI, other guy. This hour of the Bill Hamble Show, brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get rid of an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh, no. You said solar transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Welcome to the He's lying from the his bedroom to another eventful night for
I don't think that it just provides for the opportunity for people around the globe to put their story in that. That's what's important to me. You don't feel alone. That you know this is global. Whether they own the story or not, you can tell the story any way that you want. I don't remember playing my anything like that away. And if I did, how is it going to stop me? My story, I'm not going to go in and okay, move on. You can tell that story as well, or tell about what I wrote in your on your website. But if anything, I think it would bring more just a map of the world, and you get to pick what kind of UFO. Was it this? Was it ball of light? Was it a flying triangle? Was it because there are so many different kinds of UFOs that are out there that you don't necessarily know what it is and
right now are all going to last through the rest of the morning. Then the rain will start to taper off, and they'll get you in the upper 50s to low 60s.
Right. Also, oh man, how many stories are we hearing today? Also, watching the stock market in light of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. Stock market is now down 430.
You're exactly right. I really like that about it. I thought it was really interesting. You know, I mean, let's say that 99 of them are bullshit. Well, that means that one of them is true, and that's very, very interesting.
Yes, and two Brute, and you Brutus. Now, if Brutus were his family, would it be a two Jose? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I've just started. There is a bill that is being introduced
world is filled with drama, especially from NICAP and MUFON and all these, like who is going to be the top dog when it comes to mythology. I don't like to get into any of that kind of drama because there's a lot of drama in that. There are husband and wife teams, and there's all kinds of organizations and conditioning organizations that have taken over craft. To me, that's not my. I mean, I think that all could be very true. If those aren't the good organizations, then somebody can create another one that is better than that one. But as of right now, the thing that they have going for MUFON is that map. You click on it as entertainment almost. You see people's reports, that's really interesting.
And Bailey, who represents parts of Riverside County, said public policy should never presume that a parent does not have the best interest for that child.
To me, it made me feel like it wasn't alone. When I saw that, I mean, the biggest thing that I would always hear, and that you would always hear from any skeptic, is if this is a thing, it would be on the news. Well, then it's on the news a lot of times, and they can't explain it. Okay, if this is a thing, then it would be on a map, and people would be able to say all over the world that it happens. Why don't I hear about that? Why don't I see this map? Well, that is this map. People just don't know about it because they don't have the money to advertise like on your local social media. And that's another thing too. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Like MUFON and those kind of organizations, they don't do social media. If anything, or maybe they do, and I'm just not aware of it. But if I were running the organization or any organization like that, I would have my main UFO page, and then we just take all the best UFO footage for the day before, and that's what we upload, and that's every single day. They don't do that, and I think that that's unfortunate. Or at least if they do, I'm not aware of it.
From school because she refused to withhold information about whatever student and told the parents. And that's in violation of the law right now. And Tapia asked the school administrators, "Are you asking me to lie?" They said, "Yes,
there are some really good
it's law."
Like Reddit forums and Twitter pages and other social media accounts, but none of them have name recognition as MUFON badge, where they could be the be-all and end-all when it comes to their. I mean, I'm sure they have operating budgets. They're just normal people as well. And they do field reports and things like that, which a lot of people don't do. But when it comes to social media and getting out the word that this stuff happens every single day, I wish they did that.
The only pharmacist there. Hey, we appreciate your belief. Get out of the pharmacy business. If you want to not sell a prescription because of your
does anyone else out there listen to Coast to Coast AM ever?
And so this, I believe, is the same thing. And Then it went on and on. First-time assembly member, and this is just—it's all religion. The California Family Council that sponsored this described itself as advancing God's design for life, family, and liberty to the California church, capital, and culture.
So it is the largest overnight talk show in all of North America. And what it is, everybody will call in about anything that they want, whether it's UFOs or anything paranormal, and talk about it. And I called in, and so I believe that's the largest overnight radio show in the world with the BBC radio international. The number every single night. And yeah, people think that you're kind of weird because you listen to overnight radio. But what people have to say is really, really interesting. And when you get into these topics, they're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced elements and anti-gravity, all these things that are very, very technological, very, very rational, that if you were to play them during the day, people would understand it as well, but it doesn't get that kind of airplay. It's a very, I feel, social, at least in America, to get out the word. Yeah, you get some crazy people on there too, but honestly, not that many. Everyone is talked about, they talk about their alien encounters. Alex, what you talked about, what you shared with us is would be a very typical call of what you would hear on there. Someone would say, hey, yeah, this is what I saw, and then the host would just ask them, essentially like, how big was it, were there multiple, having this kind of thing, but I'm going to tell you how it's kind of like that, North America, the number one thing on the radio,
out of its use, but instead, Pentagon officials say the plan is to continue to get emergency funding from Congress. The California ski resort's asking for patience as it tries to keep some slopes open. Palisades Tahoe and Lake Tahoe says the snow's terrific, but
where I always think it's on the biggest scam network. That's kind of a step back.
Won by Michael Jordan are expected to break the record for the most expensive sneakers ever auctioned. The basketball legend wore Air Jordan in Game 2 of the 1998 NBA Finals.
And so when you
and $4 million. So weather from KFI, a rainy rest in the morning, heavy at times, you have a flood watch in effect, and gusty winds are expected.
People don't normally do that. If you walk to a Starbucks right now and ask anybody, hey, does anybody ever see a UFO? They think you're absolutely fucking crazy. Even though you're like on the same planet, it's just that's how society is. And if you ask me about UFOs, especially you look like
71, just about reservoir. Night into the merge with the 57. Just gonna gap up a little bit through Roland Heights. Back on from there, though, into Monticello, out to about Garfield Wilcox. They're tearing that Eddie Bailey, probably a little worse. They're then westbound, you've got going out of Vehicle Empire, pretty much from Montclair on and off there to, well, Mid-City. Yes, it's not much of a gap of that long stretch. They're opening up potholes, and that's when you really have a whole close pot right now, but they're here westbound, just approaching Baldwin. We've got a right lane block there, potholes, and they're coming up all over the place. Bumper to bumper back to the 605, and before you get that far, you got out enough points from Cucamonga out through Laverne. Mike O'Brien, FI in the sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to say big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Churches. There are so many reasons to get hooked on Churches. Don't forget for a limited time. Welcome to the great state of Flake. Bring into super prices and a super selection at the Normandy Superstore. Get great brands: Honda, Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis,
they've done
and Volkswagen.
So it's not like
convenient locations.
You are
From the
literally
Cerritos Auto Square to the Turbine Auto Shop, from West Covina to Huntington Beach, we have all your favorite models in stock.
Cool about Twitter places is the ability to talk about these things. There's nobody's going to stop you. Nobody's going to
find your vehicle back. There is simply no reason to shop anywhere else. Don't miss your chance at a fresh start this spring. Get behind the wheel of your favorite new ride.
Yeah, please correct me. Usually when I typically say UFO, but at least it's I don't know why I'm speaking with people. It's not like a really good to do it on Facebook.
The podcast
On
started to
YouTube,
wonder
you're like alone in a desert,
powerful
alone in an ocean
people
of media. It's hard to get a lot of people
explore how
to
it
follow you on
almost happened to
Facebook, and
FDR in
nobody
the
can talk to you.
1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General,
I know very destructive, all the time, almost 24 hours.
Listen to Let's Start a Crew on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from Solar Technology.
get a 12-panel system for $0 down.
Oh, go ahead.
$59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your AM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
About pound 250 and save Solar Max or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Well, again, very well. This credit card will be number 972 for
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the
That's
battery.
some Logan.
We all know how
Probably
easy
no
it can
better.
be to go to the
How long
wrong
is
place
your
for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right
I'd
fit.
rather pay
Double A,
at least 18 months, but I could be
special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. We post a copy of other
You know how long UFO
free. Download our
has
free
been
iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
How about you on
What else is
Facebook?
going on around the states that would be a bigger emergency than this? God knows there's all
Okay,
kinds of
so
money
you're
that they
about
have.
a year now, right?
Billions of dollars that they spend every year. All kinds of bureaucrats. Where is the National Guard? Why isn't this already done?
And people were talking about it before you came.
John and Kim. What is the governor doing? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
UFO.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay. So it's, but I mean, it is one of those topics that does have traction, not just the one in time. Every single day you can find somebody talking about it. And that's when I find that you really gain a following. Because it's just I see people on here, for instance, they'll talk about a subject, but it won't have any traction. Ufology has traction, people will come to that.
That one, we've got heavy rain expected throughout the rest of this morning. And it looks like at times we could see those flood watches be a little bit more important than others. Gusty winds also are expected. Highs will be in the upper 50s, lower 60s.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name, is it Mai or Mike Trent?
We're also watching what's happening with
Absolutely, Mike.
The Dow is
How you doing? Welcome.
down over 500 right now in light of the banking crisis. Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, I mean, all over the world, the banking system is looking at what happened. And at 7:50, the near the 8 o'clock hour, I'll explain why the time planning is not safety. And I'll go through that. Now, there's a hearing today in Texas, and a federal judge is going to consider whether he should block the U.S. government's approval of the drug used for medication abortion. This is probably one of the more important cases in light of Roe v. Wade being tossed, and it's being brought by anti-abortion doctors and medical associations. And here's what it's about. Clearly, it is a religious issue. I mean, we know that. Everybody knows that. I mean, those people that are against abortion talk about how abortion is dangerous, how women are somehow talked into it, and whatever reasons they come up with. It's simply religious. Bottom line, where it's, I guess some people say it's murder, and I'll buy that, but I'm going to say it's 90% religious. So they can't argue that it's an issue of religion, that Jesus did not want abortion, or Christianity or other religions are saying no to abortion. And that can't happen in a court of law. So what they're saying, and it's an interesting spin, they're arguing that the FDA, which approved this drug, the methylprednisolone, or how you pronounce it, one of two drugs that are used in medical abortions, which is by far the number of abortions that are done in the United States are with these drugs, not a surgical procedure. They're saying the FDA violated administrative law in how it went about approving mifepristone 20 years ago. They're saying that the FBI violated the law by allowing this drug to be sold in the United States. So wait, 20 years ago, what's this about? And part of the argument that's being used by the plaintiffs, those that are arguing that the drug should be taken off the market, after 2 decades of engaging the FDA to no avail, plaintiffs now ask this court to do what the FDA was and is legally required to do: protect women and girls by holding unlawful setting aside and vacating the FDA's action to approve chemical abortion. So what they're saying is they're asking the judge to say the FDA, which medically approved the drug, was wrong, and this is going to stop the sale of the drug, even though it's approved by the FDA, because
You're sticky guy, ankle.
wrongly approved the drug. One judge. So what happens when a judge look at this kid is doing everything wrong, and the way they're handling air traffic controllers, the FDA didn't do it correctly, or they're not allowing the safety concerns that a judge, who of course is an expert in aviation, a judge in this case who is an expert in drugs. Wait a second, is he? No, he's not. You know what his background is? He was an anti-abortion lawyer who represented Christian alliances to stop abortion. That's who this judge was. And he is going to argue that he can rule that the FDA was wrong in okaying this drug. Now, in light of that, you've got a bunch of health officials, you've got people in the FDA, the lawsuit itself, the argument saying, wait a minute, this drug is one of the most studied effects, is equivalent to ibuprofen. And the judge is being asked, no, I don't care. As a federal judge, I have decided the FDA did it wrong. Administratively, they did it wrong, which I don't understand. Now, there are some issues. There are some procedural questions. First of all, those attorneys, those organizations have to come in and say they've been harmed by the FDA's action. Okay, go ahead, that's standing. Also, whether the judge can unilaterally pull the drug off the market. And they're asking the judge to pull it off the market pending, this is a preliminary hearing, pending the full hearing. Well, here's the problem, is that even if the FDA pulls a drug, we don't know whether they have to go through certain steps, which could take weeks or even months. And what the plaintiffs are saying, let's forget about all that. We don't care about the process of what the FDA says. We have to pull it off the market now, today. Which way do you think it's going to go? You've got an anti-abortion federal judge. And the argument is that, number one, the FDA did it wrong, completely didn't follow its own rules. That's basically the argument. We don't know if the judge has the authority over the FDA because it's an administrative decision, and as a matter of policy, the courts will not get involved in an administrative decision unless it is capricious, it is arbitrary, and it makes no sense.
Mike,
you can argue all you want that this drug is harmful because it causes abortion. Don't throw in your religion, or don't pretend not to throw in religion and tell me the FDA did it wrong, or the FAA did it wrong, or any agency of the United States did it wrong, and I, a single judge, is going to stop it cold. Which way do you think this judge is going to go? I don't know how he can stop this drug from being sold and ask the FDA to pull it. I'd be shocked, but it will follow it. We'll see. What a hearing today. Can you imagine how important that is? Coming up, Jay Ratliff, aviation expert for iHeart, is going to be with us about banning family feeds on flights. Junkie upon junkie. This is really junkie. And huge pilot shortage. I'll jump into that. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones late live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A senior care center and 3 of its managers in LA County are facing charges in connection with a deadly COVID-19 outbreak. A patient from New York in 2020 without having them tested or quarantined.
We believe that overall to put the interest in financial gain in profit over the safety considerations for their patients and employees.
Gaston says the patient tested positive for COVID the day after they were admitted. 14 people ended up dying of COVID as a result of the outbreak. More than 100 people got sick from the virus, so Verado says its top priority has always been providing world-class care to people and denies all charges filed against them. News is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A nonprofit in Fullerton has teed off on a fundraiser to help kids with disabilities by using therapy horses.
The golfing tournament will be open to the public, and all money raised will go to the ramps to help children with special needs like autism and Down syndrome. Executive Director for Terrace Camp, Matt Powell, says the hardest thing is keeping up with the cost of maintenance.
For us to be able to serve 90 children a week like we are right now, it costs us about $550,000 a year to run this program.
Powell says funding comes from donors in the community. To join the tournament on May 1st or donate, you can visit terracecamp.org. In Fullerton, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Accumulated snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief Sean Krisak says workers had been removing several inches of snow yesterday when the roof gave way.
They heard some popping with Sean Lake. The reports initially that we got, they heard some popping and they evacuated the roof.
No one was hurt. The Duluth area got more than 12 inches of snow over the weekend. Duluth International reported more than 116 inches of snow this season. That's 40 inches above normal. Police outside of
today say that
shooting's been averted
in
and announced the arrest yesterday of a man accused of threatening to carry out a shooting at a top supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. Police say the 20-year-old posted the threat on Discord and that the post included racial elements. Escaping a zombie apocalypse means getting out of the big city.
I mean, studies most Americans believe the zombie apocalypse will happen within the next 30 years. Researchers from InsureRace.com ranked these states to see which are the most prepared for the undead invasion, with Wyoming topping the list, followed by Alaska, Vermont, and Dakota. More than half of people surveyed say they can take down some zombies, with the shotgun being the favorite weapon of choice. 11% say they believe zombies already exist. Researchers say Google searches between 2019 and 2021 for preparing for zombie apocalypse jumped more than 0,000%. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We're going to look at your drive at BKFI and Montaigne. This is companies on first pick. Anthony Davis put up 35 points as the Lakers prevailed over the New Orleans Pelicans 123-108. Lakers move over to the Houston Rockets today, but AD will not play 2 games in a row. Here's Coach Darvin Ham.
Even though he's playing pain-free,
Exactly.
The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. In hockey, the LA Kings defeated the New York Islanders 5-2. That's good enough to keep the Kings solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. In spring training baseball, the Angels bested the Cleveland Guardians 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports.
Still got weather from KFI. We've got rain heavy at times for the rest of this morning. It should taper off though by early afternoon, but highs today are just going to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We do have flood watches in effect for most of Southern California. Also, gusty winds are expected in mountains and the high desert. Right now it is 57 in Orange, 58 in Newport Beach. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky.
Yeah, looks like the Corolla is on. 91 westbound, you're loading up this pass for 15. First set, heavy over to Green River. That's up ahead is just even tougher. You're going to load up before Imperial Highway, and that's further over towards State College in Fullerton. That's pothole with the right lane. So that's going to be
So you know what I'm talking about. It's not that big, but unless assuming that it's real, it's the only time that I've ever seen one on the ground where it's like a really good up close view of what one looks like. I'm with you on this. I always thought it would be like what Bob was always like a perfect shooter shell, like everything's perfect about it. But I'm also with you on this where they just cover it and it's like new to them. It's like, if I remember correctly, it's like a farmer recorded finding it, and then they told the government about it, and the government came out and did it, and that's when it got reported. I think that's what they did in the documentary, if I'm not mistaken. So you're definitely probably right, where it was probably there for some time, and that's why it's not the normal color that we see, because it does look so much fun. But I'm with you as well. I've never heard anyone debunk it, and that's the best, most up-close footage of a UFO I've ever seen. Is that the most up-close footage of a UFO you've ever seen, Mike?
LightSourceWater.com, Light Water, safe and feel the difference. In this chief marketer report, the PCSA 11, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and Onion. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Hey y'all, it's Steve Sharp. It's 2023, time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I've trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us out at KFI AM 640. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The weather, the storm, the latest. Orange County declaring a local state of emergency yesterday. Flood watches in effect for both Orange County and LA County. Although looking out the window, it looks like the rain is tapering off, which is good news. It was miserable coming in this morning. Junk fees on airplanes. When they started the junk fees, charging for food on the airplanes, and especially the baggage stuff, charges really pissed off a lot of people, is charging families sitting together, as in kids sitting with their parents. Jay Ratliff, aviation expert for iHeartRadio, who I have yet to talk to. Jay, good morning. Welcome to the show. Nice talking. Good morning. Hey, all right. So now we have the Department of Transportation sending legislation to Congress. Can't the Department of Transportation just mandate it?
They can suggest it, and they can apply pressure to the airlines to conform. Unfortunately, for the last, 3 decades, it's been the airline industry telling the government what to do instead of the other way around. We see this time and time again on a lot of different issues. Be accountable. We want you to provide better service, and they've been putting a great deal of pressure on the airlines to do a better job. And you're
right. The latest move is to get the airlines to adopt a more family-friendly approach when you're talking about seat assignments. And unfortunately, what happens if you have a family of 5, 6, or 7, a lot of times if all those seats are going to be together when you are charged the premium fee, we're sitting in one of those premium seats that's called an aisle seat or a window seat. Premium used to be more leg room, bigger seats, not the case now. So when you add all those fees up, sometimes for a family, it's $200 each way beyond everything else. And so what will happen a lot of times is families will just put a lot of the seats in middle seats and gather them around 3 or 4 rows, and then when they get on board, their thought process is, well, when I'm there, we'll ask people to move, we'll see if we can get us all sitting together, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, this is flight causing a lot of onboard disgruntled passenger behavior. So the airlines are doing what they can. And a lot of complaints are going through the DOT website, which is how you complain. Don't complain to the airline. Go to DOT.gov, file your complaint. Let the Department of Transportation know what's going on. And it's those complaints that have really been feeding that
cover the ride there, and you know
onto the airlines to do a better job.
When it comes to skinny bob,
airlines to step forward and they're going to have a more family-friendly policy.
there's like
So right now, it's not across the board.
the
That's
skinny
exactly
bob
what
for
the
the digital
administration wants to do.
Now, I was assuming that if people
But they do have
are
like
not
a
even sold, then clearly families
and I've always felt that skinny bob is because honestly, I love skinny bob. I feel whenever I saw that, I felt connected to that one, like something is interesting about this one. I hope this one's real. And I saw it on the internet like years ago, and just randomly put on YouTube. And once you watch all the shit on YouTube, like really eventually explain, and that one's definitely, and I like that one too. I mean, what's better than a UFO, a real alien? Of course, yeah, damn right. So let's talk about that. Pictures of actual aliens on the back of the skinny bob. And then I don't know if anybody else has seen this one, but if you're familiar with the J-Rod of Area 51, there's like a J-Rod interview at Area 51 if you've ever seen it. It's wild interview where this J-Rod is doing it, it's like having trouble breathing in this environment. And it's like, during the pandemic, like you can be as skeptical as you want, but this is a weird video. I don't know if anyone else knows what about it. I can post it to a point of reference, but so let me ask you, has anyone ever seen the J-Rod video at Area 51 where they're
just reading about this. I remember, it wasn't too long ago, when if you were a pilot, you couldn't get a job. It was a 5-10 year.
Hell yeah, good job, Mike. You know your shit. Absolutely, you're right.
Who were taking lessons in their car, going up a hill, pull back on the steering wheel, and pretend you're in the air. I mean, it's gone crazy, hasn't it?
Yeah, let's not scare people. It's not quite that bad, but I like that analogy. You still have to have the 1,500 minimum flight hours before you can become a commercial pilot. But you're right. I mean, American Airlines this summer had to cancel 55,000 flights from their summer schedule because they simply do not have enough employees and pilots to pull that off. If you Google TSA numbers, you can actually look at the number of people that are screened each day by the TSA. You can compare that back to 2019 pre-pandemic. So what you're going to see is many of those days, we have more people flying now than we did pre-pandemic. And then you factor in there's a lot fewer flights now than before. It's one of the reasons that they're actually right there. A lot of people are cramming themselves into these airplanes, and unfortunately they're having this battle for overall storage compartments. It would be a lot of people.
So I didn't know that.
I need a wheelchair, please, that way they can board before everybody else.
One of them, the other one, but I do remember.
I think at Southwest, like it's 48 or 50 people requesting a wheelchair. On the other hand, I think only 3 needed it. We call those Jesus flights. Everybody gets healed on the flight, and you don't need the wheelchair on the other end.
I mean, didn't it used to be that it was 3,500 hours before you were brought in the airline?
Actually, it was 250 hours that you could begin the process of becoming a commercial pilot. And we had the Colgan crash, which was February, I believe, of 2009. And one of the things that they cited was we need more experience on the flight deck. And that's when the Federal Aviation Administration increased that minimum to 1,500 hours. Now, if you're coming out of the military, with the training that's there, you can qualify for 750 hours. But those are the only two doorways, if you will. Some of the regional airlines have actually asked for a reduction in that 1,500 hours because of the pilot shortage. Thank God the FAA came back and said no.
Yeah, I know there still needs to be a captain, second seat, and let's see, they're very, very different.
Well, they are. It takes a lot of time before you move into that. But look, American Airlines dealt with some of the others that increased their pay, where some of these pilots, those captains, are going to be making close to $600,000 a year. So it is a very lucrative. And look, you know, our lives are in their hands. These men and women, we want qualified, happy people out there in the front of the playground.
Yep, you got it. All right, Jay, thank you. Always appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up, the bank collapsed. 2 banks, but a few more are on the horizon. How much trouble are we in California? As I said, we're on the Titanic. If it's not safe, it's doing just fine. I'll explore that. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news. Wall Street is opening sharply lower, down 604 right now. Pressure on the financial sector continues to increase as Swiss Bank Credit Suisse has seen its shares fall. The EPA has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals known as PFAs are linked to a range of health issues from cancer to other serious illness. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on what could be his final film. He's inviting potential buyers to read a screenplay of his 10th film, which is long since his last week. So working title is The Movie Critic. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI and the Sky and Santa Ana in just a moment. You know, I was reading this morning about the value of your home. Now, lacking for it is going down. So, property values went up, held up, borrowing against the equity. Well, you know what, maybe time to pull the trigger. This is where area comes in. So basically, you are looking at $75,000 or more borrowing against the equity limit.
Where it's like this one down, this is where the records can rivalry, this is where like the teardrop one, this is one that they shot with a missile. Anyway, this page is open, so he talks about it. He also talks, I love the detail that he gives about Escort. When you walk in the first door, he talks about the doors, how it's like a patio, not a patio, but it's like a patio door that slides out, and it's like all built into the mountain. The first thing you see on your left-hand side is that poster, I want to believe. And I've heard other people talk about that too, but that poster is like an important poster. Then you walk down this corridor, and all of those bays are on the right-hand side. And there's like on the left-hand side, there's like then there's like a second level, a third level, a fourth level, fifth level. It talks like getting out of the seventh level, and if I could be wrong on all the number of levels. So please, J-Rod's I'm not on the seventh level, so whatever level J-Rod is on, or whatever that story is, you get down there, and basically, it's in this chamber, kind of for what you're talking about, so like protection, or I don't know, whatever it is, and the way that, apparently, I don't know, after like, it is really interesting, and I've watched it a whole bunch of times, go to the very end, and you like, you could walk up a ladder, you climb up a ladder, or there's like a lift, and it takes you up to J-Rod. So he's got like a room at the bottom of every floor, what a crazy ass story is that? Have you seen this? You know Michael Jack is, and have you seen his video?
On and off out to Glendora. Now, if you're heading through the San Bernardino Mountains, you know that Highway 18 is closed between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael Bryan, KFI in the Sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 five-star reviews and an A-plus rating from the Benefit Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
I don't know, honestly, the story is rare. But there were like 3 beings that were found. 2 of them were dead, or something like that, but one of them was revived, and that was supposedly J-Rod, in 1947.
And I'm talking. But today, we're not going to talk about windows. We're going to talk about the Jesus Revolution movie. It's in theaters right now.
But he needed a permit for it. So basically, and it wasn't, this was another thing. It wasn't like he was here, like a prisoner. We did some kind of alien exchange with, like, information in 1954, and apparently J-Rod was like a failure to help somehow these aliens, at least what I understand, they can use really complex math problems and all kinds of problems. And basically, like, he used up his contract with all the another, like, major, like, Carlisle was kind of, like, major players in defense, can basically go to one of these cities and have it solve problems. J-Rod helping solve major problems, and that's like, that's kind of the backstory. But I do recommend that you look up Michael Strack. He isn't like a hocus pocus kind of guy. He's very science driven, and he's really not a geologist as much as he is a military aerospace historian. And that's the interesting thing that I like about him is I would listen to this guy for like a decade talk about airplanes and all this like really cool airplanes, but he was never into UFOs. And then all of a sudden, like, it's like he finally put all the pieces together and goes, oh my god, this is reverse engineering technology. And once he got into it, he really kind of merges the world advanced aerospace
are raving about this all over the country.
It's really interesting in terms of in-depth stuff, especially Area 51. So if you were in a sister that you're for Michael Strack, Area 51 lecture, and it is specifically on export, and he talks in depth about the vehicles that they have there, in which days they're there, how, like, I really like hearing about the building itself. Like, I love, like, about Area 51, the first thing I want to ask about is, like, what's the cafeteria? Like, I love all that really interesting shit. But, so, like, he talks about, like, what the corridors are like. Oh, some of the things, like, when you walk in the door, they have different lines on the floor. Like, they have this in prison, and they have this in hospitals. You're only allowed to walk on this line. And if you, and they tell everyone that there's like, you always, he talks about you are always with a security guard who's armed, and they don't mess around. These guys are like, they don't laugh, you don't joke with them, you don't become friends with them, and you don't talk with them. It's very, very serious conversation. But just to hear about the nitty-gritty of Area 7 is really interesting. I mean, because I've also heard stories that he died because, you know, health problems. Like, I don't know, part of me wants to think that he's still alive in Area 51 in the basement, and in there, like Michael Strack says. But if you want to know some of the origins stories, he might be one of the aliens from Roswell that survived.
Still in flood watches in effect for both Orange County and LA County. I looked out the window, and the rain has wet up a little bit. I know it's raining right now, and boy, was it brutal coming in this morning. I didn't break 50 miles an hour. Most of the time, 45.
It took me almost an hour and 20 minutes to get here, and it usually takes me like 50, 55.
Yeah, well, you go slowly. You didn't stop people that were 80 miles an hour flowing past me. Now, what's going on? Why is the stock market crashing? Not crashing, but really getting hit. And that has to do with the collapse of two banks, mainly Silicon Valley Bank up north, 16th largest bank, and then a bank in New York, Signature Bank, and a couple of reasons. First of all, the bank didn't have the reserves that it needed because it was both regional banks, and under the Trump administration, the reserve stress test banks have to have the kind of deposits and the kind of regulations the president actually eliminated or reduced to regional banks. The big guys still have to pass these stress tests. And what ended up happening is, and this is why this is no big deal, I'm telling you right now, the Feds have come in and taken over both banks. The FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and they have the power when a bank is insolvent is to simply come in and take it over. And they assign someone to do it. In this case, a guy by the name of Tim Mayorink, and it's what he's just, the credentials are insane. Because there are people in the FDIC that have experience running banks. They come from banking, but they don't know how to run banks that are insolvent. He does. And isn't costing the taxpayers $1. How is that possible? And another good thing, and I'm going to give you a little bit of history here, insurance is up to $250,000. You're in an insured account, $250,000, you're going to get paid because of insurance. The FDIC mandates the bank tax, which they pay for. Taxpayer dollars in that account. Not 50. And the other thing, and the feds do this, and they've done it every time banks have got failure since the FDIC is coming to being. It started in 1933. You know how much investors or depositors have lost? Even way in excess of the insured amount, not a dime. There has never been a non-insured account in the bank or beyond the insurance value that was not paid off, and that's exactly what happened here. Treasury Department said outright, we are going to honor every single depositor. And I was expecting that. And it came. It's exactly what I thought would happen.
We've got Mr. Rogers up there.
A couple things
I
are
keep
going
trying
on.
to let him
First of
in,
all,
and he's
again,
disconnected.
there's
Mr.
money
Rogers,
there.
if you're able to
There's
connect,
no
I'd let you know. I'm
problem
trying to let you
and
in.
that is, there was a lot
But
of
if you can also let
a
me
lot
know
of
when
companies,
it's
a
possible.
lot of
But
individuals.
this is Fred Rogers' back door, and if anybody would need it, it's Fred Rogers.
The bank. Out of Silicon Valley Bank.
Okay, stay
And
here.
that's because that's where the investments were. You got a bank that was primarily invested in venture capital and high tech. And that
Right.
is in trouble, as you know. Stocks are down. And all of a sudden, bonds are up. They had bought bonds and were paying them and had to.
Video or
It cost them more money to pay them off. It cost them more money to do business than they have.
He talks about, I mean, like, you really know anything about the
It was all
TRCD
crypto.
and all that kind of advanced,
Crypto went through the toilet.
the flag
Guess what
and all
happened?
that stuff. He's the guy who
Or
he's the person I know of the most of
when a bank goes insolvent, what
whether,
happens?
like,
It's the investors that lose all the money. It's like investing in any business. And when the business goes under, okay, you lose your money.
Really, I like how
welcome to
you
the world of
link it
investing. This is
to the
capitalism.
government programs. I'm like, oh, it's a lawsuit subject program, blah, 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 blah,
The
blah, and you know, all this stuff about it.
depositors
So
are
if you're going to go to
insured
anybody on that,
$250,000 per account. In reality, it's a lot more than that because the Fed
when it
never
comes to the idea of like
a depositor lose money.
the humanoid aspect of the alien, I think we're only seeing one kind of alien.
And that is
So
when
they don't all look the same.
when people lose confidence in their banking system.
Kitty Bob looks a little different than like the J-Rods that I've seen, but they all could be like similar. I mean, they're not seeing a gray alien. But has anybody ever seen, or like, I guess, or like a greenish, like that J-Rod kind of look. But has anyone seen any other kind of alien on camera that isn't a
I want my
J-Rod?
money. The banks collapse because they don't keep the money sitting in accounts. They loan out the money. And that's how they make their money. Fire, they want their money. The banks actually collapse. And that's
Oh
what
my
happened with
fucking
these
god, UFOs change
and
the...
they are regional banks.
What did we do to deserve it? Oh my god. Okay, so 1977, so you got something. So it's like a werewolf
more
looking
reserves. These threat tests that are put into place make them less vulnerable than they were in 2008. That's the government coming in and saying we don't want that to happen. Also, the internet. The internet really screws
I don't know
everything
if
up.
it's possible
What
to
happens?
you find a picture and put
All
it in
you
the
need
chat.
is someone saying the bank is failing,
Take your
and
time, take your
people
time.
go on. It turns viral, becomes viral, and everybody says, "Okay, I want my money."
That's all.
That they have to deal with.
Anybody else?
That's a new
So
animal.
here's the closest I've ever heard of a reptilian on the ground. And this is like, this is bullshit. I don't want to say it's bullshit. I've never heard anybody debunk this, but this is like my shitty evidence. But honestly, you guys know, there's not a lot of good evidence. I have two pieces of evidence. This is how shitty my evidence is. Okay. The first one is this. Okay, so you've all heard there's like the theories that like the royal family and shit are like reptilians. That there was, I don't know if it's true or not, but it was very interesting
And those
that,
musicians are going
that
to be
somehow,
playing until
like,
they
I don't
literally
know, when the
collapse
queen was alive,
from
she had some kind of shape-shifting moment that went viral on Twitter.
coming
And
up.
Twitter was able to basically, it had some kind of override that it could silence truth in the air. So basically, she like did a shapeshift, and all these people tweeted about it. And I remember reading the tweet. So it's not like these tweets did not go out, but they basically were able to suppress it. The second one I've ever heard was just these girls were really big Adele artists, fans.
And this is
Like,
like,
but these are the only evidence that I've ever heard of her pulling on the top. So Adele was there and said, like, can I share something with you? And she said that, honestly, I want you to know that I'm not what you think I am. I'm an alien. And he said, like, well, you're Adele. And she's like, no, and she chased it in front of them, and they were freaked out about it, and so apparently she was like, she doesn't do it anymore. These are the two stories I've ever heard. They're both British. I've never heard of a reptilian, like shapeshifted in the United States. So I don't know. Does anybody else have any stories about shapeshifters or any other kind of reptilian on Earth?
Our homeowners are strapped with a lot of the expenses that they were not counting on. It could be insurance deductible,
Oh shit, that's
things that insurance won't cover.
Heavy snow damaged homes and structures that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 structures have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be inside. That number is expected to rise. Reporting live, Blake Foley, KFI News.
More than 300,000 people across California have lost power as the state's 11th atmospheric river storm dropped more rain and snow. More than a dozen areas along the Salinas, Sacramento, and Merced rivers overflowed yesterday. The National Weather Service says at least 90 flood watches, warnings, and advisories were in effect across the state. Now, the storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one came down in Culver City. Another one fell in Sherman Oaks. President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control at a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park.
The president began with emotional testimony about some of the lives lost in that dance hall shooting in January, where 11 people were killed. Then he segued yesterday into the lack of action on the part of Congress to pass the gun law. Enough. Do something. Remember and mourn the day. I'm here with you today to act. The new order also puts pressure on states to ramp up red flag laws. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association says the new order would have done nothing to prevent the recent mass shootings in California and around the country. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Tan has asked a federal judge to declare a mistrial in his public corruption case. The motion says Tan's lawyer is physically unable to participate in the defense for the last several months. Attorney Harlan Braun has been sick and in the hospital for about 2 weeks. The trial's been on hold during that time. People living on Balboa Island in Newport Beach say they're worried about homes used under fractional ownership because it could make the area quite noisy. The city council yesterday discussed banning fractional ownership of properties. Officials have recommended fractional ownership be viewed like timeshares and prohibited in all residential zoning districts. Commissioners found that works in Palm Desert, Truckee, St. Helena, and in Sonoma. And weddings have been canceled at Downton Abbey because of Brexit. Well, at least the place where the TV show is filmed. Outside Castle in Southern England has become a popular place for couples to get married. The castle says it's only hosting a big wedding anytime soon because of the staffing shortage caused by the UK Texas Hurricane.
What he has said is never been
University.
He's never said that the reptilians are the truth. And if you want to, I mean, I know Jews. I'm telling you, we're not any more different than any other humans on earth. And so for people to associate when he says reptilians, let's put the word Jews in here and call him an anti-Semite. To me, it's unfair to him. He never says that. He says reptilians the whole time or lizard people. He never says Jews. For anyone to say, oh, well, that's what we're going to associate that to me, that's your problem.
Hockey with 5 goals from 5 different players. The LA Kings beat the New York Islanders 5-2, and the Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. Spring training baseball, the Angels topped the Cleveland Guardians to score their 8-6. Today, the Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair their damage. There's no question that termites can be destructive. Of course, we know that. But most most of us underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than storms, earthquakes, floods combined. And termite damage probably isn't even covered by your home insurance policy, which means you get to pay the bill when your house has serious damage. So, Pacific Coast Termites. Let me suggest calling them at 800 Pacific. Even if you don't think you have termites, it's still worth the call to get a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply, and they'll tell you if you do and don't. And if you do, they treat your home without thinking, and that's where you want to go. No thinking. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termite, you termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Your KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 519, S&P dropping 57, NASDAQ down 130, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.91. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. This is for you since 1972. So got weather from KFI. We've got this rain. Heavy this morning, tapering off by the afternoon. Highs today are very warm. We're just going to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. You have the flash flood watches in effect for this morning.
All the world, and everybody's on board with this. And then we just shift in the funds pool and says that they're a bunch of reptilians. And nobody can get on board with that. And it's so funny in this documentary how it is depicting exactly how this goes, but it's not that crazy. It's honestly like there are, I don't know why they want to be here around the world. I'm not exactly sure, but I do think it's absolutely unfair for people to say, oh, when he says lizard people or reptilians, we shoot because you can do that to anybody. You can do that to anything. And I just think it's completely unfair. And it was purposely done so for several reasons. One, if you ever like try to say anything bad about the royal family, they can come after you with this like an anti-Semitic standard that like, okay, you're saying that there's wealthy people, Jews, royal family all together with this like taboo subject. It's not what he's talking about necessarily. He's saying that perhaps that there may be other like species on this planet, but he never mentions the religion. And for people that say that, oh, we're going to infer this is exactly what it was said, that's your problem, and you're the racist because of that.
Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
Rent season is here. You have so many choices at Stater Brothers. With our fresh seafood pastries, Full Circle Market wild-caught fish fillets, and plant-based protein. And don't forget our Stater Brothers shrimp. Grab some today and grill some tonight.
On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
About pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
But again, available on two credit case of number 972. More stimulating fun.
And iHeartRadio station.
Today, part of No Handle will be handled by handled by Joe Handle. And now here's Bill Handle. KFI AM 640, Bill Handle here on a Wednesday morning, March 15th. The Ides of March are upon us. Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?
If you ever watch like on YouTube where just quoting evidence, a lot of times they'll use like clips of people on television who have weird things that happen with their eyes that look like they're killing. I don't know if you know what I mean.
I see people on those crickets.
Or those clip where it looks like the eye looks like a reptilian eye. And I remember seeing one of these that I saw with Stephen A. Smith. You know who Stephen A. Smith is, he's a personality. And at the time, I did not know, I knew Stephen A. Smith was, but I did not know him personally. And I watched one of these, and I wasn't convinced that he was a reptilian, but I was convinced that the camera could do something to your eye to make it look like I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it's like just the way a camera could be, it could make your eye just this super little thing. Well, years go by, I way down at lunch, and just as normal as any other person that I've ever met, to be for me to be able to like say, okay, well, if they're reptilian, I can't tell the difference. Like, there are people who make accusations on the internet that people are reptilian, but when I meet them in real life, I can't tell the difference. So if they're doing it, they're very, very good. This is one case where I had people on the internet were making an accusation that when I met them in real life, I could not tell the difference. And I said that
on any show here at KFI. Now, yesterday, the president was in Monterey Park. I had asked Steve to lunch yesterday, and he goes, no, I have to see the president. I'm surprised you made it in this morning, considering not only the weather, but the president being in town. This is disastrous. You know what it is? We were doing a math yesterday with Conway, and I've covered 5 presidents. That's what we figured out. And it's all the same kind of thing. You have to get there really early, just hurry up and wait. And then the president was 45 minutes late yesterday. And then you have to wait until he's off property, and then we can leave. So yeah, it's a lot of, it was basically a 5-hour ordeal for 15 minutes each. So that's, yeah, so I don't like covering the president anymore for that reason. I'm getting older and grumpier now, and I don't less hard of traffic and people. So that's and you have, again, the helicopters overhead, although not in terms of the storm yesterday. It was raining like crazy. It started, when we got there, it was just that overcast and kind of cool, and then there was a drizzle, and then it started to sprinkle, and then it turned into a pretty steady downpour. All right, so let me get this. Instead of it's raining and when the president shows up, the skies open and you have sunlight. So, wow. It was okay, and when Biden showed up, it started pouring rain. We like your assessment. I will tell you that there was the reason he was delayed yesterday. He flew Air Force One from San Diego, where he was at the day before, up to LAX. Air Force One touched it down at LAX. Then he was supposed to get on Marine One and fly from LAX to El Monte Airport. And then he would motorcade from El Monte Airport over to the Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park. Well, apparently the air crew declared too low a ceiling and unsafe to fly helicopter. So they had to motorcade from LAX to Monterey Park. Problem was, according to White House officials, I'm in agreement with you. If I came like 1,000 light years away, I don't think I'd have sex scandals on Earth. You know what I mean? They have normal human issues. I don't know. I just don't think I would have those kind of issues. I'm not saying that that's like proof that they're not by any means, but it's like their problems are very, very human. Wouldn't you make it so that like no shit like went your way if you were from another planet and it was just like, you know, full steam ahead and you didn't have to worry about all this stuff? I thought, I don't know. Yeah, so that's kind of what caused the big delay yesterday. We were all packed and crammed into this tiny little gymnasium in the Boys and Girls Club. And so it's just hot and humid inside there while it's downpouring rain outside. So it made for a great cesspool of crime. Wow. All right. That's all I kept thinking of. Like, I know I'm going to get sick. I'll be like, and if you get sick, I get sick. Mm-hmm. Right across the yeah. Very pleasant. Then we go to lunch with completing 2 minutes. That's right. Right. It's like 3 weeks off. Right. Exactly. All right. I'm going to come back. And I get a question. What do you want to do? I'm going to leave it up to you. Do we do what happened in Monterey Park yesterday, or do you want to do the Metro? We could do a little of both. Okay. Absolutely. All right. We'll do that. We have 2 stories that we'll cover when that truth comes back. In the meantime, we're sitting with Jennifer Jones, putting live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
But again, why even construct something like that? Why not just have it be a spaceship if you're already?
That's
first nor'easter of the season has dumped nearly 3 feet of snow in parts of the Northeast and has caused power outages across the region. The federal government says it's suggesting 27 drugs inflation penalties. The Biden administration says people on Medicare will pay less out of pocket starting April 1st. And Volkswagen is promising to invest $193 billion to electrify its vehicles over the next 5 years. We'll get a look at your drive with TFI in the sky in just a moment. What are you eating?
I'm eating a sandwich. He's laughing.
I literally saw you fix the button. I know where my eye and I thought,
Timing is everything. I'm a pro.
I can't wait.
I'm a pro. All right, you want to give me a countdown, please?
We'll get a look at your drive with TFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you own a small business and you happen to get through COVID, you're able to retain 5 or more employees also through COVID, you could be eligible for a payroll. God, I'm blowing this commercial. You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. From this, just going to getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions. Takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. No charge up front either. They don't get paid until you get paid. Businesses of all types qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $3 billion to businesses. I got actually a little over a 6-figure refund in my business. So, to see if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a rainy part of the morning anyway to taper off this afternoon. Still very gray and not very cold. Highs will be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Momentum Agency. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check out that drive.
Let's look at a slow walk. The 5 northbound loading up just a little before Rosecrans, and from there to the East LA interchange. That's going to be a real challenge. South outside of the 110, jamming up at Dodger Stadium, leaving the 5. From the 5 on down, pretty much all the way down to the 105. North outside of the 110, you're on the base from the 105, pretty much up to the 4-level interchange. Still working with big problems into the Anaheim area. 91 westbound, that's the eastbound now. 91 eastbound, emergency pothole repair in the 2 right lanes at about Brookers. They're saying it probably is going to be another hour or so up to the bumper back to about 9 in Valley View. I would exit there and take up Orange Court just north of the freeway to save some time. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky. Visit Momentum Refresh at the LA Abilities Expo on March 10th, 11th, and 12th. When an ADA restroom isn't enough, Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equity that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Save on salmon at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable, wild-caught, tropical, marinated, and plain cut-fried salmon fillets are 25% off this time through March 21st. Save now and get any dinner flavor boost while supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply.
Dr. Charles Banger at Saddleback Eye Center. He will give you the all-new Laser Light LASIK exam. Have you heard? The Laser Light LASIK exam uses a laser, measures your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. Everyone's eye is slightly different. We're all like snowflakes. And the Laser Light LASIK exam helps Dr. Manger when he does the procedure to give you crystal clear vision. And I will give away a Laser Light LASIK exam to the first 14 KFI callers. I'll give you the phone number in a moment. So have your phone ready. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses, Dr. Manger can do it all. Be one of the first 14 callers to get the free exam. Call 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. On the free iHeartRadio app, everyone knows you never wait to do what you want. Take your money, take your time, and listen and download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music radio podcasts.
You keep the room power, everybody, and I want ROTHSCHILD to know that I am doing my best to
And this is why, someone just complains, why do you
Oh,
want
he
to
can't. Hey, we got it. Yay, Mr. Rogers.
Filled with a lot of raging. John and Ken get lunch live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here. It is Wednesday morning, March 15th. The odds of our short opponent. God, too bad the 16th is tomorrow. 65 with that. Looking at the stock market, the Dow is down 450 in light of the failure of the banks. We'll be covering that. If there's any changes, I think we're going to be fine. And the latest on the storm actually stopped raining here in Burbank. In the meantime, the OC has declared a local state of emergency. That was yesterday. Flood watch is still in effect for Orange County and LA County. That we go to Steve Gregory, who's
Are
there.
you sure that your device has
The president showed up and speak very quickly, because let's talk about what he actually did or didn't do. Well, he used the backdrop of the Boys and Girls Club there in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order, which he says will reduce gun violence. And basically, it's a series of administrative feedings, if you will, that direct federal agencies to put a lot more pressure on state agencies to enforce the red flag law. It also directs the Attorney General Merrick Garland to tighten up gun purchasing requirements. He wants to do all of this right up to the point where it doesn't require any legislation. So he's really mandating a lot of administrative things. Yeah, and more clarity. I can see he just wants a cleaner way of describing what you can and can't do. Sure, there's outreach involved in it as well. He wants to hold gun manufacturers responsible for the way they market to young people, kids, if you will. The use of military imagery in their ads. So it's a lot of that kind of thing. Now, critics have already said the Concealed Carry Association of America said that Biden's missing the point here. What he needs to do is have an honest dialogue, and they said no amount of legislation is ever going to stop that. Probably true. The question of numbers and percentages. All right, let's move on to a story that you wrote. And the LA Times has picked up. I love that Steve breaks the story, and all of a sudden, it becomes big news every place else. And this has to do with the Metro and what is going on the Metro. And it is, well, fair to say, it's a disaster. Well, this is the interesting thing. So when we were focusing on this story, last summer, I think it was last summer, and that's when I released that video, that montage of all the various crimes being committed on the Metro, including gun-related crimes, sexual assault, regular assault. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty graphic. But I also outlined the number of crimes that have been committed on the Metro and the drug-related crimes. It's interesting how now these crimes, and I'm not sure what prompted them to do that or how their coverage was directed, but this is something we've been covering for more than a year now, pretty regularly. And that is the fact that there is a lack of constant security on trains. And when the Sheriff's Department last summer did, I believe it was Operation Safe Travel, and Captain Keogh, who heads up the Transit Bureau of the LA County Sheriff's Department, he allowed us to do a ride-along. Remember, I did some live talk with you that morning, talking about the heightened presence of armed security or armed deputies and armed officers on the trains. They said their stats showed that crime had dropped more than 70% just with the presence of armed personnel on the train. Now, Metro disagrees because of their that ad hoc committee that they have that says that the presence of law enforcement on the train is oppressive and it's intimidating, and people don't want it. Well, the opposite held true when the deputies and LAPD officers were on the train, and the buses in some cases when they said people felt safer. How do you not feel safer when there is a cop aboard a train, when you look at the crime that is committed and how it's scary to go on a train? If there is a crime, you're trapped. It's not like you can take a flyer and run. You can't go to a station, but between the stations, I've never thought that. I think that people say, we don't want to militarize the police, we're afraid of the police. Probably have never been held out.
Right. Yeah, they've never been a victim of a crime, especially if
dude.
a lot of violent crime happens on the train. And now as ridership increases post-pandemic, you're going to have more instances of these types of crimes because you're going to have more people riding. Now, with this new rollout of this ambassador program, which is something you come up with about a year or so ago, too, based on the basic input from ridership. These are basically people with bright lime green polo shirts. And they walk around both on trains and on platforms. And it's basically, I equate it to if you're in an airport and the person with the vest that says,
I'm like more like, what do they have to eat? It's fucking Area 51.
Kind of one of those
That's
things.
interesting to hear.
According to Metro officials, these ambassadors now they can train on how to respond to homeless people, how to respond to homeless people in a mental health crisis. The thing is that when I tried to talk with the Metro CEO about this, I think I couldn't quite grasp the efficiency. If you're adding another layer to something, if you don't have an armed person on board, for instance, or even anyone in a police or sheriff's uniform, now you still have to make that call to somebody else.
Now, I assume they have a video. I'm going to say, is there a video camera in every car?
Yes.
Okay, so with that being said, is there some kind of a control center where in real time a group of people are looking at the video?
Now, that's a very interesting question because some of those video feeds are live, the platform videos are live, but not a lot of the train videos are recorded. And let's go back and watch them. So that's also a problem in some cases because they can't see stuff in real time. So they have to wait for the call and to dispatch somebody else there. When the Sheriff's Department did Operation Safe Travel, it was a very robust operation where they brought people from other bureaus within the Sheriff's Department to beef up the presence of armed security on the trains and buses, and it worked, according to Captain Kehoe. He said it was just people with feedback of them. Many people were coming up to them saying, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here.
So I've just come up with the answer. Okay? In 2 seconds, I literally said, okay, first of all, I should run Metro, and the security of Metro. No, I think you're going to appreciate it. Okay? First of all, we take a page out of London. You go to inner London, every single street corner, every storefront is on video. For everyone, the whole city, and then there are a bank of monitors looking at it in real time. And so if there's a crime being committed, the police are called in. Now, the Metro cars are fairly easy to monitor because it's a car and it's a very limited view. You would think that there would be simply a speaker built into the body of the car where someone says when a crime's being committed and just starts screaming, hey, you're going to be arrested as soon as you get out the car, and the next stop we're going to arrest. I think we can do that, and I'm going to take credit for that one, because that is real.
You really think that's going to work?
Oh, yeah.
With the guy with a gun?
Yeah.
And you're going to hear some random voice go, drop the weapon.
Yeah. I said, you're being videoed, the cop will be waiting for you. Yeah. Even if it's a little sign saying we have we have some kind of alarm system at home, and your alarm system is the sign.
Right. Well, it's like, a tax on the ring on premises. The issue, though, with what the Sheriff's Department's doing, and the LAPD, too, is it's about deterrent first. Right. You're having people on there, and when people start to see the presence on there, it really reduces crime because the deterrent is there.
I buy that. And it's just a question of getting one of those people that say, oh, no, we don't want armed, those advocates, committees are packed with anti-cop people.
Yeah, and that's usually the problem.
Yeah. By the way, do you ever ride the Metro?
Absolutely not. Only on doing a ride along with a non-person.
So, Jacob and I had to do a shuttle bus, a city bus the other day on the outskirts from the Academy Wharf to they bring us from Dopey Theater back to our parking. And that thing smelled of urine and vomit. And I mean, we were sick. By the time we got back to the parking garage, we were immediately nauseous and had a headache. It's just nasty. Yeah. All right. See, now, stop later. All right, coming up, Dean Sharp, handling the House Whisperer. We'll do that at the end of the show. KFI DM 640. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones. We're live in the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden has visited Monterey Park to talk about a new executive order, which he says will reduce gun violence.
The executive order also expands public awareness campaign about the red flag order law. My son, when before he died in Attorney General of Delaware, was a great proponent of it.
Biden spoke yesterday at Boys and Girls Club and then met with the families of those who lost a run in the Danville shooting in January. Critics said the new order states there is no legislative fix that will stop gun violence. Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu says she's pleased with the president's new executive order, which includes a number of provisions.
We have a red flag law in California, which could have enabled people to take their guns away. I think people in the immigrant community do not know about it. So it has to be greater outreach, and that's what President Biden is doing with the executive order.
Monterey Park is Chu's district, and she is the former mayor of the city. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows, a nonprofit in Fullerton hosting a golf tournament to help kids with special needs through equestrian therapy. It costs over $500,000 a year to care for the horses and to keep the equine therapy center open. Co-founder of Terrace Tim Howell says it's about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
He is staffed with a therapy. It's just that his mom is based on, well, maybe get the opportunity to participate in a baseball game or a dance recital or probably soccer game.
To play in the tournament May 1st will make a donation. People can visit spiritscamp.org. The Federal Aviation Administration is hosting a safety summit to address a recent string of close calls on airport runways in the U.S. The summit comes a day after the FAA said it's investigating another close call from last week. It says a Republic Airways flight crossed the runway at Reagan National Airport and another flight was using for takeoff.
That makes at least 7 close calls this year alone, including one at New York's JFK Airport, where a Delta pilot had to slam on the brakes after an American Airlines plane crossed the wrong runway.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley says some analysts think that data show the industry can't keep up with the post-pandemic travel boom. She says staffing will be one of the issues discussed at the summit.
And UCLA says it created the world's fastest humanoid robot set to compete in the 2023 RoboCup. The machine standing 4'8" can walk, jump, and run with both feet off the ground while in motion. Professor with the Samueli School of Engineering at UCLA, Dennis Hahn, says the bot is the first running human-like robot created by students, and the soccer match is a way of showcasing technology.
Every year, the technology you love, I'm demonstrated. It's a great way to share. So that's why we do robot soccer. Again, it's exciting.
The bot has given other similar creations in France this summer. The Sadler KFI News.
We're going to look at the attraction Anaheim after sports for 20.
Anthony Davis put up 35 points as the Lakers prevailed over the New Orleans Pelicans 123 to 108. Lakers move over to the Houston Rockets today, but AD will not play 2 games in a row. There's no stars in hand.
Organizational decisions, starting our team not to come over and have a back-to-back. So even though he's playing free, it's still a massive injury.
The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. In hockey, the LA Kings defeated the New York Islanders 5-2. Good enough to keep the Kings solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. And in spring training baseball, the Angels bested the Cleveland Guardians to score 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies.
I love baseball.
Hey everybody, it's Dean Sharp. Before I get this bill here, we're well into 2023, and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Good for you. When it comes to finding just the right appliances, including really hard to find appliances, along with the usual suspects for remodels, sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you're going to need my secret weapon. What is that? WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. I've been working with them for decades. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Sure, you can order them just about anywhere, but why when WBC has them? And the same is true with just about everything you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts that I have trusted for years. WBC. Find the one nearest you at WBCappliances.com. WBC Appliances.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a rainy rest of the morning, and it looks like it'll taper off there by the early afternoon, but we still have flood watches in effect for the rest of the morning for all over Southern California. Also got some winds in the mountains and the high desert. Highs today are going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Partly cloudy for tomorrow, and another slight chance of showers comes in on Friday. 56 in Laguna Hills, 57 in Brea. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. This time Anaheim.
Yeah, Caltrans extra tight today, extra time. It looks like tonight was eastbound, just approaching Berkshire. They have potholes with the two right lanes. Bumper now, back to the Boyd Park, back to almost Valley View. I would exit there and use the Orange Store just north of the freeway. That's your figure for time. More potholes now on the 605. 605 southbound at the 5. Looks like they're clearing the two right lanes, and that's going to be there a while. Off to the bumper, it's just a virtual crawl away from Heck Road. Looks like another pothole was there, probably out to the Pomona. That's the 10 westbound at Gary. Looks like they're just clearing from the two right lanes there. And the extra tight out of Ontario from Newfoot. Mark O'Brien, KFI, has a stop. A light jurisdiction with control delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter system ever to maintenance free. New customers get free pure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This is March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Lightsourcewater, taste and feel the difference. Bring back to life at Ocean's Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with Prime through March Grill now. Drop the 5 blocks. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside and exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrgradio.com. That's fnrgradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to third-party accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrgradio.com. Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And the trends are not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100 is reachable as America's largest entry low fund. 5 hours straight. More than more.
5 a.m. 6
What it means, why it matters. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here in Morning Crew. Wednesday, March 15th. The a couple of things going on. First of all, we are looking at the storm, of course. The latest, Orange County declared a local state of emergency. That happened yesterday. Flood watch is still in effect for Orange County and LA County. I think they're ending now. This morning coming in into Burbank, I'm going to barely see the road. And as of right now, I don't think it's good news. Looks like it's moving down. And we're looking at the stock market right now, the Dow's down 550 points as a result of the banking crisis and when the United States goes all over the world. So towards the banks in a little bit of trouble, it's really no big deal. I'm telling you, our banking system is as safe as it was before the collapse of these two days. It is time for Handle in the House Whisperer with Team Sharp.
fun.
Time, and we start this here. Dean, good morning.
Good
And Dean for 6 to 8 a.m. of course on Saturday, Sunday, 9 to noon. And I thought today, and Dean, this topic is something we can talk about on the weekend. It's a precursor, and you get a trimmer, and it's always fun. And I thought today is the perfect day to talk about outdoor kitchen. Getting ahead of it. I'm getting ahead of it. Dean, I'm going to tell you, this is there's the execution phase, when you're doing something like this, and there's the planning phase. And I know, there are millions of Southern Californians right now who are like, all right, bring me from it's happening. As soon as these rains clear out, we are so anxious to get outside. It's excited to bring everything, and people are itching to get outside. And so now is the time, while you're away from the rain, to start thinking about what that new outdoor kitchen is going to look like. Outside, Neil Cerveza has an outdoor kitchen that he lives for at. And he has one of, I don't know what they call it, those sort of grill, really heavy metal, looks like a hibachi grill. And he actually cooks vegetables on them, luckily that. And he cooks in the rain to the point where those vegetables are hydroplaning across the grill. And he is still out there in the rain cooking.
Is it done?
I just love it. And that's let's talk about cooking outdoors. Outdoor kitchen. And it's pretty expensive. We're talking about some money, aren't we, when we an outdoor kitchen? Well, here's the thing. It all depends on how you want to go. I am not one of those designers who sets a lower price limit and says anything below this is not an outdoor kitchen. It's just you outside having fun with your barbecue. I consider if you're cooking outdoors, you have one form or another of at least a partial outdoor kitchen. Now, you're right. You're absolutely right. Our high-end estate clients, sometimes they just throw all in for it. And we have, spent more than $100,000 on an outdoor kitchen. You know what you spend on an indoor kitchen, a complete set. And it really is the point. One of the keys for understanding an outdoor kitchen, at least the concept, is how many components it's going to have. In other words, how standalone and independent it is of the indoor kitchen. And if it's not an utterly standalone kitchen, the other cost factor is how far away from the indoor kitchen it is. Okay? In other words, if it's right on the other side of the wall, if your outdoor cooking or grilling area is literally just on the other side of, let's say, the sink wall, then guess what you get to do? You can tie into the same sink drain that the kitchen sink drain has for an outdoor sink drain. You can tie into the same water line, maybe the same gas line. You don't have to run utilities and those things as are if the outdoor kitchen is close to the house. Now, if it's set apart, which a lot are, and it's sitting out there on its own, not only do you have the cost of components, everything from the appliances to the cabinetry and the countertops, but you also have what we call the groundwork. You got to get electricity out there. Maybe, and very likely you've got to get natural gas out there, and even more importantly and disruptive, you got to get some kind of drainage system out there if you're going to have a sink. The sink water has got to go somewhere. So you've got a lot of things to think about depending on how you design your kitchen, but that's all in your hands, and those are the things to take into consideration when we're planning. All right, so I'm going to give you two versions of an outdoor kitchen. One I put in, because I sort of had to, and the other one is the one that makes all the sense to me, and you just brought it up, and that is having the kitchen close to your kitchen wall, which happens right outside your patio. Let's go ahead and get Jennifer going, please, live on KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The FAA administrator says complacency is never acceptable when it comes to airline safety. Ahead of the summit happening today, Bill Nolan said the ATC's safety record is incredible. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman reportedly might be in the hospital for as many as 2 weeks more. He checked himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center February 16th. to be treated for clinical depression. And there's a 5,000-mile wide seaweed bloom that's headed toward the South Florida coast. Scientists at the University of South Florida say all that's to use to blanket the beach of the Gulf in June. We'll get a look at your drive at DKFI and the factory in just a moment.
Your house is no longer going up and down. For the most part, we owning an article saying values are actually dropping in LA, Orange County, Riverside. So you've been waiting to get money out of your house because values are going so quickly. Maybe now it's time to pull the trigger. If you're looking for $75,000 or more, let me suggest HMS Capital. They'll help you borrow that money at the best rate. The service is superb, and I know that because I've done 2 mortgages with them over the years. No appraisal, no credit report fees to apply. HMS Capital. Whether you want to consolidate debt, like home improvement, doesn't matter. Whatever whatever you want to get the money out for, HMS Capital certainly is the answer for me. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather will be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places like Van Nuys.
405 southbound, you're loading up to off the 118 and it's on Roscoe. Roscoe, on and off the brakes, and mostly on down towards the airport. So if you're heading for a flight, keep going. Or not outside of the 405. Next stretch now, basically out of Long Beach on and off to the 105. It's going to loosen up just a bit near LAX, and then back on Brown, most of the way through the 10. Then westbound, if you're heading to West City, it's going to be very heavy, starting at about Western, from Western into downtown Santa Monica. That's the tough stretch. Michael Bryan, KFI, and your style.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, you're going better. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
This report is sponsored by Santa Monica Buick GMC. Santa Monica Buick GMC. The free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over till Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC. Home of Canaleville, USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com. Moving air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a 12-hour nightmare. No one wants that. So your air conditioner lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with a reduced
You did it to another shirt. Look at that.
the outdoor coils, the right way, great air conditioning from BlueRabbi.com. We'll keep it cool and concept. Welcome to the Blue Captains live from the Heat Bedroom. Tonight, Central Night Room. Curious on Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his success. Like the expenses of the race. Look at rolling Steve over. Here he goes. The mask is off. The whole belly is Lord. Now it's done.
Okay.
The race is saying he's doing 100-pound lap.
Oh, dude, you got it. Good.
All these struggles.
Good.
You should be inspired.
You're not.
Absolutely, bro. Inspire the sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable rest.
Where's the thing? Where's the thing?
Right.
Oh, I think
Inspire to keep you breathing normally
No,
and sleeping peacefully.
No,
no man and no host. Yeah. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Win Luck Make It Welcome to You. Your Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Mixed by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog bite, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorney. Sweet James settled $188 million last year alone to their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those injured. Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You might not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work. or take part in your normal everyday activities. If it happens to you, just call Sweet Chance. Speak to somebody who cares. You got nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and the money is just you deserve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, you got to call the Death Spear of Justice. Awarded best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200 for SweetChange.com.
As many as half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employer. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
When he gets on the stand and he's fake crying and talking about Papa and we went to the duck pond and I love Papa, that's what you call your son? How can you never refer to him that way in interrogation or any of your conversations with police? Never. Once.
TRILLIONAIRE.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here. It is Wednesday, March 15th. We're looking at the weather right now. It's not raining here in Burbank. I don't know if the state of emergency is still going on in Orange County. If not, it's certainly be lifted. Flood watches are in effect Orange County and LA County. And so that's the weather. Also, we're looking at the Dow. We're looking at the stock market. Dow is down over 500 points right now in light of what happened with the bank a few days ago. And I told you 750. We're not in trouble. So you can go to that segment or any segment on demand. Go to the iHeartRadio app. And also, finally, before we go back to Dean, 4 o'clock today, Adam Carolla is his guest. Oh, on Instagram, there is a photo of me right after my eye surgery. I had cataract surgery on Monday, and there I am, the coolest guy in the world. And that's at Bill Handel Show on Instagram. Back we go to Dean and the House Whisperer segment. Dean, as I told you, we're talking about outdoor kitchens, which of course is a fabulous thing today to do that. And what I did is something that you just talked about. Any electrical, and I put in the kitchen, the big barbecue, and the refrigerator, which, by the way, I still don't know if it works. I've never used it, and that's 22 years later. And that storage, that big storage cabinet underneath the barbecue, what I do is I use it for small pieces of outdoor furniture. So I'm not a big user of the barbecue. But had I put that kitchen right next to the kitchen itself, you don't need a refrigerator there. You don't need a stovetop there. All you need is the barbecue itself. And not necessarily even built in. Just roll in a good quality barbecue and you're done. Maybe a work area that you roll in a cart, for example, next to it for a surface. And you can do that for $500.
Yeah, like I always say, ultimately, now there's nothing wrong with doing what you've done. We do it all the time. It's just a matter of preference. But yeah, especially when it comes to cost savings on something new that you're doing at your house. Design matters most. It always does. Thinking these things through. And so you're right. A barbecue right outside of the kitchen doesn't have to become an extensive outdoor kitchen because it's simply a cooking annex from the main kitchen itself. Maybe the expense is you get one of those pass-through windows so that somebody inside can hand the stuff through the window and you don't have to walk through the sliding glass door. Those are the kinds of conveniences that can be built in for very, very little money whatsoever. That's just taking a standalone appliance, getting it in the right position in the yard.
And you don't even need a gas line, the propane tanks. I find propane tanks. I have an outdoor sort of a fire pit, which I didn't initially put in, which I should have. There's no gas line out there, so I use propane tank. And it's really lovely when the propane runs out. What a pain in the rear end that is. But you keep an extra tank around, and all of a sudden you save yourself putting in gas. However, how much is extending your gas from the kitchen? How much can that cost? Well, when you think about the worst length and constraint around the hardscape that's already in the rear yard. That can get really pricey. It's not the gas line itself. The pipe doesn't cost much of anything. But the labor to trench gas down, it's got to be down at least 18 inches. That's code for a gas line. So, a nice little deep trench in the backyard can disrupt a lot of existing stuff. So, again, not the worst idea in the world, but things that have to be taken into account as you go. And I'm with you on propane. I like the idea of propane, actually. Yeah, the tank runs out and you got to switch it out. But if you got 2 or 3 in spare, and these days, a lot of companies, places like, I don't know, Lowe's, Home Depot, and even the local gas stations have these propane tank exchange services where you don't talk about propane myself. An advantage is if your whole outdoor kitchen is all hooked up on natural gas, and we have a natural disaster and the gas continues to function, but if you've got a standalone propane-driven, barbecue sitting outside, then guess what? You've got an oven that works regardless of whether the power's out or the gas is on. Okay. Let me ask you real quickly. You have an outdoor kitchen? No, I don't. Well, yeah, by my definition, I do. I have two. See, I know it's one of the things that we're going to talk about this weekend is figuring out what you want to cook and how you want to cook. I don't do a lot of grilling outdoors, but I have a smoker and I have a giant griddle for making family breakfast on outside. And they are together on a little platform, so yes, technically an outdoor kitchen, but not a big expense. All right, Dave, this Saturday and Sunday. Saturday 6 to 8, Sunday 9 to noon. You have a good little check over the weekend. Thank you, Bill. Shannon.
So I saw this picture on your Instagram post, and I thought, who did him so dirty? That is a terrible picture of you. And then I'm listening to your show, and you're actually picking it. You're actually advertising it. You're saying, go check out this terrible picture of you. And I gotta say, that's a very humble of you.
The only pictures I like. Really, I'll take good pictures, and it's a picture of me right after my cataract surgery on Monday, and I'm asleep. I'm just in there. Tell me I don't look seriously cool.
You don't.
I do.
You're not.
Okay.
My husband has a picture of me sleeping with my mouth open, and that sometimes he'll send to me, and I don't know how we're not on Dateline yet.
All right. Real quick, Stan.
Yeah. What do we have going on, you want to know? Well, we talked about terror in the skies when it comes to people fighting or people getting drunk or losing their minds on planes. So this is a new one. That song won't go after people for murder, but he'll go after old folks home employees for COVID violations.
All right, got it. That's coming up on the Gary and Shannon show starting in just a moment.
And make sure to go to Instagram to go handle stuff.
I'm the dumbest picture in the world. Hey, I'm not cool. Coming up, Gary and Shannon. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
We're not just doing smart speakers. We're a couple of smart ears as well.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There they go, guys. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street as worries worsen about the strength of banks on both sides of the Atlantic. The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks, but KFI's financial analyst Jason Middleton says people don't need to be too worried about their 401ks.
Because most of those are diversified, and plus, if you have personal deposits of $250,000 or less, you're kind of guaranteed. So don't sweat it too much.
The Dow is down 571 right now. Middleton says at the same time, though, people do have to keep an eye on the headlines and says rising interest rates are at fault. San Bernardino County is delivering some relief to people who have had property damage from the recent blizzard. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live the county will be waiving up to $5,000 in rebuilding fees.
Those fees are for county planning and permitting. Supervisor Don Rouse says if people rebuild, the county needs to eliminate as many burdens as possible.
Board of Supervisors recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they're trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden and the complications of rebuilding and getting homes and businesses back up and running.
Homes, businesses, and other buildings were damaged by the weight of the snow during the recent storms. County inspectors have red tagged at least 29 homes and buildings, meaning they're too damaged to be inside, and yellow tagged 27 other buildings, which allows for limited occupancy. Those numbers are both expected to rise. Reporting live, Blake Stoll, KFI News.
Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley says some homes are in danger of flooding down a hillside in Newport Beach. He says one has a family in it that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red tagged. Foley says if the 3 homes fall, a cascading effect could happen to the 50 other homes on the bluff, and they must be prepared. President Biden has stopped in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order on gun control. He also took the opportunity to urge Congress to pass stricter legislation, including universal background checks for all guns.
Just common sense. Check whether someone was felon, domestic abusers, before they buy a gun.
Biden spoke yesterday at the Boys and Girls Club and then met with the families of those who lost people in the dance hall shooting back in January. Critics say the executive order does nothing to stop the misuse of weapons. He's correctly clarifying it.
A post office in Nova Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice. To make sure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim says while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal Rich Campani and Sergeant Major Robert Carter.
So Johnny was a recent Esperanza High School grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana PD like his dad. Carter was an LAPD SWAT team leader and the first LAPD officer to killed in combat since 9/11. Both separated deaths were killed in 2010 when their vehicle hit a bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming is Friday. In North Linda, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And weddings have been canceled at Downton Abbey because of Brexit. Well, at least the place where the hit TV show filmed. High-tech casting in Southern England has become a popular place for couples to get married. The council says it won't be hosting any big weddings anytime soon because of the staffing shortage caused by the UK's exit from the European Union. The students who have been going to university in England aren't there, so there's not enough people to watch the wedding. The venue used to host about 25 weddings a season, averaging 100 guests. Owners say people really want to get married, they can, but their smaller workforce can only handle weddings that have 20 or fewer guests. Amy King, KFI News. Your KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. Right now, the Dow is down 577, S&P is down 59, NASDAQ is down 99, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got this gray weather all day today. The heaviest of this rain should be tapering off as we get to the early parts of the afternoon. Highs will be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We do still have some gusty winds in the mountains and high desert. By tomorrow, just partly cloudy for everybody with another slight chance of showers coming in on Friday. 53 right now in Dana Point, 54 in Orange, 52 in Arcadia, 53 in Santa Monica. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're going through Westminster.
This will feel pretty slowly if you're on the 405. 405 southbound, moving it right off the 22. From there, it's going to be southbound to about Berkeley. Now, if you loosen up a bit, there's another tank down into Irvine approaching the 133. Around the corner here, the 55 southbound, jamming it up way to Coachella. And Coachella, I can tell you, it'll be slow right on through the 73. Now, the big problem with the morning, well, several of them, is all the emergency road work. We've got potholes coming out everywhere. Looks like the 91 eastbound at Berkeley, you're still working the 2 right lanes. Bumper to bumper now back into Cerrito, starting at about the 605. And the 605 southbound is about the 5. That's emergency pothole repair in the 2 right lanes. Been there a while, and it is a virtual crawl back to almost Tech Road. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Hey, it's Mo Kelly. This is the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. And just to notice how well I sleep now, how much more energetic I am. All this I incorporated Feel the Breeze into my daily diet. And I did it. Trust me, I do. You're probably thinking Feel the Breeze can't be as good as you say it is, Mo, but it is. It isn't instead of a better diet. It adds to a better diet. More fruits and vegetables that I have been missing. The most stupid beverage of my
my choice, and I'm filling the gaps in my diet. And Field of Green has a better health promise. Take Field of Green and at your next doctor's visit, if you're health and numbers, well, return Field of Green for a full refund. I've got you 15% off your first order, and I got you another 10% off if you subscribe. Visit fieldofgreen.com, promo code AFI.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Eric Jesse Kelly, are you paying attention to China, Russia, and Ukraine? Any reminders of the Cold War days? If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, now is the time to make the call. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold is made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. May be eligible for 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Why hell high water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service, friendly technician, low prices. More stimulating products. For the study. Tell us all the guys about guy problems, Gary Hoffman. What's each other on the shoulders? Shannon Barron. Yeah, that woman that I stop with a roundup with Gary and Shannon. I'm here, and I was this.
That just dropped 60 points during the first year. That was precipitous. Stocks flying on Wall Street as investors check out the Swiss bank Credit Suisse. It has large U.S. and global operations and looked at as perhaps the third bank to be in trouble in less than a week, which Jason Middleton predicted this, and we spoke to him about it on Monday. The key inflation indicator unexpectedly dropped last month. The producer price index, which measures wholesale prices.
All your money in a regional bank, and today is the day that you slept a little. You just go into the bank and take all your money. I'm just saying you have to work.
People are saying be careful today. There are easy watches in effect until 11 a.m. When the Cardinals are giving the stock, oh my God, and you can move into those things. They're huge.
Before we get into our story here about represents a 10% increase just since 2001.
That's why the advice is to, when you go into the grocery store, just stick to the perimeter.
The outside.
Stick to the outside. You'll get the produce, you'll get the meat, you'll get the milk, the eggs, and make your way around. And all the stuff in the middle is loaded with all that stuff you talked about.
I never thought of that. I'll have to do that next time.
You don't really go grocery shopping. Stop it. No idea. When's the last time you went grocery shopping?
February?
Yeah.
Something February 7th? Well, it counts, doesn't it?
Here's what we know. When a Russian fighter jet collided with a large U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea, it was shocking to the very real, right? And serious, and it's not like you don't have any tensions with Russia right now, right? But the problem is that it brings up concerns about the possibility that Russia could recover sensitive technology. So, what did we get from the Chinese surveillance balloon? What is Russia going to get from our surveillance drone? Now, each side blames the other, as per usual.
John Kirby is spokesperson for the National Security Council. He said that's our drone. We get it, not you.
We're looking to see what we can do to maybe recover. That would be challenging in the Black Sea. It's very, very deep water.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also said that this is a pattern by Russia to do nefarious things. I know that everyone here has heard that Russian aircraft again engaged a little pattern of aggressive, risky, and unsafe actions by Russian pilots in international airspace. The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international launch alone. It is incumbent upon Russia to operate this military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
The point about what it is that's retrievable and what value it would have for us or for the Russians once we were able to find it. John Kirby mentioned that this is kind of it's not an easy, not even as easy as the Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina. This is reminiscent of late 50s, early 60s, probably, when we had a lot more assets in the Pacific. Well, I shouldn't say we had a lot more. We had a lot of hidden assets in the Pacific Ocean, going back and forth around the Pacific Rim, submarines and things like that. And every once in a while, we'd have to scuttle one of our submarines, and that would set off a mad gas to get to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean to make sure that some of the top secret submarine technology that we had would not fall into the wrong hands.
This technology specifically is an M29 Reaper. It's a large unmanned Air Force aircraft. It's remotely operated by a two-person team. It could be operated from, I don't know, Nevada, somewhere out in the desert. It includes a ground control station and satellite equipment, like you said yesterday, a 66-foot wingspan. Team includes a rated pilot who's responsible for flying the aircraft, and an enlisted air crew member in charge of operating the sensors, guiding weapons. It was used routinely during Iraq and Afghanistan for surveillance and airstrikes. Like we've mentioned, it can carry up to 8 laser-guided missiles, including those Hellfire missiles. And it could be said that this thing cost $32 million. It's not a drone that you get at, Amazon.
So it's not
$32 million.
Right. Look at that. It is capable of carrying munitions, although Brigadier General Pat Ryder said yesterday he did not say whether it was armed or not. If it was a surveillance on the likelihood of it, I guess it's probably less if in fact there are missiles that are attached to it. So that same Brigadier General Pat Ryder said it did appear that the Russian airplane was also damaged in the collision, as you might imagine, but that the U.S. has confirmed that it did land, although the Brigadier General will not say exactly where. So this is going to be one that we keep an eye on. It is going to continue to be sort of a prickly issue between the two countries for the next several days. We hope that nothing comes of it between now and, the next iteration of this, but it is worth keeping an eye on.
Coming up next, it was no shock when we all heard that the Justice Department is stepping in to investigate the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank. We'll get the latest from Washington when we come back about how that will progress.
During Salmon will continue.
The Biden tweeting funding for the war in Ukraine out of its new budget request, instead the Pentagon says the plans to continue to get emergency funding from Congress. A key resort here in California is asking for patience as it tries to keep some slopes open. Palisades Tahoe and Lake Tahoe says the snow is awesome, but it's dealing with a whopping 648 inches of it. And a pair of sneakers worn by Michael Jordan are expected to break the record for the most expensive sneakers ever auctioned. The basketball legend wore the Air Jordans in Game 2 of the '98 NBA Finals, and they are expected to get between $2 and $4 million. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment. Well, we've talked about solar mass technology for years because, well, they are clearly the best.
And while other people are sleeping on solar right now because it's raining outside, now is the time to call solar max. Several years ago when we bought a house, we went did the research for solar panels, and SolarMax is clearly the best. They built up a custom solar system, the most innovative technology, and all of it done right under one roof out there in Riverside.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. $9.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you're going to want to lock in the NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Things change that day.
So call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on that 12-panel system. Zero down, $59.99 a month.
Pound 250 from the cell phone thing for SolarMax. Pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. Once LinkedIn is available on a good price for yourself, nominate for the future report.
Still got weather from KFI. The rain will continue as the morning goes on and taper off by early afternoon with highs in the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places like South LA.
It looks like the 110 northbound looks like potholes are the big story of the morning. The Southbound definitely working overtime this morning. Looks like the 91 eastbound at Booker, the latest which is through Anaheim. It looks like they two cleared the two right lanes back. Still suffering out of Cerritos there back to Carmenita. Now, another problem is potholes. 605 southbound at the 5. I think there's still the two right lanes there because it was just way back there, pretty much from Rolling Heights all the way off into Montefello. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. This report is sponsored by BlindShirt.com. Hi, I'm Tyler at BlindShirt.com. Since 2010, BlindShirt sold millions of custom blind shades and shirts to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. BlindShirt.com. People print and marketing services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit Staples.com/print big for details. This is your time to try Staples, where prints are perfect. Guaranteed. I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connect.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the aching joint.
Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Bring back to life at Dickies Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for just $1.50 each time through March 21st. Brighten up your smoothies and salads and pass on the deal now. Cross the 5 blocks. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare. No one wants that, Jack. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with our illumination.
It's critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor hallways the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation. Just for $129.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. ReallyPCL.com will keep you cool and it's hard to sell. Number 1047, 781. All the radio stations you love, every playlist, action news, podcast that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Let's just say I made $100,000 and then I've got to pay 20% of that. Just 1% number, no deduction. Let everybody live their life.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI and supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up this hour, we've got an early look inside former President Trump's operation into his rival for the nomination, Ron DeSantis. This early look reveals nothing is off the table. We'll get into it.
I don't think that means to stick. I know it's not meatball, but I don't think that sanctimonious is going to stick.
That's hard to say.
It's hard to say. The president tweeted out, the former president called him Ron DeSantis. A little bit later, next hour, we believe the LA Unified School Superintendent Alberto Cavallo and other leaders in the district are going to hold a news conference to give an update on how labor negotiations have been going with SEIU and UCLA. Those labor unions are set to rally later today and possibly announce plans for a 3-day strike, but specifically the date of a 3-day strike. So we'll talk more about that story coming up next hour, get some more information about it. About 300,000 people were without power overnight in the state. Right now, about 189,000 without electricity. As we continue to see some wind movement. That was 10:30 last night. It sounded like there was a train going by. It was really blustery. But only for about 15 minutes. Up in San Francisco,
the wind blew on the street, so you can't just the fire department just close the street while the glass, rains down from above.
The Justice Department and SEC are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Joining us now from Washington and Wayne with all the latest about these investigations, which are separate and just out of the gate, right on?
Exactly. The Justice Department has just launched this investigation safety beat into the set of collapse of SVB, as you mentioned, according to our focus here at ABC News. And the probe has just started, so it's still in preliminary stages. It's still unclear what federal prosecutors are going to be focused on, or whether there actually has been any potential wrongdoing. But, we've talked to experts, they say it's not uncommon for investigators to kind of take a closer look under the hood of any possible, in this case, pre-raised selling plans in financial situations. And some serious powerful investigators could be looking into the sales of company shares by several SVB bank executives in the week of 4 different carriers.
A lot has been talked about when it comes to stress tests that these banks may have been subject to previous to a law that was passed in 2018. So, in the event that we were able to even see if they did go through these stress tests to sort of analyze how they would be impacted in bad market conditions, how would this have changed, if anything, it would have changed if they had gone through a stress test?
So the stress tests are basically required tests for crisis situations, but something that they have regulations for, that, as you mentioned, were rolled back in 2018 under the Trump administration. And it's exactly why economists say that the lawmakers right now should take a look at exactly what's happening at times to put things possibly back in place. But essentially, these tests will allow these banks to, understand how many assets they should be holding on to, understand the situation with a crisis situation like this, what they should be doing beforehand. So a lot of that was goes back for small and mid-sized banks in 2018, and again, economists as well as the White House has kind of pointed towards that direction as for Congressman today to take a look and see if they should.
We have our eye on the Dow, Wall Street today. The Dow down right now, 665 points. It's fallen about 100 points in about 20 minutes. It's got to be top of mind for Congress if they embark on their investigation, and they're looking to maybe change the rules a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This fallout continues despite the White House saying, hey, everyone, relax, try to hold on to your money. Your money is safe with these stock markets. Especially today, as you mentioned, the Dow is down because banking periods across global markets are still there. And in particular, the credit peak, which is good things, especially from similar problems to Silicon Valley Bank and Signature, where basically a number of depositors are sitting in market funds. So we've actually lost about a quarter of its value now hitting a record low. And so it's just great to say the panic is not confined to the U.S. and many are still questioning the contagion effect. And certainly the White House is taking a very close look and monitoring the situation.
Funny, you use the word panic and contagion there. The other word that sort of offsets those, hopefully, would be confidence, that we in America, but also around the world, would have confidence in our banking system. How do they begin to reinstill confidence in the banking system, especially when it comes to these smaller regional banks?
Right. I mean, of course, that's what happened on Friday with SVB shutting down, and on Sunday with Signature Bank. The White House has had a lot of rhetoric. They came out right away to say that they are working on the situation, to say that the president is not holding outside conversations with economists on the matter, saying that the president is calling on Congress and the executive is strengthening the rules. It's an powerful SVB. Ultimately, they're saying multiple times that this is not a bailout of taxpayers and not being paying for this, unlike what we saw in 2008, where folks were going to bail out companies, shareholders, and management. This time, the White House says they are protecting depositors. If they don't want anyone to panic, they want the message to come through that the money is safe.
And we're an excellent reporting, as always. Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
All right, coming up, a little bit more about what's going on. Probably the fight of the year will be Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump.
It's a good one. I mean, I feel like they're equally weighted at this point. And who knows if, I read an article yesterday, Ron DeSantis started flaming out. He rarely takes questions. you don't really know where he comes down when it comes to policies. Like, that's why this whole take on Ukraine is getting so much oxygen, because it's one of the few things he's been vocal about. But who knows? These two will be the heavy hitter if you get closer to 2024, but right now that's certainly the case.
Jerry Sandler will continue. Jennifer Jones leaves is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Keeping an eye on exactly what you guys were talking about. The stock is falling as worries grow about the strength of banks in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all saw sharp declines in the market open. Shares of Credit Suisse have tumbled this morning now to a record low.
Credit Suisse has one major contributor and depositor. That's the Saudi Empire. So when the kingdom says, yeah, no more funds coming in, Credit Suisse shareholders kind of freak out.
KFI's financial analyst Jason Middleton says it's going to bring down the global markets in the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond. Credit Suisse has been fighting trouble for years, including lawsuits it took in the 2021 collapse of an investment firm. Supervisors County voted to waive up to $5,000 in review and permit fees for property owners who need to do repairs or rebuild because of damage caused by the snow. County inspectors have red tagged 29 homes and other buildings as too damaged to be inhabited and yellow tagged 27, which allow for limited occupancy. The numbers are expected to grow as assessments continue. The permit waiver is available for each building and will be paid for by the $500,000 of a $10 million emergency response fund the board created March 1st. California is taking a step toward women making the same as men. First partner Jennifer People Newsom from Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego are among the first group of cities in California to sign a pledge supporting equal pay for women. They said yesterday closing the pay gap for mothers and women of color may seem daunting, but California is up to the challenge. 111 companies have also signed the pledge, which Newsom says sends a clear message to employees, customers, and constituents that women are valued and women's labor is as valuable as men. In 2020, women in California made a median salary 90% of what a man makes for the same work. We need to AFI News. Consumers in the U.S. have cut down on spending. The government says retail sales decreased 0.4% last month after some months jumping 3.2% in January.
An indication of the pressure that rising inflation and declining wages are putting on U.S. households.
ABC Jim Ryan says the decrease takes into account spending online and in stores. The February retail sales figure was weighed down by a 1.8% drop in auto sales, as well as declines in spending at restaurants and furniture stores. And a senior care facility in LA and three of its managers are facing criminal charges related to a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
The facility is accused of putting financial gain over the safety of its patients and staff members. The Gaston says in 2020, Colorado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York without testing them for COVID-19, nor having them quarantined. The particular resident began displaying COVID-19 symptoms from the morning after arrival and tested positive for the virus on Asia.
More than 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak. In LA, Blake Foley, KFI News.
Still got weather from KFI. We've got a very gray day ahead. This rain should taper off by early afternoon, but it's very warm. Highs are going to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s today. We do still have some gusty wind forecasts for the mountains and high desert. Looks like the flood watches for most areas are going to subside in the early afternoon hours as well. Then by tomorrow, just partly cloudy for everybody with another slight chance of rain coming in on Friday. 57 right now in Newport Beach, 58 in Yorba Linda. Let's get a look at your drive with UKFI in the sky through Norwalk.
This is just 135, 5 northbound, moving up now, just about Imperial Highway. The Imperial Highway will be riding the brakes all the way up, pretty much into the valley up to the 134. 50 eastbound, westbound, I should say. That's going to hold up at a Pluto. But now from Reservoir on and off through 57 merge, that's a little bit through rolling ice, and then back on pretty much from Fullerton Road on and off into Montebello. The 10 westbound by comparison. Going out through the 605 into City Terrace, little step a bit, and then back on into pretty much from western east to downtown Santa Barbara. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Hey, it's Jennifer, doing this march to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org. Giant featuring looking for
Seriously? You're just to break.
We all know how you get. You go to the wrong place for car repair. Oh, yeah. That engine light is working. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Over the years, I've seen thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes, and now, it's time to use in my new ROTHSCHILD. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show you on the iHeart Radio app, Apple Podcast, or whatever you get your podcast. Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. The plumber likes to lift yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They come to more after the job than what they quoted to up front. And they don't fix the problem like the first time. So that's happened back on an aggravation. At service cancels, the plumbers are good. We'll be there in town, right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed by a happy money promise. It's simple. If you're not happy, we don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Service Champions right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See facts to be fair.
Earn extra fuel points and save even more at the pump. You can earn 4 times the fuel points on your grocery purchase this Friday with your digital coupons. Download your coupon on our website. More stimulating talk. Retail sales actually declined in February. Consumers pulled back a little bit after a strong start to the year. Spending at stores, online, and restaurants fell by a seasonally adjusted 0.4% in January. January sales were revised up to 3.2%. It said consumers were spending less at restaurants, auto dealerships, and department stores, and then so when you take out the auto sales, overall purchases decreased 0.1% instead of that.
Here's a fun world record story for you. Free diver.
No. I saw that.
Isn't it crazy? The late 89 free diver David Vensel is now in a class by himself after setting an icy cold world record yesterday. He's 40 years old. He's a chef. He took one breath, dove through a hole drilled in the ice on Switzerland's Lake Still, and grabbed a sticker placed more than 170 feet below the surface of the frozen lake. 1 minute and 54 seconds later, he comes up through the hole, spits out blood, and opens a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Well, the water temperature was just over freezing, just under 40 degrees. Your body is not going to like that. Your body's going to do things like bleed.
Punishment for your stupidity. But when you jump in this cold
If I jumped in with my pool this morning,
You have a heart attack.
would go through how do you fight that when you're eating? The Senate is due to vote today on Eric Garcetti nomination of EG ambassador to AEX. In about 2 years of delays, they still have no idea how this is going to go. There's a procedural vote expected today. I haven't seen anything on it yet. I don't know if they've delayed it or if they've even taken it. But an unusually high number of absences among senators and some doubt about how much Garcetti knew. Had his hands all over the place. That added a level of uncertainty to all of this.
Well, and then yesterday, the quote from his ex-aide said he is unfit to become an ambassador for this world. That's his former communications director who told Dick Kaplan.
So maybe he knows his job.
Opposition file on Ron DeSantis. Of course, Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, has not yet officially entered the presidential arena, but Trump's campaign is preparing a grenade to launch his way as political counsel.
One of the things that they have been looking at is they say they have plans to accuse him of being an extremely lenient prosecutor in cases involving, among other things, child pornography.
Yeah, they're combing through his record as a prosecutor, member of Congress, and governor of Florida. And they're going to find some stuff that anyone would find some stuff with those jobs being held. They've recently conducted focus groups. They're looking at polling to hone in on the best messaging to take on DeSantis. And we last told you about this when they were weighing all the different nicknames that Trump loves to nickname his opponents. And which one would land best? Which one would get the most juice?
Yeah, and he went from the sanctimonious to Meatball DeSantis or Ron Meatball, whatever it was, and then decided that was mean. I don't know if he really had the grounds to go after somebody's waist or chin. And then went back to Ron DeSantis. But then over the weekend when he was in Davenport, Iowa, came up with
Trump policies and DeSantis policies. Well, you don't, like I mentioned, you don't really know what his policies are. And Trump is the 180 of Ron DeSantis out there. He takes questions all day long from whoever wants to ask him. And Ron DeSantis is very reticent to do so.
Well, and I actually think that Ron DeSantis and his campaign have an opportunity there to say, because in the times that I have heard him speak in the last couple of weeks, Ron DeSantis, I almost said it, Ron DeSantis, he's on a book tour. We know he was out here in California, and he made his way through Iowa and through some other states. He has been saying things like, yeah, if I decide to run, it'll be a couple of months. I still have a lot of work to do in the state of Florida. And my argument from a couple of weeks ago was, a lot can happen in a couple of months. I mean, you could have natural disasters that happen in Florida. There could be, a bank collapse in the state of Florida. There's a regional there. I mean, there are plenty of things that could happen in Florida that, through no fault of his, could generate his run as a president.
Well, violent crime in Florida is rivaling New York and California right now, and nobody wants to talk about that. DeSantis has to talk about this. Brian Lanza, who worked on Trump's 2016 campaign, remains close to the Trump team, says that the more that gets highlighted, the more DeSantis can get exposed as just another member of the establishment and compared to Jeff Bush. They say that this fight between the two of them, this primary fight, is going to make the 2016 primary fireworks look tame in comparison. There's high risk, high reward play.
The other thing is, you've mentioned this before, I think Ron DeSantis is very capable of a one-on-one style competition, if you want to call it that, between himself and President Trump. One of the things that President Trump has done over and over again in debate performances or on stage with somebody's town hall style is his style of argument is not an actual argument. He does things like, yeah, but look at this guy, or yeah, but you're fat. He doesn't argue the point. And I think Ron DeSantis, in his time as an attorney, in his time working in the U.S. Attorney's Office, in the time as a judge advocate general, he has the ability to make those arguments in a cogent manner.
Trump. I love that about somebody. Now, in terms of the Ron DeSantis or for short Ron DeSantis, I think what he's doing there, Trump, is he's using that political weapon of screwing up your rival's name to show that they're not even deserving based on which is the next level of insult.
Right.
I'm not even getting your correct name wrong. I'm getting the nickname I gave you wrong.
President Trump did say to local reporters on his way to Iowa, I'm a very loyal person, there's no hostility, but I think it's a strange thing, he was out of politics, he being Ron DeSantis, that he was dead. I don't think it's nasty. I'm a very loyal person, so I don't understand disloyalty, but you do see it in politics. The irony of that statement, think of the number of people who, at the beginning of the Trump presidency, now want nothing to do with the guy. And he then pushes them away. So he may claim that he's loyal, but in the moment that you show disloyalty, all bets are off. Whatever loyalty he had towards you is gone completely.
Which is why I think Nikki Haley played the I want to be your VP card. Let me hang around the primary, and then when you get the nomination, I'll be your VP this time around. And I don't think he means it.
More power to her.
By the way, Trump's latest favorite nickname for Ron DeSantis is Tiny D.
No.
Yes. Tiny D. So baby D.
All right, when we come back, we haven't done Terror in the Sky for a couple of days, although we had a good streak there. It seems like the last couple of weeks we've had the majority of days we've had something to do.
This is a new one. This is a new twist on Terror in the Sky.
This is a good one. It's not just the passengers who get in fights every once in a while. Terry and Sandra will continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Guess who's getting on a flight at 12:20? Thanks, guys. Oh, well, it might be an entertainment. Wow, okay, well, in that case, stocks are sliding on Wall Street as investors' eyes switch to Credit Suisse. It's got a large U.S. and global operations, and it's being looked at as maybe the third bank to be in trouble in less than a week. The EPA has proposed federal limits on the so-called forever chemicals in drinking water linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on potential buyers to lead the screenplay to his 10th film, which he has long said will be his last, with a working title, The Movie Critic. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a gray day ahead. More rain is on the way. Should keep her off by the afternoon. I will be in the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market from the Southern California Toyota dealers.
Nobody ever reported on even the eastbound South Magnolia on the 91. Always coverage open. It was at least the two right that was shut down due to pothole repairs, and that was a busy drive for you to come right from as far as the Orso from the eastbound side of the 91. Still was kind of busy, but delays are pretty crazy for the area. Got an update on that problem. Anything else slowing you down? Sounds as if you're yourself on two or stay by traffic, which you continuously drive over hills on the northbound side of the 101 neighborhood. It's a two-way line shut down for pothole repairs, and that's when you're still going pretty some right from West Virginia. If I'm trying to help get you faster, I'm just calling you. This report is sponsored by Waterboy Whole House Filtration System. The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer. Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and when the credit please, spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. What you do is the secret cabal of the most powerful folks back in the 1930s, W. Butler was all that stood between the U.S. and Saturday. I'm Ben Bowler. I'm Alex Kirk. And I'm Smedley Sutler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start the Truth. I'll give you a laugh for wherever you find your favorite show. Save on salmon at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable, well-cut, tropical, marinated, and clean-cut by salmon fillets are 25% off this time through March 21st. Pick up in-store or online. Terms apply. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no fees. If you close in days, and you buy with cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-ADVANCE. 888.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Parking Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
Still about 180,000 people without electricity throughout the state. Still several hundred people in shelters in northern and central California because of flooding. Some areas last night saw hurricane force winds. Some were thought to have sent glass falling from a downtown San Francisco skyline yesterday. BART was also heavily impacted by the storm, not because of flooding, but they said because the number of trees and tree branches that had fallen across the tracks had delayed a bunch of different trains throughout the Bay Area last night. Watching Wall Street, not a great day, not good. I mean, obviously the regional bank pressures that we've been seeing have caused a lot of significant concern. The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, they said it exposed to failures by the Fed to see the warning signs. So as of right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 2%, down 650 points. S&P 500 NASDAQ also down just below 2%.
Keeping an eye on 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente have been evacuated due to a landslide in the back, left some of the structures in danger sliding down the hillside. Orange County Fire Authority and Sheriff's Department crews are on the scene, ensuring all residents have been safely evacuated there, but a little bit of a landslide there. And then there's a lot of flooding in Palm Springs right now as well. A lot of trails closed with that area because of flooding and some mudslides.
You see Bobby Caldwell actually? Oh, you know Bobby Caldwell from What You Won't Do for Love. It's a one partner.
Oh, I love the song. I did not know that this was the singer and songwriter.
71 years old, died last night.
Oh, what happened?
Long time. Now, you probably recognize it because this song. Probably more famous for the Tupac sampling of it, or Do For Love.
Where is the sampling? Oh, okay. I love Tupac.
I know, that's why I brought it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I needed a little bit of that in my life today.
It's time for Terror in the Sky. Get off my plane. Karen Buchanan, Terror in the Sky.
Oh, boy. This was a SkyWest Airlines flight from California to Texas. It was delayed following a fight on board. Who was it? Was it somebody who was overserved? Was it somebody having a mental illness breakdown? Balthazar!
Again.
No. It's was the flight attendant.
Oh my. And what an...
But she could sit next to her husband. They must be newly married.
I have a story about that. Go on.
I mean, come on. A male flight attendant told the passenger it was okay, but a female flight attendant quickly interjected and said it was against the carrier's policy.
Oh, please.
Ashley Brewer, who's a TV reporter who covers a lot of the Chargers stuff, works for ESPN, she said they kept bickering, she was in first class too, they kept bickering and going back and forth in the middle of the aisle about the rules and what was right and what was wrong. They just had some beef or something.
Because the male flight attendant began yelling at the female flight attendant who ran to the front of the plane and began crying, and then apparently they explained that they would not work together.
He shared a video to TikTok, Ashley Brewer did, and in the video, a man she identified as the male flight attendant is eventually seen deplaning, after which passengers were made to wait while a replacement crew member became available. But after an hour, she says the female flight attendant decided to deplane as well, prompting another nearly hour-long delay until the flight crew was fully staffed.
So then they just had to sit there and wait for however long it was. The flight attendants petty for their behavior, and it was a whole big thing. They had the flight crew come on, the pilots came out, they talked through it. It was an ordeal. I'm glad it was over.
And come on, this is an ordeal. I'm so glad it's over. And you're sitting there in first class. It's not your baby going without water for 5 hours on the tarmac.
You weren't watching an open heart surgery with a plastic knife, right?
Exactly.
My wife and I this weekend are flying, and we bought tickets separately. In fact, last night I was looking on my app to make sure that we both had tickets, to make sure everything was still
Why did you buy them separately?
She bought before I did, because I didn't have, I think she was going to go by herself, and then said, well, we should totally go. It was going to be spring break. Now we're going to do it together. So a couple days later.
Why was she going to go by herself?
Because
she didn't like you?
Well, she doesn't have class for the first 3 days of the week.
I see.
So, and then she becomes classy.
I see.
But so I'll take a couple days off, but I'll go with her.
You're trying to be a good employee and not take days off unnecessarily. So.
Right. And then I bought tickets.
And you said, screw it, I'm going.
Same flight, everything.
Yeah.
He went ahead and, boosted the old Southwest first class thing, which there is no such thing, but you can board first. You can pay extra. Right? So last night I looked through my phone and
you just check in right at that 24-hour mark.
Oh yeah, that always works.
It does.
Not really. I was just, well anyway, so I looked for my reservation yesterday and I said, hey, I only have my ticket. She goes, that's right, because we bought them separately. I said, oh, okay. And then she laughed and she goes, but I'm boarding first. And I said, you don't know that because I haven't checked in yet. She goes, no. I paid the extra $30 or whatever it was.
1 for 15.
Yeah.
And I thought if you check it, if you interview the first person, second, you'll be like 25.
She goes, she said this, and after you ran on her face, I'll try to save you a seat. Which made me laugh because you just said they must be newlyweds that have to sit together.
No, that's not why I said that. Southwest is different because, of course, you can save you a seat, right? It's like now the deal. But if I'm sitting in first class, I have a first class ticket or whatever, and my husband's in coach, there's no way I'm going to be like, oh, will you switch with me, other coach passenger, so I can give you my first class seat, and I'll see you when we land. And he would do the same thing, I hope.
As that little curtain is closing between you and him, you just
Cheers, MFers, 2 and 3 hours.
absence makes the heart go.
Exactly right. For love.
All right, up next, the full recount about what happened in terms of the flood, the power outage.
Okay.
Step 1. Hey, Alexa, stop playing crappy disco music. Thank you. Step 2. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, California.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Going down. I'm Jennifer Jones, we live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dr. Fallon is worried grow about the strength of banks in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all saw stock declines when the markets opened. Credit Suisse shares tank after reports that its top shareholder won't put more money into the bank. Shares also lost more than one quarter of their value. Investors also worry about the recent bank failures in California. News is brought to you by Sunlight. A flood watch is in effect for Orange County, including the Santa Ana Mountain, that is, until 2 p.m., and parts of LA County are under a flood watch until 11 this morning. That applies to the Santa Clarita Valley, Malibu Coast, downtown LA, the San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Mountains, and the San Gabriel Valley. Now, people whose property was damaged by the recent snowstorms in the San Bernardino Mountains have been given some relief.
San Bernardino County is going to waive up to $5,000 to county planning and permitting fees to repair homes and buildings. Supervisor John Rouse says the relief needs to help people already facing challenges in the rebuilding process.
Contractors that serve developing their stretched pretty thin right now, and the insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Heavy snow attacks mean there's acute damage for people to be here, like trolling. Hey, if I knew.
President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control at a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park.
The president began with emotional testimony about some of the lives lost in that dance hall shooting in January, where 11 people were killed. Jamie segued yesterday into the lack of action on the part of Congress to pass Put Your Gun Law. Enough. Do something. We remember and mourn the day Ron here with you. California to talk about it. It sends a very strong message that we're doing something about it. And if anybody's heard me speak, I get discouraged at times and frustrated because we're responding to not just mass shootings, but shootings.
Luna says it's been difficult to see executives getting shot at by people who shouldn't possess a weapon. A Russian security official says Russia wants to recover the pieces of an American surveillance drone the U.S. was forced to down into the Black Sea. The U.S. says Russian jets rammed into the propeller of the drone as it flew in international airspace. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the incident is part of a pattern that needs to stop.
The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. It is incumbent upon Russia to operate its military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
Russia claims its jets did not use their weapons toward Florida. Research professor Dr. Brian LaPointe at Florida Atlantic University says satellite imagery shows the 5,000-mile wide mass of seaweed within the Atlantic Ocean.
Westward towards the coastal region and will be taking its way to the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida in the coming months.
Scientists say the block could reach the Florida coastline by June. And a nonprofit in Fullerton has teed off on a fundraiser to help kids with disabilities by using therapy horses.
The golfing tournament will be open to the public, and all money raised will go to the ranch to help children with special needs like autism and Down syndrome. Executive Director for Terrace Dance, Matt Howell, says the hardest thing is keeping up with the cost of maintenance.
For us to be able to serve 90 children a week like we are right now, it costs about $550,000 a year to run this program.
Howell says funding comes from donors in the community. To join the tournament on May 1st or donate, you can visit terracedance.org. In Fullerton, Chris Asper, KFI News.
We'll get a look at your drive on the 405 in just a moment.
Someone blew out a toilet on this floor not that long ago, last month, and the bathroom was shut down for a week, and it was fixed up. But imagine if that happened on your home. Yeah? You open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company, find out your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so low you will not be able to repair the damage. This is the time to call Asner Dad. Asner Dad will out-a-hole the insurance company. He is a public insurance adjuster. He's on your side. You can try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, but you might as well just beat your head against the wall for a solid day and a half. Asner Dad will fight on your behalf to make sure you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got their number. They've got the experience, the industry know-how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Asner Dad and his team. Give Asner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AsnerDad.com. That's AZNERGAT, AsnerDad.com, or call the website. Is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 688, S&P is down 76, NASDAQ down 166, and the average price of the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.91. Don't wait. Next month, 1972, still got weather from KFI, still gray and rainy
rain will taper off as the day goes on. Looks like then by tomorrow it should be mostly cloudy, and then Friday we get another slight chance of showers. But it's 57 in Fullerton, 56 in Glendale, and in Santa Monica. Just take a look at your drive with DJFI in the sky. Find out why it's slow on the 405.
On the 10th this morning, instructed all the way to at least a 90 northbound side of 405. Not looking any better for the drive. I'm along these days. You come away from Orange, and that movement is happy with going for a drive to make way back. But sorry, for Sunset, further northbound on the 405, it was a pothole repairs underway. Around Getty Center, looks like that's been dealt with. So better news for you there. Westbound side of the 10, Santa Monica Freeway, and off the 60. So going for your drive as you make way through downtown, and you'll see as well as the on the 405. Into Santa Monica for the coast, eastbound side of the 10. So going approaching the 405, a bit of relief and then simply from Crenshaw Boulevard, and then getting into downtown LA and back all the way through it. You can make right back towards the 16th. I got nothing from this point. I'm kind of positioning myself on keyboard. Say if I traffic South LA 110 North, still going from Manchester, passing the 10 to the 101, southbound side of the 101, or rather southbound side of the 110, passing the 101 from as far back as almost Academy Road or Solano, still going through drive towards the 10. So if I'm the south, gets there faster, I'm in Polio team, it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen social security numbers? Oh, no. Oh, no. You said stolen. So I thought by an ordinance it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work with it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off the first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. And this week's marketer support. The Christian Australia letter. Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with IMAR has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Laser International, visit superwomansupermodel.com.
More stimulating thoughts.
Ugly day on Wall Street, with the Dow dropping more than 650 points at times today, while the other major averages said at least 1%. Investors worrying about the strength of the banking sector, all eyes on Swiss Bank Credit Suisse. It's been looked at as perhaps the third bank to fall, as we predicted. Jason Middleton, our business expert, predicted that's going to happen.
We are now in a race against time to find the MC-9 drone that was down by a Russian with a Black Sea yesterday. The Reaper drone crashed after it was intercepted by a couple of Russian fighter jets yesterday, including what the Pentagon has said was one of those planes running into the propeller. U.S. officials have said it was a deliberate act to take that thing out of the sky. Moscow also says it's going to work to try to get the wreckage, and said earlier that it will consider any action with U.S. weaponry as openly hostile. CNN was reporting a short time ago that U.S. officials said that the information on that drone was bricked before it crashed. They completely erased it, so whatever it had received was not going to be retrievable from the actual plane itself.
Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, we will talk what to watch on Wednesday. What you watch, man? I've watched a couple good movies recently. We've got a new Bachelorette to tell you about. And we also have a trio of trailers up on the website, KFIAM40.com. Check it out. It's a very intense showcase.
Also, it's 4 o'clock today. Everybody's best friend, Adam Corliss, will be on with TRUMAN Jr. We reignite that.
Well, if you drove anywhere today or yesterday, you probably saw an increase in uptick in the number of potholes. And these are not just your everyday potholes. These are potholes that have been patched up repeatedly as we've had a wetter than wet season. and they're getting massive. As I said, you can move into some of these things. As many as 30 vehicles were disabled with flat tires and other damage after driving on 71 this morning in Pomona. The incident forced the closure of all northbound lanes on the freeway.
I ran into something similar to this coming into work today, where there were 6 or 8 cars all off to the side, all of their hazards on, and it looked like they had flat tires with the THC at the one end and a tow truck at the other of this line. I mean, it's unbelievable how bad the condition of our roads are, and you don't know it until you go somewhere else, like in Scottsdale over the weekend.
Such because you can kind of avoid them, like when I drive in the next corner, like you get the obstacle course. But it's at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's hard to avoid these things and you can't see them.
We saw, I mentioned this earlier, most of the rain has made its way out of Southern California. There's still some areas like Palm Springs and way out to 10 where they're going to continue to see a little bit of rain this morning, but for the most part, things have moved on. We saw the biggest issue in the state up in northern and central California. The levees are being repaired as much as possible under cloudy skies today, but we should see for the next couple of days sunny skies, so that the crews that are up there trying to rescue, for example, people along the Sahara River, to actually allow them to get some work done positively. A Power Outage U.S. says that we're at about 180,000 people in the state without power, down from a high of about 330,000 overnight. Now, in the Bay Area, up there, the storm was causing some urban flooding, road closures, down trees, winds specifically were the biggest issue. Because of the winds, 40% of the flights out of SFO experienced delays yesterday. San Francisco was awful in terms of delays. Anyway,
It's awful. I think it's worse than LAX. I mean, LAX is a headache and a traffic nightmare, but SFO, you don't know if you're going to get out.
yeah.
The fog usually, and it's just a massive headache, always flying into Oakland.
That's my longest sit on the tarmac story out here.
That's terrible. Also, Santa Rosa has a good story. No flying there.
No.
You can get Alaska flight. I believe it's Alaska from Burbank to Santa Rosa.
It is great.
Yeah, I've done it once. It's nice because they also decorate the airport in Tuesdays.
My favorite.
Right? I love it. I mean, I think that I almost had death experiences or near-death experiences at that ice skating rink just because I liked all the sneaky decorations up there in Santa Rosa. I thought it was terrible at ice skating.
You love it.
Can keep upright.
In Monterey County, I mentioned the Sahara River, about 10,000 people under evacuation warnings and orders because of the Salinas River. The county official said that there would be more flooding, could lead to significant crop losses in those areas. And many inches of rain was expected to fall, but for the most part, they said that the rain moved through quickly. And that meant that the rainfall totals were lower than they were on the lower end of what they were expecting. So all of that is good news. Farther down south, though, residents in parts of Ventura County being asked to prepare. We're expecting rare high risk of flooding in some areas. And they said that they only get to it about 4% of the year. It covers Ventura County north to Santa Barbara County and north all the way up to Big Sur. About 40% of all flood-related deaths and 80% of all flood-related damage happened during what they call the high-risk cases.
Again, it looks like for LA County, the flood watch will expire in less than an hour at 11 a.m., and the flood watch for Orange County remains in effect until 2.
A couple of quick updates, by the way. We were talking about the people who wanted to sit on a plane. She wanted to give up her first-class seat to go sit with her husband. Nigeria will tell you that Southwest policy does not allow stable seats, so your wife can try that.
We do it all the time. We do it all the time. I'm always in the A group, she's always in the B group, and
have you ever had anybody count that? I mean, I guess if it was that important, I don't think it's going to be an issue, but still.
That's right, Shannon. Stand your ground. Don't give up that first class seat. People are so tough-headed that they think they could put themselves above others when they're really just as equal as you are. They don't give up a dime There's a lot going on there.
My husband and I intentionally booked separate seats. One of us will be in the front of the plane. He prefers an aisle. I could be in the back or anywhere else. I prefer a window. It's much better if we can not sit together.
I love the honesty.
How do you feel?
But I think okay. All right. The VA has decided to file charges against an elderly care facility.
Good Lord, he won't file charges against people who kill other people, but he's going after COVID violations? Okay.
Jerry Sanders will continue. Jennifer Hills Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Senate's top Democrats calling on federal regulators to expand their investigation into Norfolk Southern to include other major railroads. Ryan Reynolds' Mint Mobile is being acquired by T-Mobile for over $1 billion. And the French Bulldog is the new top dog in America. Literally, the American Kennel Club says it ended the Labrador Retriever's 31-year stay at the top. Let's get a look at your drive with VKFI in the sky and the cast.
Going to be in that period to make way west on along the 10 at Houston. The offense is plugged out right now, so that's why I'm coordinating. Definitely still going drive for you. And the great west on along the 10 from well before the 7 back as far back there. About 10 feet Avenue to come out of the Almonte area. Even before that, actually, through drive. Leaving Golden Park from Pacific. 60 westbound as your alternate is 10 left. Going to be still going drive out of the Chino area from before the 71. You'll see those passage continuing toward downtown LA and the 10 stays on the freeway. Find the setup to the faster. I'm calling your please.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend a day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today. Visit CatalinaIsland.com.
You know that gold is the only currency that tells its value since the dawn of life. Now, actually, I did. Thanks to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name in gold investment. Investing in gold protects you from inflation and gets your ahead against stock market volatility. You know, right now, the economy, man, chaotic. Thanks to the recession. That's why it's more important than ever to have a diversified portfolio. That is true. And for those starting out or worried about retirement, it's not something you can navigate alone. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers safety advice based on your personal financial situation. Don't leave your retirement to death. Protect your finances, your family, your future. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or download your free investment guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be a lot of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year? I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need Chevy, or whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital might have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. No one has the same taste as you. I'm right from music you love to the podcast. Download without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. A lot of this is out of our control, and we really want to stop it. I got worried that the warming temperatures are going to melt the snow too quickly, that it's going to flood. You got to worry that the Colorado River is too low. Driving down, they got a pipeline hit the snow melt and directed into the Colorado River.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming on in the next hour, Justin Wortham, host of the Dad Podcast, will join us. We'll be talking about babies learning from TV shows. And should parents and teachers be allowed to physically discipline? I don't know why it would be up for discussion when it comes to teachers. I mean, I'm all for teachers disciplining, but if a teacher lays their hand on my kid, that would be a problem. Only I get to beat my kid.
That's exactly what you mean, but it's exactly what you mean. So I get that.
The new head of Silicon Valley Bank says it is open for business as usual. This is after the FDIC took control of the bank last week following its collapse. NBC News reports the bank's new CEO held a meeting with employees today to assure them SVB was not closing its doors. So the company's making new loans, processing payments, and carrying out usual business activities.
Yeah, the idea that this was just a rich person thing that went up and then somehow the government's going to come in and make the rich people whole. We're talking about a lot of tech companies, big ones and small ones, who use that bank. And if they're not allowed, if they're not able to get their deposits made whole, then they can't make payroll. And you're talking about a lot of people that would have been affected by all of this. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has been negative all day, not unexpected considering the stress that's been put on some of these regional and even some of the major banks. But right now the Dow is down about 2%, about 550 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also lower, but we have to see a little bit of positive movement in the last hour.
There's a new top dog in America. It is the French Bulldog.
I want the whole list.
As according to the American Kennel Club, which says it ended the Labrador Retriever's 31-year stay at the top, the Lab is now the second most popular dog breed in the country. It is followed by the Golden Retriever, the German Shepherd, and the Poodle. Nowhere on the list is the Scottish.
No, don't say nowhere. It's not in the top 4. Don't say nowhere. Yesterday we told that students at Wellesley College voted in a non-binding election about whether or not to expand eligibility for admission to all non-binary and transgender applicants. They approved the referendum. But at this point, the spokesperson says there are no plans to change any of the admissions policies as a result of the election.
We talked about John McCain challenging George Gaston for LA County District Attorney. We had John on last week, which makes too much sense, doesn't it? And George Gaston makes no sense why he ever had that job. He's never tried to take. He was just fought his way into the office. And one of the first things that he did was he got rid of gun enhancement. Which means if you're going to use a gun in the commission of a crime, you get an extra 10 years usually tacked on because it's extra heinous. He also tried to crack down on guns in the early 90s, and particularly areas of color of Los Angeles County. And then you looked at the gun violence after that enhancement policy was put in. There was a huge drop-off there. George Gaston was at UCLA Law School last week, and one of the students asked him, hey, you are super in favor of new gun laws, but you're not enforcing the current gun laws that are on the books. What's up with that? Which is a great question. If you're pushing for more rules, why aren't you enforcing the rules that are already at your disposal, which he's not doing? And then putting people of color into greater jeopardy because you're not throwing the book at guys that are causing gun violence. And he said, well, it used to be used, first of all, he got the policy wrong. He said, no, we're making it a case-by-case basis when that is not what they're doing. It was a blanket policy, remember, when he came to office. And then he said, well, it was used, the gun enhancement, was used for people when they were, which flies in the face of the gun enhancement policy, which only comes into effect when you're using a gun in commission of a crime. It cannot be used for possession. Yeah. So he has not only has he never tried a case, he has no concept of the law. He doesn't know what the law is. He doesn't know the policy, his own policy for this law is. It's asinine.
This is part of the problem that he's surrounded himself in his specific office. And I don't mean the DA's office in general. I mean his office in particular. People who don't know the law.
Well, he surrounded himself with publicity and as a puppet, really. So that's a problem. And then this story comes out.
This is the story. A senior living facility in LA is now charged in connection with 14 deaths that happened during the height of the COVID pandemic. So Silverado Senior Living Management, three of its administrators of its residential care facility here in LA. This is what the senior quote really says. We believe the couple of the things of an employee. Okay, so
they admitted a patient from a unit in New York City, and they did not COVID test the patient, and about 100 people went on to test COVID. Why are we still doing COVID hunters? Who infected us?
Well, and we have to remember at the time, COVID testing in March of 2020 was almost a unicorn. I mean, that was the time when you could test for it, but you would have to go to a specific place, a Department of Health sanctioned place or doctor.
Right.
They would send it to the state. The state would come back. I mean, it was taking 48, 72 hours to get results for testing. March of 2020. This isn't April of 21 or even April of last year. I mean, this is in the midst of all. The other thing that they cannot do, and this is what I think is frustrating, why this state is not going to go anywhere, is the resident began displaying symptoms of COVID infection the next day, the day after they were admitted, and then ended up testing positive. Apparently later that night, they did not put that person into isolation to prevent the resident from infecting others. So they said they began a 45-day outbreak, 14 deaths, including one person who was only 32 years old. Now, before we go on, that is an important problem with the way the stories about COVID are written up. One person who was 32 years old. Why is a 32-year-old person living in Silverado Senior Living Management? The assumption is there are massive health issues that are already at play in that 32-year-old. Not saying that they deserve to die. They have every right to stay alive, and they have every right to live a life free from the threat of COVID. But the idea that you'd be able to pinpoint an outbreak on one specific patient is very, very belief in the law.
These faculty members face 13 felony charges for elder endangerment and 5 felony counts of violation causing death. You can shoot someone in South LA and get away with basically probation, but you can't take care of elderly people without facing 13 felonies, 18 felony counts, because you didn't COVID test them the day that they arrived for care. This seems a little bit crazy.
The Silverado Senior Vice President put out a statement and said the top priority is and always has been providing world-class care, respect, and dignity to people living with dementia and caring about our associates. We deny all charges. They are baseless. They are egregiously contradict the facts. We look forward to presenting our case during the legal process. So I think this is a huge threat, and I'm not sure of any other criminal criminal cases that have been filed against the president.
Why would you die on that hill? It's just crazy.
By the way, the 32-year-old was in fact a staff member named Brittany Rainer. So that 13 residents in 1 year.
All right, coming up next, as we speak, LA Unified is announcing where they are when it comes to progress on these contract talks. This could result in a massive strike, a 3-day strike, affecting it's for the children, isn't it? Of course it is. Very general continue better marks in the firefighters and roadside counties have rescued a person from a car caught in flooding in Rupa Valley. Into the water at East and 58th Street is moving fast, so a quick water rescue team is sent. More than 300,000 people across California have lost power as day 11's atmospheric river storm dropped more rain and snow. More than a dozen areas along the Salinas, Sacramento, and Merced rivers overflowed yesterday. The National Weather Service has at least 90 flood watches warnings and advisories on effect across the state. President Biden has visited Monterey Park to talk about a new executive order which he says will reduce gun violence.
The executive order also expands public awareness campaigns about the red flag order law. My son, before he died, Attorney General in Delaware, was a great proponent of it.
I spoke yesterday at a Boys and Girls Club and then met with families of those who lost someone in that dance hall shooting back in January. Critics of the new order say there's no legislative fix that will stop gun violence. Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu said she is pleased with the president's new executive order, which includes a number of provisions.
We have a red flag law in California, which could have enabled people to take the guns away. I think people in the immigrant community do not know about it. So it has to be greater outreach. So that's what President Biden is doing with the executive order.
Monterey Park is in Chief District, and she is the former mayor of the city. The Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis is two people familiar with the situation, saying the investigations are in the preliminary stages. Sources tell ABC News the FBI's early focus is on Silicon Valley-based leadership and whether there's any evidence of possible insider trading. Jarvis says it's not clear whether any wrongdoing has been committed. One of the sources says the DOJ's investigation involves several prosecutors in California, along with prosecutors involved in fraud cases. And overcrowding is forcing an animal doctor in LA County to make some extreme decisions.
For Long Beach animal shelters resorting to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the cat rooms. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in from homeless encampments. There are currently 9 dogs at the Long Beach shelter said to be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones, KFI News.
Southland is decreasing today, mostly cloudy, windy in some places, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in Inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 in Seal Beach and it's 60 in Ladera Ranch. We have flooding on the 14 in Santa Clarita.
As we're going northbound Florida, the Newhall Avenue area looks like it is lanes that are flooded out. And definitely busy for you on 14 northbound coming away from the fire. And the southbound side of the 14, also busy for Newhall Avenue back towards the fire. North and southbound around the 14, also still going for you in both directions. Down that 6 from slowing you downtown, you're picking yourself on keywords, say like traffic as you make way through the Cerritos area, heading into Buena Park. 91 eastbound are right around Knott. It's some pieces of metal in the right lane. Car service to avoid that. You're seeing a busy drive on eastbound 91 coming away from as far back as Norwalk Boulevard. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Collier, Steve. Hey, all, it's Steve Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. Reset your rent. That Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Big savings on your dream bed. AC Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Yeah. Visit UKFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey within through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Won't it my knowledge.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. RealEaseCTL.com will keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the offer with the experience to win. Choose Sylvia Myers.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
And I say it to
The news, what it means, why it matters.
I have breaking news. Why are you smiling? You do? What is it? Yeah, it's like you know. You saw the breaking news glint in my eye, and it said to Eric Garcetti, the Senate has voted 52-42 to advance the nomination of Eric Garcetti to be U.S. Ambassador to India. This is a key text vote set up a final confirmation later today. Several Democrats voted against the nomination, but enough Republicans said, sure, pass him on by.
Which is funny because the arguments I've seen in favor of voting to put Eric Garcetti in that ambassador's chair is not because Eric Garcetti is a great guy or because he comes with a clean past, which he doesn't. It's that our relationship with India is too important for us to continue to not have an ambassador to the country. And that we're working on 2 years now without somebody in that chair, without an actual ambassador. So later today they'll do another vote. It sounds like because we passed this one, it's very likely that we would also pass the next one.
Marco Rubio said, I just don't think he's qualified, especially with all the questions that are still circling around his previous tenure. Of course, referring to his time as mayor, the reason that this was maybe not going to happen is because his former aide, Rick Jacobs, was getting handsy with people all over City Hall. And
there was a story that we spent a lot of time on earlier.
Is it about the zebra?
No, it's about the American Kennel Club.
Oh, okay.
And because I found the list, you only wanted to go through the top 5, apparently. French Bulldog, Lab Retriever, Golden Retriever, German Shepherd, Poodle. Well, right there between the old German wire-haired Pointer and the Bull Mastiff is my favorite little Scottish Terrier, in at a hot number 50. The 60th most popular breed of dog in the United States. But at least it's not down at the bottom. Some of these I've never heard of. Norwegian Moonshund?
Doesn't Mo have Scottish Terriers too?
No.
They look like Scottish Terriers. Why are you so weird?
I'm not. He is, no.
No, they do look similar.
If you cut them right, yes. I mean, if you cut that, if you what's the word? Groom them right, yes. They can have very similar beard and the things, and yeah.
Why are you so weird about your dog's breed? Why do you think a breed it?
You've met him.
Yeah.
So I think that it comes from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Other dogs don't know who they are. Like, they spend their entire lives just not knowing who they are. He is very firm in who he is. And he will judge you. He will judge you.
Los Angeles Public Schools would probably shut down in the event of a planned 3-day strike by unions representing 65,000 workers, including teachers and support staff, because a walkout would be too much to overcome. Student safety could not be ensured. Of course, this is the
Joe Cavallo sent out an email to families and said, we would simply have no way of ensuring a safe and secure environment where teaching can take place. We'll give you as much advance notice as possible, but we encourage you to begin discussions with your employer, with your child care providers, and others now. In a separate email to the employees of the district, he said you need to prepare for out-of-school support and learning that would be made. We're making every effort to provide students with resources for learning, social, emotional well-being, and nourishment in the event of a strike. There's a couple things that are worth it not. And what better way to make sure that the kids are taken care of than force them out of school for 3 complete days, where the parents now run the risk of potentially sidelining their kids because they got to go to work. I've never in my life, in 30 years of covering stories about teacher strikes and potential teacher strikes or school worker strikes or bus driver strikes or something like that. I've never understood the absolute BS crock-a-poo line that was, it's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's not for the kids. If it's for the kids, you would never leave the negotiating table. Ever. And that's apparently what they've done. UCLA is also involved in these contract talks. They've advised their members that they should walk out in solidarity with Local 99 of the SEIU to ratchet that pressure on the district. The SEIU, the actual union that would potentially walk out, Local 99 represents about 30,000 workers, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria, food service workers, campus security aides, teaching assistants, and aides for students with disabilities.
Let's not forget where we are. We are coming off a unprecedented loss of learning from the pandemic. And they're going to shut down the schools. We're also nearing end-of-year tests for these kids as well, when you got to get them ready for that.
When you think about that alone, as much as we criticized LA Unified, they didn't stop teaching. There were times when it was difficult, and there were times, especially when they closed schools immediately, that they were going to have a hard time getting everybody the access that they would need for instruction. But they didn't actually stop teaching. The people who work for UCLA, the actual teachers themselves, not the union leadership, they need to be the ones that tell the union leaders, we've got to be there. We can still stand in solidarity with the 30,000 brothers and sisters who are represented by Local 99, but that they need to be there for the kids. Because you know why? That would be for the kids. That would be the only way to prove that.
All right, coming up next, speaking of the kids are able.
I saw this story. We are doing an awful job of raising our children.
I thought that this was not what was going on. I thought kids in high school were much gentler with each other now than we were.
Well, there is an example of something that happened up in the Santa Clarita Valley that may be an illustration of this.
Okay.
So we'll talk about this new study that discusses high school students going after each other. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former Mayor Garcetti is another step closer to becoming ambassador to India. The Senate has voted 52-42 on the procedural measure. A vote on final approval is expected later today. The storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City, another fell in Truman Oaks. And the Environmental Protection Agency has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals are linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, highs 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by thelinester.com. We've got problems continuing on that 71 in Pomona.
Stuff on Simon Field, pothole repairs underway for the drive right around Holes of Allen Boulevard. The left lane is shut down. That's right in the big drive as you come right from the 10. And on the northbound side of the 71, it's still all lanes that are off limits from Holes of Allen Boulevard to make way for the 10. So plans for the 57 north as the alternate to the 71 northbound. Seeing delays on the 71 northbound as you make way toward from as far back as the 60. Also, the issues continue for you, pothole-related in Arcadia on the westbound side of 210 and Baldwin Avenue. Right lane is taken away, about 12 vehicles off on the right shoulder with flat tires, and you're seeing a slow-going drive 210 westbound as you come away from Mountain. KFI in the Strang Up to the faster. I'm calling your team.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374. Hi, I'm Kyle at Leinster.com. Want to save big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Leinster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at blindster.com. News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his CPAP. His wife Michelle is trying to save the raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the count. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no host. Guys, learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Sharp. It's 2023, time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I've trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Everyone knows that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? This is Lilo Smith, founder of Service Cafe Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and that's especially true when it comes to your air conditioning system. Precision cleanup and professional cleaning costs a little bit up front, to $80. But will get much bigger, more expensive problems later. All the time, for people who don't get enough in it. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, your system's good on just 6 or 7 years. Don't risk it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Also, extension for $88 cleanup today to keep your system clean, energy efficient, and in great working order. Call those extensions right now. Schedule $88 precision cleanup. Another 833-777-7777 or online. Champions.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From live and press
Live the latest here at Union Station.
live here with Unity.
Seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. JCLA 5 News, join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why JCLA is LA's very own.
After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Good Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Good Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Good Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Extreme Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. iHeartRadio icon. Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. YouTube The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of YouTube classics on Songs of Surrender. I followed what's on the book. There was 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 YouTube songs that we can reenact. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. See, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Dogs look at their think about, am I going to go to that person? All I have to do is open the door, and they are like the waves. They don't care about how bad my day was. They're there to love me. Look, Kelly, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have our eyes on Wall Street today, which is deep in the red. The Dow dropped by more than 650 points at times today. Other major averages sharply lower as well. Investigators worried about the banking sector. It looks like the Swiss Bank Credit Suisse may be the third bank to collapse in less than a week.
hearing in a lawsuit in Texas today that's being watched, trying to overturn federal approval of methotrexate, the abortion pill. This is going to be the first opportunity to hear arguments of the anti-abortion groups that filed this lawsuit and of the fighting to keep the abortion pill legal. This lawsuit is trying to end more than 20 years of legal use of medications for abortion. It have widespread implications in states where abortion is legal, like California, not just where it's illegal.
The drone that went down over the Black Sea after it was intercepted by 2 Russian jets may never be recovered. That's according to John Kirby, told CNN the drone fell into very deep water. Officials are assessing whether recovery is possible. We will have all the latest coming up after Deborah's news at the top of the hour when we do Swamp Walk.
Also, the developing story from just a short time ago, the U.S. Senate voted 52 to 42 to advance former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Still have to do a whole nother vote later on today.
The more I read the story, the sadder I got. It appears that the messy political climate that we're in at each other's throats over politics in this country is now soaking into the youth.
Yeah, and they say this study came out of UCLA and UC Riverside and suggested that students at high schools around the state are increasingly willing to criticize each other about political views, about race, and about sexuality. And the advancements that I think that have been made in terms of fair, equitable treatment of people starts when you're younger, right? I mean, it starts with the integration of little I integration, the integration of neighborhoods, the integration of schools. Schools are so much more racially and ethnically diverse now than when you and I went to school, or specifically where we went to school. How's that? So to see this is very frustrating. They said that there are possible causes to all of this. One of them, the tone of political advertising when it comes to congressional districts, which high school kids do not listen to. But they said that the rise of angry talk on campus when parents are increasingly willing to yell at school board members, teachers, and others when they attend school board meetings.
They say these public school board meetings have become de facto political rallies, with people going after the mask mandate, talking about racism, LGBTQ issues, that the rhetoric has been turned up, the heat has been turned up, and it's trickling down to school campuses. In fact, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, ordered the FBI to investigate a rise in violent speech and threats at public school board meetings. Last year, an investigation by Reuters found evidence of at least 220 threats of violence or other intimidation involving school boards around the country.
This report is called Educating for a Diverse Democracy. Says 7 in 10, 71% of school principals throughout California said demeaning or hateful remarks among students increased.
They say Rosal, TV, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Temecula have seen behavior. The hell's wrong with people?
Well, I'm school board meetings have always been a high pressure.
Yeah.
You're talking about your children,
Right.
And in the event that you feel that someone is imposing something on your kid that's not true to the edict of education, you're going to be pissed off.
You can be firm, though, without losing your edge.
Well, and you don't have to. You just don't have to bring race or gender or sexuality or politics into it.
But they are putting that into the schools. That's part of it.
That is also very true. Now, part of what I was saying about what happened, our video posted to social media up in Santa Clarita showed a couple of girls driving around in a school parking lot singing the lyrics to the song "Hate" by Steel 4MB featuring Z. You know that song, right?
I do not.
Well, I played it for you a little bit ago, and I had to make sure that it wasn't on the air because we would have been in pantloads of trouble had it been. It's just a woman saying she hates the N-word over and over again, talking about Jews, I assume, and then calls them bees. Now, the two apparently non-black teenage girls who were driving around screaming the song at the top of their lungs prompted a News conference from the NAACP of Santa Clarita said today we stand united in condemning the recent offensive, divisive, racist actions of local high school students and the board member and call for immediate action. Combating racism on social media is our latest challenge. So, they held their news conference last night to talk about this. I agree. If I caught my kid doing something like this or posting something like this, as stupid as this on social media, my head would blow up.
Well, it's not just them posting it or singing it. It's why do you want to sing it? What goes beyond it? What's the genesis of wanting to sing that song?
But what if you're just singing a song? And this is the other part about it that we can't discount. The word is everywhere.
I hate the N-word. That's the problem. What if there's two boys driving around singing, I love to rape girls. Raping girls. Let's rape girls. I love to rape girls. I'm going to rape girls all the time. That would be hate speech.
But why is it not hate speech from Cahill 4MB?
He doesn't say I hate. Keith. Well, that's a whole, I think it is hate speech for her to say that. You can put the N-word in a song without having, without attaching hate to it.
Right. Even if he literally says, I hate them.
That's not what I'm talking about. That song is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you just said, where that word is ubiquitous and you.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's completely different.
Yeah. Used in different ways. Listen, you and I are not the ones to ask about the use of it and when it's appropriate and when it is.
Totally.
But if you're gonna be upset, we need to make sure that we spread that upset around. We can't pick and choose about.
For artists to be more cognizant of what they're doing when they create those types of lyrics, and who those lyrics would fall into the hands of.
Let's condemn the word. Let's condemn the word in general as part of masterpiece. I mean, I'm gonna say that they're probably just a couple of boneheaded, stupid kids who have no idea or don't understand what goes into it, and rolling around in your own little parking lot at Valencia High School is not the way to make it.
Oh, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
That's why I'm not heading.
All right, coming up next, we will get into all news Washington comes to get to today when it comes to the drone, when it comes to Eric Garcetti getting big in India, and Biden in Vegas. That seems like a mismatch.
Eric Garcetti, sorry, not sorry.
That goes back to my non-joke yesterday.
Yeah, nailed it. Very good, and we'll continue after this. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Arrested on Governor Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested the driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in Santee Road.
The woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood boil. The fact that she decided to just stop, stare at him, and then drive around him, that was probably the most frustrating part within the whole thing. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. In LA, like trolling, hey, if I need
more rain in Pittsburgh now following the stage 11th atmospheric river this winter season. ABC's Andrew Gimbert, nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
The mountain towns could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfalls yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties. One of them is Orange County, where supervisors yesterday also declared a state of emergency. Newsom's action adds to the 40 counties the governor had already proclaimed a state of emergency since the start of the winter storms in late February. Last week, Newsom got a presidential emergency declaration. Orange County Supervisor Katina Foley says some homes are in danger sliding down a hillside in Newport Beach. She says one has a family that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red tagged. Foley says if the 3 homes fall, a cascading effect could happen to 50 other homes on the bluff
and they must be prepared in case that happens. Former LA Mayor Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India has cleared a procedural measure on the Senate floor. The Senate voted 52 to 42 on the measure, and a final vote for approval is expected later today. Before the vote, several senators questioned whether Garcetti knew or should have known about a former aide's alleged sexual harassment. Garcetti had previously said if he had known about the harassment, he would have done something. President Biden nominated Garcetti to be ambassador to India in 2021. A post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice.
To make sure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim says while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal Richard Tunney and Sergeant Major Robert Carter.
Tunney was a recent Esperanza High School grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana PD like his dad. Carter was an LAPD SWAT team leader and the first LAPD officer killed in combat since 9/11. Both decorated vets were killed in 2010 when their vehicle hit a bomb in Afghanistan. The official renaming is Friday. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Carson, KFI News. First it was the crypto bank, so it was the Silicon Valley Bank, and a couple of other regionals. Now it's international.
Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street. KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton, Credit Suisse is one major contributor and depositor to Saudi Empire, has decided not to inject any more money into the bank.
So it's going to bring down the global markets and the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond.
The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized things. Kobe Bryant's handprints and footprints will be unveiled at the CCL Chinese Theater this hour, 12 years after the Lakers star became the first athlete to have his hands and feet imprinted in cement. The imprints have been kept in storage since 2011. LA Lakers Governor Gene Bush and former Lakers coach Byron Scott are set to speak at the ceremony. We're going to go to the 71 next.
Are you tired of living with that pain? I mean, what if you didn't have to? What if there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that does not require drugs or surgery or downtime?
We're talking about QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics has lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and then put them into those achy joints. The goal? Restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but it is now available to anyone.
Imagine that, being pain-free by the summer. You live life the way you used to, walking and running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 525. S&P 500 is down 58, NASDAQ down 95, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Looking at highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope, 60s in Inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 60 in Orange, 62 Buena Park, it's 58 in the Florida Hills, and the same in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 71 in Pomona.
On that 71 northbound right at Rio Rancho Road involving semi, and it looks like they're getting that over the right shoulder, but that's right where we've got some road work going on. The 71 southbound right after Holt Avenue, all lanes are shut down as we try to fix some potholes, and the northbound side closed there as well. It is going to be stacked up from the 60. Also on the 60 eastbound, right past the 71, they were holding all lanes, fixing potholes. We've got a backup on the 60 eastbound from before the 57. Your 57 northbound, you're going to see some delays from Diamond Bar Boulevard. Arcadia, more potholes. 210 westbound. Red Baldwin Avenue, they're holding lanes, trying to fix the big one in the right lane. Fontana, Denton Stone, between Etiwanda Avenue to Cherry Avenue, the right lane closed. Huntington Beach, PCH, the Huntington Beach for most of each northbound and southbound, between 2 Point Street and Warner Avenue. It is closed due to flooding. And in San Clemente on the 5, southbound Avenue of Chico, got a crash and the center lane is blocked, so hit the brakes from Avenue to Vista Hermosa. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I'll second guess dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have EPI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening or painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always refuse. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. REONinfo.com.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermites.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The last few places getting some showers today. Out the 210 towards the San Bernardino Riverside and headed out towards Palm Springs, like see some up the mountain over to your north. But for the most part, the rain has moved through most of California. It's seeing dry conditions today, which is good news considering that 11th atmospheric river that rolled through was pretty amazing compared to it had been. We're talking very high winds up to the San Francisco, San Jose area. We saw flooding continue in Monterey County and incredibly high rainfall total in Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara County. But again, for the most part, it looks like it's going to be dry now to the weekend.
11 o'clock, we like to talk Washington.
Wow.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. They just like a reality TV show. Current Pop was a bad too. Always a pleasure. Anywhere in Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
All too clearly built on swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of Milwaukee. Like the greatest swamp. I said, oh, that's so. Okay, yeah, there's you know the thing.
Ron DeSantis decided to weigh in on Ukraine with Tucker Carlson on Fox News, and the responses continue to roll in from both Republicans and Democrats, many of them critical over his decision to call Russia's invasion a territorial dispute and not among the U.S.'s vital national interests. That latter point probably is seizing on recent polling that shows close to 60% of people think we're doing too much in Ukraine. Marco Rubio went on a radio show and said, well, I don't know what he's trying to do or what the goal is. Obviously, he doesn't deal with foreign policy every day as governor of Florida. The former President Trump labeled it a flip-flop designed to imitate his own stance. Trump, of course, has contended that Vladimir Putin would never have invaded Ukraine if he were still president. He said that DeSantis is just following his lead and zinned him by saying, whatever I want, he wants.
It is interesting because when I saw the original quote from Ron DeSantis, it seemed very well put together. It was not an off the top of his head kind of an answer. And there's a possibility that it's not even Ron DeSantis' answer because he came from a questionnaire from Fox News. So my assumption being it is sort of a boilerplate issues questionnaire that goes out to different candidates or potential candidates. And like you said,
quote, while the U.S. has many vital national interests, becoming further entangled in a territorial dispute between Ukraine and Russia is not one of them. The other thing that doesn't allow him to do is expand on that. If he's stuck with that sentence or a couple of sentences, whoever it is that's asking the question usually would say, oh, so are you saying that when you're president you would cut off all support, or you would reduce support, or what would your position be if President Zelensky called you and you're sitting in the Oval Office and says you need $10 billion? There's no give and take in that kind of a conversation.
You previously called out what you're talking about, the Biden's blank check policy on Ukraine, and disagreeing with that. Democrats, like Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, also went as far on Twitter as saying being Putin's bitch should disqualify anyone from becoming president of the United States.
Okay, that makes sense. Now the thing is, he's gonna have to massage perhaps this policy when he gets into Washington, D.C. One of the criticisms that Donald Trump people are planning when he does announce is that Ron DeSantis is just the same old Republican in name only kind of guy, the establishment Republican who wants to hold on to power more than he does want to instill conservative ideas. Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, said that Ron DeSantis' comments display a misunderstanding of the situation, because this is not a territorial conflict, it's a war of aggression. To say it doesn't matter is to say war crimes don't matter. Former Vice President Mike Pence has also said that the United States needs to increase its support of Ukraine, because while there is no immediate territorial problem that puts us at risk, it is clearly a risk to NATO and the rest of Europe, which we hold very dear, as we should, because of our long-time alliances with them. So, speaking of Lindsey Graham was saying that we are in a position, in the context of this drone that had to be put down into the Black Sea after collision with Russian fighter aircraft. Lindsey Graham has come out and been pretty hawky when it comes to making sure that we slap Russia's hand for this transgression.
You can hold them accountable and say that if we ever get near another U.S. flying in international waters, your airplane would be shot down. What would Ronald Reagan do right now? He would shoot Russian planes down if they were threatening our assets. American foreign policy is in free fall. I can't add much to what he said. All I can tell you is that on multiple fronts, we're in a dangerous situation. Weakness breeds provocation. The gobbling of the United States, shooting down. He needs to up his game quickly.
Now, the Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that the United States will not stop the surveillance flights in the national airspace after that collision.
This is the first cabinet member in the administration to directly address the incident, saying that we will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows.
They have set up for a briefing, by the way, at the Pentagon, so we'll keep an ear on that also. This is going to be the main topic we assume, so we'll keep an ear on that. Coming back, Eric Garcetti news out of D.C. and some more on Silicon Valley Bank and what Congress can do, if anything, to make sure that all of the banks stay afloat.
And the electric boogaloo.
Electric boogaloo.
Boogaloo?
Boogaloo?
Boogaloo.
Boogaloo.
Boogaloo. Boogaloo.
Gary Tanner will be saying I think I better turn our mics off a minute ago. Deborah Market live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties. One of them is Orange County. 6 bodies in the actual names of 154 other people have been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area. The business had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York, say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest of a man accused of threatening to carry out the shooting at a top supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We're heading over to the 210 next. If you're ever injured in an accident, maybe it's a boogaloo.
Or a motorcycle.
Or a car, or a truck.
Or a boogaloo bike. Call a friend who's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
We're talking about Steve James accident attorneys. Sweet James has now settled $188 million just this past year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need.
Yeah, they fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Yeah, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident.
Ow, that's a boogaloo.
You may not be able to use your car, and the injury may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activity.
If it happens to you, to call Sweet James, speak to someone who cares. You've got nothing to lose.
Get the compassion you need, get help with medical treatment, and the money and the justice you deserve.
Those who get hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, or one of the best attorneys in America.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Altadena.
From the 210 westbound right to Royal Boulevard, it is in the center divider area, a little bit slow in there. NL5 in the midway through Santa Fe Springs, but still 5 northbound, you're on and off the brakes. From the 5 all the way up to the 10 southbound, it's going to be slow from the 60 to the 5. And in Linwood, 710 north of Firestone, got a sold-off vehicle in the center divider area. Looks like the tow truck's on the scene trying to take that away. You're still going to see some delay from the 105. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This is that food. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Wendy's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Pair any two for just $0 and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy.
Weinster.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. DOE2CL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781. Hey, it seems Sean, clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get copies of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Metro was telling all of its drivers from the buses, in the face of conflict, try to scale down the tension. Can you imagine that? You're just a bus operator, supposed to vapor and be blacked out on meth. Gone and dead. That's what a policeman is for. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin from downing of the American drone over the Black Sea, said that he did talk with his Russian counterpart.
I just got off the phone with my Russian counterpart, Minister Shoigu. As I said repeatedly, it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication. The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. And it is incumbent upon Russia to operate its military aircraft in a safe and professional manner.
He went on to talk about the working group that he's been involved with, updating everything in terms of our support of Ukraine, and says that Russia is running out of capability and it's running out of friends.
I just did a deep dive on Boogaloo and the origins of Boogaloo. Boogaloo didn't always mean the pro-gun, anti-government, let's have another civil war group. Boogaloo originally referred to a rock and roll dance and music style, especially popular among Latin American youth in New York City in the 60s. And then it was adopted for a style of street dance that inspired the electric boogaloo in the 1970s, which is popularly associated with break dancing. Electric boogaloo dancing was featured in the 1984 film Breakin' Electric Boogaloo. And then the sequel, the widely mocked sequel of the same year, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. By the 2000s, jokes about Breakin' 2 extended boogaloo as a slang term for any nonsensical, unnecessary, or strange sequel, literal or figurative. And so the boogaloo movement applied the word boogaloo for a sequel to the American Civil War.
Okay, so they got the joke, and they used that.
There you go.
Well, the reason you even thought about it is Enrico Wood. You seen anything Wood?
No.
That's because he's an aspiring porn star. His real name is Eric Bianchi. Is on the run currently from the FBI following a raid on his home. They were tipped off that the fugitive was sitting on an illegal cache of weapons originally stockpiled in anticipation of taking part in the violent uprisings after the 2020 election. Eric Wood hails from Tempe, Arizona, but he's been in the wind for weeks, according to this criminal complaint against him.
I think Boogaloo was last talked about on this show in maybe around March of 2020.
That's probably.
You know, when we were like, what's this Boogaloo? Who are these Boogaloo people?
Really aspiring porn star? Like, you're not good at it?
You want to bang around a lot of chicks?
Yeah.
And so you, I want to have sex for a living. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of men who are aspiring porn stars.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I got this memory, Instagram met this memory of KFI's breaking news alert. On this day in 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom called for the closure of all bars, pubs, wineries, and brew pubs. They were non-essential services. I saw that memory just brought me right back to when we were doing the show and that crossed the wire.
Somebody also, it's hard for me to remember. I had gone this deep into March without even thinking about it. It was 3 years ago that the world was collapsing in front of us. Somebody posted Rudy Gobert's news conference. Rudy Gobert was the first NBA player to test positive for COVID.
That's
After
right.
he gave a news conference,
He licked all the mic.
he put his hands all over the mic and all over the table and everything, and then walked out. And a couple days later, they were canceling games at halftime.
Yeah.
Because of the fear that was going to be a spread.
I just remember when we got the alert that March Madness was canceled, and I was like, oh,
That and the hospital shift that was going to show up.
yeah.
We don't need those. We're not a third world country.
Turns out we didn't need
Turns
that.
out we didn't need it. But Eric Garcetti got some good news from Washington, D.C. today.
The A's are 52, the A's are 42, the motion is agreed to.
Now, his motion was for him to become the next ambassador to the United Nations, although there's a final vote that comes in the Senate later today. Chuck Schumer wanted to have a couple things to say about all of this.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, today I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled recess.
Without objection.
My remarks are very simple. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador. The Foreign Relations Committee approved Garcetti's nomination last week with support from a couple of Republicans, Todd Young of Indiana, Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. None of the Democrats on the committee came out against him, but he did not get, as you could tell, the expected unanimous support from the caucus. That uncertainty means that the Republicans in the Senate have to, all right.
No fireworks from Simon Coast.
You could, oh, here comes the cleanup crew. Is that why you drink Diet Coke so you could blame it on Handle when something like this happens?
I was just impressed I turned my mic off in time.
You almost,
Well, it really was like a firework. I threw it out in the wastebasket, and all of a sudden it was like a fountain of Diet Coke.
empty it and take it down to the recycling?
What? No.
What an animal. Guess you just don't care about children or animals anymore, do you?
I guess not.
I guess not. I guess that's the way we're going to do it.
I don't know why you need women.
Because women don't recycle. That's why. We will talk in a few minutes. Justin Washington is going to join us. A couple things. Should parents and teachers be allowed to physically discipline their kids? And then are those kids shows for your kids, like the really baby ones, like
Oh, I can imagine here.
are they actually good? Can babies learn from them?
I did. Lots of women's friends.
Gary and Karen will continue in just a moment.
A senior care facility in LA, and 3 of its managers are facing criminal charges related to a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
The facility is accused of putting financial gain over the safety of its patients and staff members. The ACASO says in 2020, Silverado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York without testing them for COVID-19 nor having them quarantined.
The particular resident began displaying COVID-19 symptoms the morning after arrival and tested positive for the virus that evening.
More than 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak.
They are baseless and contradict the fact. Now, to switch banking giant credit,
Shares of that bank falling to a new record low this morning after its biggest backer, Saudi National Bank, said it would not provide any fresh funding for the embattled Swiss lender.
this caused an automatic pause in trading of credit suisse shares on the Swiss market and set shares of other banks in Europe tumbling, some by double digits. Credit Suisse chairman Axel Lehman said the bank already took some medicine to reduce risk. A federal judge in Texas is set to hear a lawsuit that seeks to overturn the FDA's approval of the pill used for abortion. Pro-life groups filed the lawsuit in November, questioning the safety and effectiveness of the drug.
Plaintiff lawyers claim the FDA exceeded its authority and are asking the judge to rule the drug enforcement agency to try and get it reapproved again. This could take years and it could affect 64 million women across the country.
ABC Myra Villarreal says the drug was originally approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago. The Guttmacher Institute says more than half of women who get abortions in the U.S. do so by that drug. And Bobby Caldwell, singer known for R&B hits What You Won't Do for Love and Open Your Eyes to Die, his wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he had been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He was 71. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some areas, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 60 in Cypress and 58 in Brea. We're going to a class on the 110 in Highland Park.
Township, we've got some more of it over on the right shoulder in Altadena, 210 West Center, Arroyo Boulevard. Not that like in the City Divider area, but right now all lanes are stopped. They're trying to hook it up and take it out of your way. It is backed up for a little bit to downtown LA on the 10 West Side of Alameda. Got a hit and run involving a semi reported on the shoulder, and also downtown LA on the 101 southbound at Los Angeles Street. Heads up, a large metal rod is lying across the middle lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
He's live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for Curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife, Michelle, is trying to save the reins. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Justin Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Justin's help, your
your power will keep running smoothly. Go to JessiePower.com. That's JUSIUPower.com.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop down or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Plan on having a drink or two? Take a minute and plan on having a designated sober driver. Text a friend. Use a ride-share service. Get a ride on the bus or train. Whatever you do, don't let drunk drive. And remember, driving under the influence of anything is illegal for your family and yourself. Choose a safer way to go. Go safely, California. From Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing on every street and city. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my part of business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI is in your ear. Get the word on your screen. Follow us now. And KFI AM 640.
What this place is, what you share for their benefit.
Whatever you can do. Gary and Karen, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, speaking at the Pentagon right now, has said that the United States will continue all of our surveillance flights after that an American reconnaissance drone was hit by Russian warplane down of the Black Sea. So he spoke with his counterpart in Russia and just said he needs to be transparent about all of it. And apparently the Russians weren't as transparent as he thought that they should be.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter here in California is taking parting shots at some places around here in Southern California. Water, mud, and rocks are reported on many roads, along with the potholes the size of sinkholes that have disabled numerous cars. Flooding has closed several miles of PCH through Huntington Beach. Monterey County authorities say the first phase of repairs on that 400-foot breach of a levee along the Pajaro River have been completed, crews working to raise that section to full height.
It's a pretty significant dip right at the beginning of trading today on Wall Street. The regional banks that we've seen that have been up and down the last couple of days have backed down for the most part. Credit Suisse is really the headline maker today because there's concerns about whether or not there are some significant cracks in its foundation. So the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 339 right now. It's about a full percent point. S&P 500 is down as well. But it looks like the NASDAQ actually might turn positive here in a few minutes.
Dustin Worsham, host of the Dad Podcast, joins us to talk about all things parenting.
Hi, hello. You feel like a parent sometimes when you come in here? To be honest, that's just I feel way wild when I come in here than I do a parent. I definitely come over here. This is a mental exercise in overcoming my imposter
like syndrome. I just don't want to screw up your show. I feel it mostly. I think we all kind of came in, and you were the one that came in as the cleanup crew when the Diet Coke exploded. Yeah. I just want to be provide value. It's just the paper towels after you clean up most of the mess. That's what I bring to the table. You're welcome.
We frown upon value on this.
My radio career. I was off brand. That was trying too hard. So I have some weird sense memories of when my kids were super young. One of them was the sound of a TV that my wife received or bought or something like that. It was like lullabies with the sound of a human heartbeat put underneath them. Oh, that's the, why does that sound like a horror soundtrack? And then, was it creepy or was it soothing for you? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It was kind of both. Okay.
It reminds me of Jeffrey Dahmer when you said, I want to hear your heartbeat, I want to eat it.
Okay, I never got hungry after this. That's what you said. But the other sound specifically is the sound of the Baby Einstein video. Oh. Those are pretty hot when my son says, that's prime time for you. And Shannon, to describe a Baby Einstein video, it's just like super brightly colored things and some really simple basic music, like some of them classical music, but it would be, for example, a small toy Ferris wheel that would just go in a circle, or a Jack in the Box that would be on the screen, and you see it, blink, and then deflect. So it's really bright, active things for baby children.
Get your brain activated.
Or teach you that the television is the place for mental stimulation. Yeah, I don't know. Well, KQED wrote an article. I thought it was interesting that this comes from KQED, like a PBS station. Yeah, because they just provide a lot of that program. That's their thing. And they have kind of shifted with Sprout being their like preschool kind of brand, and there is a lot more like that. When I was still doing stand-up, I would joke. My thing was people would ask all the time, like the TV host would ask the kid questions and they pretend like they responded, and that always drove me nuts. But what I'm talking about here today is that they did some research specifically about Baby Einstein to find out if it was effective. And what they basically found, what they did was they would show Baby Einstein videos to kids just watching them by themselves, and then they had a group where it would be a kid watching it with a parent, and then there would be a group where there was no video, and it was just the parents interacting with the kid. And the goal was that they were to learn these words that were covered by Baby Einstein. And what they found is that the only instance where the kids learned the words effectively was when they were just interacting with their parents. Whether they were sitting and watching the video with their parents or just watching it by themselves, they did not learn the words. Yeah. And so they have a thing, and this is one of the reasons why I want to talk to you guys about it today, because I really think it validates you guys kind of championing and pushing to get the kids back in school during the lockdown, is that I've never heard this, but it's a thing called video deficit. And what they found in this research is that really young children, 3 and younger, don't really learn anything from video interactions. It's slightly improved if there's an interactive element to it, but it's still not as effective. To the point where they use an example in this article that if you showed a 2-year-old a video of somebody hiding something in a room, they won't retain where that thing was hidden. But if they watch the person hide it in the room, they automatically know where it is. So they are able to tell the difference between video and real life. Whether they know it or not, they can intrinsically tell the difference. And they've even drilled down to the idea that that kids can interpret or intuit when there is even a 1-second delay via like a video chat or FaceTime or learning in a Zoom class. Like if there's that little bit of delay, it affects their ability to talk and to learn.
Who is Miss Rachel?
She's a YouTube host who has a husband who's an editor and so he's a producer, but the videos are teaching songs, and that's kind of what they're talking about. Is her show even effective? Her show is much more interactive than the Baby Einstein videos were. She asks questions and she's trying to engage the creators. So they say that helps. But I'm going to this person that they're interviewing her, but at the same time going, none of this works. Well, when you think about the ability of child, I always noticed that kids were very attuned to looking ways. So there were times when they wouldn't be able to pronounce a word for whatever reason, and I would say, watch my mouth. I'm taking her something.
You guys, look at my mouth.
Watch my mouth. Who's a loser?
This woman is really,
Oh, you watch the good.
really a problem. I mean, this is a grown-ass woman speaking like this.
This is a two-pack a day. It really His face right now really makes me want to create some kind of virtual reality scenario where you could just, for a month, raise a small child. You know what I mean? Like,
My small child would not be watching this.
Would it be like first take on ESPN every morning?
Holy hell.
Slow down.
Yeah.
And then probably, I don't know, old 49er guy like stuff with you. And honestly, take this probably more seriously than I should. Based on what we've learned from the research and study for this article is that is better. It is better, arguably, for you to watch something that you can relate to and talk to you about your kids. I'll tell you how a conversation, which is where they can learn to talk.
Well, you've always said this is baby talk, right? Like, talking down to babies, like, or kids.
Yeah. I tried not to do. I'm sure there were times when I did that, but I didn't. I never thought that was the way to do it. I have found I do it now, so there's this is way more fun. There's no hard in it. So I was like, what do you do? I'm going, who's going to get before you have so much food and I teach them. They're trying to girlfriend. It's great. You don't have to listen, a lot of the experts I was talking on the podcast to go back to the baby talk, they were very anti-baby talk because it teaches the kids the wrong consonant sounds and everything. Like, it's better to just have a conversation with them, you know? Like, it's just who you are. Quicker, I would do. So you look, like, to the point of what we're talking about here, too. If younger siblings talk sooner than their older ones because there's another person who's there talking at them constantly. It's funny because our daughter didn't. She would do that. Her brother was the only one who could understand her. That's great. She would do the thing when she was grown. It is. But we had no idea what we could talk when I walked. And he would walk over and he'd like put the bottle or whatever, like in front of her. She's like,
This is a quiet kid, too. And she was,
but now she's just wonderful.
That doesn't mean she wasn't the smartest back then, but that's why she was so quiet. She was absorbing everything, all the intelligence of it. Fun. No, not like Miss Roscoe.
Physical discipline when we come back. Carrie and what continues. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A woman accused of leaving her newborn baby in a trash can at a gas station in Fullerton has been charged with attempted murder, child abuse, and child endangerment. The baby was an hour old when it was found last week and taken to a hospital. Former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan has asked the federal judge to declare a mistrial in the public corruption case. The motion says Chan's lawyer is physically unable to participate in the defense for over several months for attorney sick and in the hospital for about 2 weeks. The trial has been on hold during that time. And former LA County Supervisor Gloria Molina is facing a criminal cancer. Posted on social media, she's been living with it for years and is very aggressive. She's treated as she is being treated rather at the city health campus that day hosts the County High 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Park Pest Control. We're going to 91 in Anaheim Hills. It's going to be the 91 westbound right away to and brand new accident between middle lanes out the line. It is going to be stopping go kind of away from before, I think right down around Green River Road. And then what's the connection? 91 westbound, trying to go south. Definitely clearing over to the right shoulder. Take up into our next time, it's down before the 57, got a stall in the middle lane. Downtown LA, and the 10 westbound before you get to 110. Got a crash in the middle lane, third, you're going to get the brakes from the 5. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Southern California Edison. Southern California Edison. If you're trimming trees and other vegetation, it's always good to keep yourself and tools at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at SBE.com. And motivational quotes we've collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as ICE shares this special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to ICE's Daily Game on the Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery Store After Commercial Real Estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRTradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRTradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRTradio.com. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No fencing ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termites. The clean, friendly way.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Marcia, you're on KFI.
Hey, ding dong. I'm in running spring.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow. You know what we're really in need of?
Yeah.
Food.
Well, I thought it was an emergency going on up there. It's probably just a big party.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you guys could breastfeed, would you have done it?
Absolutely.
What about you? No. You never done it.
You did a slow taste to her. Like, it's a slow flooding. I don't understand. Like how many years before you know me well enough?
But you don't even know me anymore.
Yeah,
I just do things like this just to upset you.
it barely
I know
shows.
the answer. I was just trying to upset you.
I would say it's 90% of your show. In my opinion. So which is it? Like,
You and your wife, you and your wife can both breastfeed. Yes, why not? And now you're just saying what you think you should say.
No, I feel like that. I think part of what you like, you wouldn't strap on a fake set of boobs. No, like, but if you, although biologically, yeah, it's supposed to be a better way. Yeah, for stay-at-home dads. I almost wanted to get one as a dad gift. She has the worst smile on her face right now because she's got an image. Yeah, she's got an image where just with his deckhand face, just completely unhappy with his lot in life at that moment. He's rethinking all of his choices, including marrying his beautiful bride, his choice to make people with her, like all of that is being second guessed in this hypothetical situation where Gary is wearing a fake with his young son.
Okay. What's up next? What are we talking about?
Discipline. So they are talking. This is coming because they're just kind of lobbing this out there, talking about why is it in the country of Canada it's still legal to spank your child. And then we go into cite all of the data that we all know that spanking your child doesn't really, it's not more effective than any other thing. And this to me there's a little bit of what I think is a gray area because I have a fear that when they do these surveys on spanking that there's some abuse spectrum that kind of trickles in that maybe gets in there just under the wire. You know what I mean? Because what's hard for me to imagine is that everybody within the sound of our voices right now arguably was spanked on some level as a child at some point, and yet it's not remembered as being severely traumatic. And I don't know anybody that really caused them to act out more. But that is the message that you get from experts and the data today. Spanking does not help. It actually it increases the bad behavior more than it helps. I did not know that it was banned in 65 countries, physical punishment. I got a list of 65 countries. Surprisingly enough, on that list for me is Estonia, where Shannon enjoys pancakes on an annual basis. They eat those kids milk. Germany, illegal. Greece, Greenland, Israel,
And the difference, according to what we're reading here, is that in our area, it's usually up to a judge to decide where you're crossing into abuse. But in their country, technically, if you get caught, somebody presses charges, you go to jail. As long as it shows you hit your child, you are in the wrong. It's a done deal. That's a wrap. Whether or not it's like an equivalent to a felony or misdemeanor, I couldn't find. But I was shocked that 61 countries illegal to strike your child.
When you asked about teachers, though, that to me is a completely different line. We grew up at a time when it probably was not uncommon for a neighbor, if they had to physically, if you're saying hanging out with a friend or something, you're acting up in the back of a car and they just slap you on the head or something like that. That was not uncommon. You look at it, like you as a parent today, like your kid's friends are over and you gotta walk, like just like give them a little walk on the head. So a couple of them had bricks for heads, so yes, I could imagine some friends, but other than that, no, it's weird, right? It is weird, and the idea that a teacher would be allowed to physically discipline a kid. Again, we grew up at a time when that wasn't unusual. It was not uncommon for a principal to have a paddle or somebody. I don't know if it's you. Somebody told me about a bar in a hallway. We had our school. Most of our hallways were open hallways, but there was one 3 or 4 classroom string that was technically in connected to the restrooms on the other side. So there was an inside area, and there were bars on the walls that I would imagine looked like ballet bars, but a stairwell for a handrail, yeah. And somebody used to tell me that they used to have to hold on to that while either the gym teacher or the principal would smack them for whatever transgression. That was not me. My dad had a story, though, about how there was one principal at his school that drilled holes in the paddle to remove the wind resistance when he was going out here. So, and it's interesting to look back at, like, because I'm just curious, what do we think caused this cultural shift? Because, again, all of us grew up having some kind of corporal punishment, and yet don't see it as being traumatic. Yet, we all can agree that for our kids, it's different, right? And even our kids' friends. I would never want one of my kids' teachers striking my kid. Yet every day, for the first day of school, we got the little note, and for the second day of school, my dad would put a little note and sign it, I'd bring it back, and the teacher would always say, it's not a permission slip. I'd say, there's a note, and he would always write, feel free to hit him if necessary, and sign his name.
I think people are constantly looking at parenting the way they're looking at dieting or diet. In terms of what you should eat, what you shouldn't eat, how many cups of coffee should you have, how many are harmful, and it's of what's going to make you look great or what's going to make my kid turn out okay. And so everyone's constantly searching for the next big thing or the next fad. And
what I love about that analogy is that they're also ignoring, like, diet and exercise is probably going to be the most effective, right? It doesn't matter if you have cookies or put butter in your coffee as much as it just matters if you just stick to something consistent. So and I would say the same thing about this.
Right now, it's like intermittent fasting again, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, that'll make you lose weight.
That'll do it.
10 years ago, it was eat all the meat, and then it was eat no meat, and you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. And I think that's what we kind of find in these segments is that the through line is that really what you have to do is just be connected to your kids, communicate, set expectations and boundaries, and don't make them too an exercise of parenting weight loss.
And don't expose them to Miss Rachel.
We did What's It Like Wednesday, and we talked about shows. One of the good shows that we both fallen in love with is called Shrinking.
Oh,
wow. Harrison Ford did it.
So good.
So are you caught up on all of it?
I am.
Okay. So
episode 4, the cold open, is my favorite moment in television when the neighbor and the comes up and she's like, no, we don't like that. So funny. Sorry, Gary.
in this last episode that just came out on Friday, there's a moment where, there's a series of moments, but it's a full scene where Dave Castillo, as the father of the teenage girl,
oh my God,
has to set limits. And it's one of those moments. Yeah, but I mean, it's a moment of setting those rules. You may not like enforcing it, but they need it. They want it. They just don't know it.
Right? Yeah, he's coming off of, like, he lost his wife. He's trying to rebuild his life after losing the love of his life. And he's kind of neglected raising his daughter, so he feels guilty for that, and it's kind of give her a little bit of free reign.
she went as far as taking the car, with the college house, I'm not ruining the episode, so everybody should definitely go watch the show. But to your point, when that happens, she's like, you got to have a consequence. It ends with her saying, I hate you. And we see him kind of go, okay, I feel like I'm doing my job. Right. But she said, I hate you, which is a very scary thing, but I would agree. I'll correct you. She said, I didn't hate you. Everybody loves that, too. As always, Justin, thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, coming back. So we continue. Gary, you can. Did you know that smart speakers can be used for more than just feeding all your info to Homeland Security? Let's go. You could also use it to listen to us, like KFI, AM 640.
KFI. To declare a state of emergency in Orange County.
Multiple families have been kicked out of 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente because of a landslide that could send the buildings tumbling down a hillside.
We have several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Katrina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance to cover millions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapse in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he hopes the woman does some time.
It could have been an accident. She had to stop, gone out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police say the woman hit the man earlier this month when she was driving from one bar to another. She got into another crash shortly after someone who spotted the woman's car tipped off police, who then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. And this just in, after breaking news, the Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A sex offender on parole has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's restroom in Riverside. Police say the man entered the women's restroom Sunday, confronted the woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another person followed the man into the parking lot, holding him down until police arrived. The man was released from prison in December and was wearing a GPS monitoring device. UCLA says it has created the world's fastest humanoid robot set to compete in the 2023 RoboCop. The machine standing 4'8" can walk, jump, and run with both feet off the ground while in motion. Professor with the Samuel School of Engineering at UCLA, Dennis Hong, says the bot is the first running human-like robot created by students, and the soccer mat is a way of showcasing the technology.
Every year, the technology we love, that we created, it's a great way to share. So that's why we do RoboCop or Robot Soccer. And again, it's an exciting thing.
The bot will play against other similar creations in France this summer. Chris Adler, KFI News. Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street as worries worsen about the strength of banks on both sides of the Atlantic. The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks, but KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton.
You're kind of guaranteed, so don't sweat it too much.
He says at the same time, people do have to keep an eye on the headlines because the rising interest rates are at fault. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. will send Ethiopia. While meeting with the country's foreign minister, Blinken pointed out some of the food being provided to Ethiopia that comes from Ukraine.
That's what underscores the importance of making sure that the arrangements that have been put into place, necessitated, unfortunately, by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Black Sea corridor, making sure that grain could get out of Ukraine.
The U.S. is committed to helping Ethiopia develop and strengthen their own productive capacity. And again, the breaking news is the Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. We're going to check Wall Street now. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 296, S&P 500 down 26, NASDAQ is up 15, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southline weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some places. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in Tucson, it's 55 in Laguna Beach, 58 in Fontana, and 60 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10 down to the western, a bunch of large boxes across all the lanes. In Diamond Bar, 57 northbound Pathfinder Road, got a wreck clearing to the right shoulder. Also on the 60 westbound at Phillips Branch Road, got a crash that went across all of the lanes, landed on the shoulder. Still trouble in Pomona, 71 northbound is completely shut down between Hope Avenue and the 10. They're fixing some potholes, and it is stopped coming away from the 60. Also, it looks like you got a new trouble spot. Pomona, 10 westbound, up, it looks like eastbound, right at White Avenue. Another large pothole with rebar exposed. That is in the right lane, and that 10 eastbound is stopped coming away from the 57. Pasadena, more potholes, 210 westbound between Nicholas Avenue, the roads meet the right lane, and in Malibu Canyon Road puts in both directions from Civic Center Way to Pyoma Road. It looks like it's still got that much light and it's closed in both directions. Hey, I find the sun helps get you there faster, and I'm Jimmy Harmon. This hour of the Gary and Jimmy Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Go to SolarMaxTech.com. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just for $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. RealEaseCTL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no.
He said it's stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When the U.S. starts telling another country to end the war now, it's time to take a hard look at your own protection plan. If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, you need to act. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Superwoman, 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 Superwoman.com.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this March 15th, 2023. Don't forget to let us know what you're watching because it's the What's You Watching Wednesday. We'll tackle that at about 12:30 already on the website, KFIAM640.com. We've got 3 trailers, it's 3 old trailers for you to check out. Super Holy S and the Little Richard documentary.
Holy S one I saw last night. Look, the guy stuck in the outhouse, upside down.
That's not a good way to get through life.
It looked like it just was awful to me.
I watched the new House Party last night. Loved it. On Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
It was very funny. Yeah.
Earlier today we were talking about a fight that broke out between flight attendants, actually, as part of our Terror in the Skies. They were arguing over whether or not it was within the policy of their airline to allow a first-class passenger to give up her seat in order to go back and sit next to her husband. And you said he's on his own back there. But here's a different take on that.
Hey, Kevin, yeah. The reason why you're puzzled of why a woman would leave first class to sit with her husband is you're missing one factor in the story. It doesn't say the hotness factor of the young woman sitting in his immediate proximity and the chances that he might be having a good time sitting back there. So, yeah, that's the factor you're missing.
If you're worried your husband's going to cheat on you on a plane with a stranger seated next to him, you probably have bigger fish to fry at home.
So I thought, what else is going on? Time for what's happening. Well, a big local story has been the weather. It is lightening up for the most part. Rain has moved through Southern California, but we saw an onslaught of winter storms that came through. The Orange County Board of Supervisors declared a state of emergency for that county. They're particularly concerned about that neighborhood PCH gets closed down because of flooding, among others, declared state of emergency since the start of the severe winter storms at the late part of February.
Orange County government employees can forget about scrolling through TikTok on the job. Board of Supervisors following advice from the feds to ban TikTok from county-owned equipment. We're seeing this more and more as the dominoes fall on TikTok and government devices.
A fugitive Chinese billionaire, Guo Wei-yi, arrested in New York today on charges that he orchestrated a complex conspiracy to defraud people, specifically his online followers, out of about $1 billion. He was there to solicit investments in various entities and programs by promising outside financial returns and other benefits. He was charged with lining his pockets with the money, including buying himself and his close relatives a tiny little 50,000 square foot mansion, $3.5 million Ferrari, even two $36,000 mattresses. There was also a $37 million luxury yacht that was financed and all of that.
The Senate has confirmed Eric Garcetti to be ambassador to India after the nomination faced some pushback from Democrats. Things were voted 62 to 42 earlier in the day to break a filibuster on the nomination. So there you have it. You will get what you wanted. And it looks like Republicans signed off on this more than the Democrats did. Of course, there was speculation he may not get it because reports where he looked the other way when one of his aides was pretty handsy at City Hall.
Which is ironic that the Republicans decided to just allow him to get it, despite any. And some of them that did vote in favor of Eric Garcetti had voiced concern about that, but said it's been too long. We should not be going this long without an actual ambassador to India, because India is a very important country for us to have relations with.
Gloria Molina has announced she has terminal cancer. Agree with her or not, she was a force. She was on the LA County Board of Supervisors for more than 2 decades, and you did not ask for Gloria Molina. I will tell you that. She was the first Latina elected to both the Board of Supervisors and on the LA City Council. She's 74. She's been receiving treatment for 3 years, but at this point it was very aggressive.
So that led the long, fulfilling, and beautiful life. She addressed the matter of her dearest friends and her community. She said, "You should know that I'm not sad. I entered this transition in life feeling so fortunate." Quite an outlook. We got word yesterday that the special prosecutor in the Rust shooting involving Alec Baldwin has decided to resign. Andrea Reed, also known as a New Mexico State representative, she is also, I should say, a New Mexico State representative, said this decision to step down from the prosecution was difficult. She made it after much reflection. But she said, in every case I prosecuted has been justice for the victim, but it's become clear the best way I can ensure justice is served is to step down so that the prosecution is focused on the evidence and facts. Baldwin's lawyers pointed to the state's constitution and argued that she should be barred from prosecuting the case because of the fact that she is a representative. That she is a representative in the state legislature.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Remember, let us know on Twitter at Gary and Shannon. What are you watching? Also, on a radio show and talked about how he still intends to go play for the Jets, that the Packers are just working out what kind of compensation they are going to get.
If you're the Jets, why are you doing
Get another year, go all in. They've got South Gardner, they've got some receivers that they're signing all these wish list guys.
But for a year?
Oh yeah, the Rams did it. The Rams sold out. That's the thing that it's a great debate on sports radio, right? Would you rather win a Super Bowl this year and be mediocre for the next 10 years? Would you trade away your picks and everything that in cap space and the whole bit?
or built for
or just be mediocre for a while. Yeah, it's one of those tough things. I mean, Rand looks no further than Rand stands after what happened after they won.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro earlier this month has been arrested. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 134 in Pasadena.
So 134 westbound right at 10 Raphael Avenue. It's blocking the middle lane and 8 stops coming away from Colorado Boulevard. Also in Pasadena on the 210 eastbound Fort Hill Avenue, brand new accident there. The right lane is going to be blocked. And Glacel Park on the 2 southbound right at San Fernando Road, got a report of a crash over on the right shoulder embankment. And in Pomona, 71 northbound still shut down between Holt Avenue to the 10. It's still some potholes. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. Over the years, I've compiled thousands of inspiring and thought-provoking quotes, and now I'm passing that knowledge on to you in my new daily life. I see let's dive in. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show them impact in my life. Listen to I See Daily Things every weekday on the iHeartRadio app and Apple Podcast or wherever you get it. What an all-night list, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Well, it's just critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ElitePCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047-781.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? No, oh no.
You've been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Americans pay about $5. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting ever. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. The clean, friendly way. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. When we hire new technicians for service testing, we always ask, would I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Testing, Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. After the test will look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. And they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your service testing technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never test this.com.
Green Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
ASU solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and change not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com. Sunlux. TSLB1008.com. TSLB 100 is Retail Enforcement. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. I've done well, even though I am definitely afraid of boats and open water. When you see the whales and they actually come near the boat, see, I'm already getting anxiety. I'm just cracked up. That's okay, very quickly. The whales coming up to ROTHSCHILD Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And then I started the Holy S one, and wow, those are diametrically very different.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We got about 40 minutes or so left in the trading day on Wall Street, and I am about to see. The stock indices have moved lower. Bank worries have intensified because there's some concern about some problems with Credit Suisse, the latest banks to show some problems. But at this point, most of the regional banks have been holding steady today. They were down negative, especially at the beginning, but have rebounded quite a bit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now is down 400 points. S&P 500 is down 39. NASDAQ is down 23. The best performing index so far today is the NASDAQ. And again, still about 40 minutes left in the trading day.
Well, we told you about Aaron Rodgers and how he is headed to the Jets, most likely. He says it's just got to get those details worked out in terms of what the Packers get. John Morant was just hit with an 8-game suspension without pay in the NBA for flashing a gun at a strip club earlier this month. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver calling his conduct irresponsible, reckless, and potentially very dangerous. If you think that pro athletes don't go to strip clubs armed, you are crazy. If you think that this is a one-off, you are crazy.
Well, when I saw this and I saw the outcry over it, it surprised me. It surprised me that it surprised me that he was stupid enough to record himself on video or like Facebook Live. That's Instagram Live. And put this on video. Everybody caught it. It started making its way around the internet. He wasn't pointing it at anybody. He was just showing the fact that he had a gun with him. Stupidity, right? But I was amazed at the reaction.
I know. It's like you hit somebody with it. You know, the reaction was almost like you pistol whipped someone or assaulted someone some way. It was, he has a gun and he's at a strip club. I think probably the reaction was he's like the face of the league, right, Jacob? Like he's like going to be the new face in the league as more and more of these guys are retiring.
Yeah, he's a young superstar.
Yeah. So I think it was more about his high-profile nature of the NBA protecting itself and its brand.
And I know, your point. I know that plenty of athletes probably do that. I don't know if they feel threatened. I don't know how many times they've had to pull guns on other people to protect themselves from a threatening situation.
Is that friends? You friends?
Probably.
Impressive.
But yeah, I was surprised at it. I was surprised that if they were going to react that sternly, pun that M29 Reaper drone of the Black Sea, this is what they said is the closest to direct conflict since Moscow's invasion of Ukraine a year ago. He said in his call with Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu that he told them we need to be very transparent about all of this. Admiral Army General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, also said he was planning to talk to his Russian counterpart, General Valery Gerasimov, chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. The two countries' military chiefs have been talking. Really, the fact that those phone calls were made underscores how serious we take this encounter.
All right. fancy guy uses French, makes David Stern references in 2023. How about your Jeopardy question? How about that? But you gotta get the music. Well, you just die. I'm just trying to keep that. Your category, Breakfast of Champions for $1,000. It's a book you can have a music. Some translate the Spanish name of this breakfast dish as country style eggs. Yeah, I was just gonna say, just think of the one Spanish item on every breakfast menu, not named to the chili.
Huevos rancheros. The sports stories continue because Sotheby's is listing Michael Jordan's 1998 NBA Finals Nike Air Jordan 13.
Oh man,
Up for auction.
Jacob, are you gonna buy those?
No way.
No way.
I'm sorry that I make here. You do have Jordans though, right? I do. Yeah. Okay. You do have that model, but not that shoe. These sneakers were worn during Game 2. Jordan scored 37 as the Bulls beat the Jazz 93-88. He signed the sneakers. He gifted them to the ball boy who maintained the visitors' locker room. Now, that's the good old days. I think too many athletes now, especially pro athletes, superstars now, don't do this enough. They don't just give away stuff anymore. You could go to a baseball game and sit in the front row, and 3 or 4 of those guys would end up with that.
On your way to the locker room, they'll throw their towels and their gloves and whatever into the stands.
Yeah, but it's not their cleats or their helmet or something like that. I mean, think about it.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the importance of the equipment.
Yeah.
It'd be the equivalent of somebody.
They need their helmet and their cleats for the next game or for practice.
Trust me, they can afford a new helmet.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would you do your helmet? That's a nice issue.
I'm just saying the importance of the equipment that you give away. Would be if Ichiro gave away his bat, that was significant because he only used so many bats. If you give away your glove, which I don't know anybody who does, but it would be the same thing. It's an important part of the equipment that you use. And for Michael Jordan, outside of his jersey and shorts, his shoes are going to be the most important thing that he has. And even then, in 1998, you knew what those shoes were going to be worth. In this case, they gave them to the ball boy in the visitors' locker room. And then they, of course, went on to win the 98 Finals for their 6th title of the decade. Michael Jordan's game-worn sports memorabilia is the most elite and coveted items on the market. They are expecting somewhere between $2 and $4 million for Jordan's game-worn NBA Finals shoes from 1998.
It's incredible.
They'll probably get 3 times that.
All right, what you watching Wednesday, check out the trailers we posted on the website there, KFIAM640.com, and let us know what you're watching. Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then the names are 62, the names are 42, the motion is division. New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador.
And this is brought to you by 800 No Cups. Retired OC Sheriff Sergeant who trains schools around the country on how to prevent shootings, but gun laws are not going to fix the problem.
Whether someone decides to show up with a knife or gun or a sharp stick, we need to have a plan. Cyber safety cop Clay Cranford says schools can train staff and conduct student campaigns so everyone is reporting students who post or talk about violence. Schools need to have trained threat assessment teams, and those school officials work closely to identify threats with a trained law enforcement threat assessment team. Then we need local mental health resources to help deal with people after they have been identified as people of concern. Cranford says that all 3 of those groups work together to move that student off the path to violence. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFIA.
A nonprofit in Fullerton is hosting a golf tournament to help kids with special needs through equestrian therapy. It costs more than $500,000 a year to care for the horses and to keep the Equine Therapy Center open. Co-founder of Tara's Camp, Tim Howell, says it's all about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
We are staffed with the therapy. It's just a smile these kids thanks to, well, maybe get the opportunity to participate in a little baseball game or a dance recital or a lollipop game.
Grants disadvantaged kids the opportunity to build motor skills and strength while interacting with specially trained horses. To play in the tournament on May 1st or make a donation, people can visit terrascamp.org. One man has been killed by floodwaters that poured into a slot canyon in southern Utah. The Kane County Sheriff's Department says 3 hikers had been hoisted out by helicopter yesterday. One man is still missing, and a third was rescued and taken to the hospital where he is being treated for hypothermia.
Russia is running out of capability and running out of friends.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he spoke to his counterpart from Russia about the Russian warplane that hit a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. He says it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This is about the rules-based international order. It's about one country's ability to wake up one day and change the borders of its neighbor and annex its neighbor's sovereign territory.
Austin says the U.S. will continue to fly and operate wherever international law allows. Russia has denied that one of its fighter jets hit the propeller of the U.S. drone yesterday. The U.S. says it is working on declassifying surveillance footage from the drone that would show.
We've been talking about SolarMax for years. For one reason in particular, they are clearly the best.
Yeah, I did a bunch of research, the wife and I did, when we went solar with SolarMax 7 years ago, and they clearly had the absolute best technology. They built us a custom solar system, the highest quality solar panels. They have incredible inverters and the best battery systems in the industry, hands down.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. So save big, call SolarMax, get this 12 panel system for zero down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to do it now so that you can lock in those NEM benefits by April 13th.
To call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system, zero down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 on your cell phone, say the keyword SolarMax, that's pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. Monthly payment available on approved credit CSLB number 97240.
And I want to make a correction. I think I said former Ellen Mayor Garcetti has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India. He has been confirmed. Again, he has been confirmed he is going to be the next U.S. ambassador to India. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s inland to Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in La Habra and 56 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Pomona.
And westbound, right before the Berry Avenue, got a crash involving a big rig. It is over in the right lane. It's going to be stopped coming away from Town Avenue. And then at Dudley Street, the 2 right lanes are blocking another crash. Looks like right now all lanes are being stopped as they try to get some of this out of your way. Also in Pomona, 71 northbound, it is still shut down between Rio Rancho Road to the 10 to fix some potholes. It looks like in Pasadena, 210 westbound before Lake Avenue, we still have that wreck over in the right lane. This happened at Bristol Hill Avenue. But on the 134 westbound at San Rafael Avenue, got that crash clearing for the shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harmon.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. FNRTRADIO.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representative
50 plus years of experience, $1 billion in settlements, and voted #1 for 4 years in a row. Our team's expertise is unmatched. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortez, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Fresh
Live related here at Union Station.
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
I love it! Sunday on the CW. After an incredible start to the season in Maricopa, Mexico, the Red Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Red Golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Red Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness Liter 12-pack on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy 2. And save $2 on Jameson Irish whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Motorcycle accident, call 844-24 discount. Ride AM 640.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Look, the stories that we are following, still about 100,000, 150,000 people without power throughout the state of California because of the latest storms and winds that rolled through. According to the Power Outage US, it's actually 168,000 customers without power. Flooding is still the biggest issue up around northern and central California. Half an hour left in trading, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average continues to stay in that negative territory, although not as low as it used to be. Right now, the Dow is down about 364 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also down, but just a bit compared to down.
Example, what's watching Wednesday?
The following program is brought to you in living color.
What's watching there?
Americans love television. They wean their kids on it. USA does is in Merchandise. You can watch too many of those live television shows. Well, this is going to hit a couple of the shows that we are going to talk about anyway, but you can always let us know what you're watching on Twitter and Instagram at Gary and Tim. You can also hit us on the Talkback feature on the iHeart app.
Hi guys, two things. Dear Edward, man, I think that show's gone off the rails. It's no longer about Edward. There's so many side stories going on that it just has diluted it. And shrinking, I know you guys just said you liked it, but that show's gone off the rails too. It's into the ludicrous range now. That's my opinion, but okay, love you guys, bye.
Sure, sometimes stories are developed, and there may be central characters, but there's a lot of storylines that go on in many shows.
Well, I would say this about Dear Edward. The original theme for it seemed like it was going to concentrate on the kid and sort of his immediate family, etc. But then they didn't explain who Coach Jamie Taylor, the coach's wife, was. I mean, I don't mind it. There are a lot of different storylines that, the singular through line is that there's a plane crash in the first episode that somehow unites a bunch of these people together. And how each of them deal with their loss separately or differently. And I don't have a problem with that. But when you think about the creators or the other shows that those creators came up with, being Parenthood and Friday Night Lights, there were always lots of stories.
Right, and of course it seemed like it was going to be about the kid because his name is in the title, but it's all about the fact that he was the only one who survived. And everyone that doesn't even know him is writing to him, thus Dear Edward. And the importance of believing in hope, I think, is a story that is in all of the shows that those creators made.
Yeah.
Symbolizes hope.
The other one, Shrinking,
Fantastic.
also from Apple TV Plus.
It is so well written, and I swear to God,
There's so many instances of things that we say that come up on that show. Like the last episode when they're talking about swamp ass.
Yeah. You're on the hike.
Right. It was so funny. It's like, humor.
And listen, I even get a kick out of the fact, I know I've lived here for 20 years. I get a kick out of this. I recognize places that, that it's stuff is set in. You know, I think that's a really fun aspect of having lived here and worked here for as long as we have. And I'm sure it's probably even better for people who were born here and understand these different scenes. It is annoying if you have a scene where, you know, someone's driving from, I don't know, Van Nuys to Anaheim and it takes them 24 minutes or something like that along the 405. We know that that's not true. I gotta tell you though, one of the great shows that I've seen HBO, it is a beautifully shot show in that it's set in LA in the 30s. And the extravagance, the, you know, both the cars, the way people dress, I mean, all of it was really, really, really well done. And the second episode. The first season deals with the death of a baby, so it's kind of, I mean, it's really dark. This one is not as dark. I mean, there are some kids involved, but it's not like they're kids that are involved in crime or victims of crime. So it's a very different feel than the first season. And so if you grew up watching the Raymond Burr version of Perry Mason, they do a lot of fun twists with this one. Now, sure, Della Street is gay, and so is Hamilton Burger, but whatever. That's just it. I mean, they were gay in the 30s.
Sure. It's been gay for as long as time has lasted.
As long as sacrifice.
Everybody's gay. All right, we've got a new bachelorette to tell you about. I know you've been focused on the bachelor. He's down to his last 3, and he says there's going to be no sex on the Fantasy Suite week. However, the teaser makes it sound like he did have sex with somebody.
He went back on his word?
Sounds like it.
Did he have with it himself?
And he starts crying and goes, it was a beautiful moment that was robbed. I can't handle him crying.
What?
Yeah. I can't.
Victor, he goes flapping his neck.
I really do.
2 other things that we'll get to. Pete Davidson has I think because he's the producer. He's hired a 4-time Emmy winner to play his mom. Play who that is. And then Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson are getting back together from True Detective. Remember that?
Mom's friend?
Oh, allegedly.
I don't think so. I think pretty sure that happened. And one of my favorite memes is a side-by-side shot of Jack Wilson on the left, and it says, I'm going to bang your mom. And it's Aaron Rodgers on the right. And he says, haven't spoken to my mom in years. He doesn't talk to his family. So good.
Gary Shannon will continue What You Want to Wednesday. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A guy with a hatchet and knife and stabbed a man at the gym in Corona. The attack happened outside the Planet Fitness on Grand Oaks yesterday that ended up inside the man who had been stabbed, was able to take the attacker to the ground. And other people jumped in and held the man for police. The injured man was treated at the hospital and is expected to be okay. 2 people have been arrested during a student-led event at Davis that was organized by a group featuring conservative speaker and activist Charlie Kirk. About 100 people protested outside the campus in a demonstration against the far-right radio host. Turning Point USA Kirk spoke about American values at the campus yesterday. And the recent storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City, another fell in Truman. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy. We're looking at highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Commerce.
Northbound right at Washington Boulevard, the D-Craft is blocking the left lane. It's at a call coming away from Boston Avenue into Pomona at 10 westbound before Gary Avenue. That's that red blocking the 2 right lanes, also in Pomona, 71 northbound. Between Rio Rancho Road and McKin Boulevard is closed as they try to fix those potholes. And in San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to 30 to 210. Brand new accident here in the middle lanes as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. I've been a small business person
my entire adult life. And over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Are you planning to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with a drink or two? Don't push your luck. Leave your keys at home and designate a sober driver. Be a safe. Don't let drunk drive. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
In this week's marketer report, Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for the show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration, simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedHair.com. The focus is right here on the gun and not keeping the bad people where they belong in a prison. Put people away in prison for long sentences. See what happens. What are we going to lose here? Gun and care. No intelligence at all. Terrifying has a negative IQ. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, John Ken a little bit later going to have all the ups and downs on Wall Street, but keep an eye on it as well as we get closer to the end of the trading day. Coming up at 4 o'clock today, Conway is going to host his old friend Adam Carolla right here on KFI.
Well, defense officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed a U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, said Russian jets intended to intercept the drone, but it's not clear if they collided with it on purpose. Russia has denied that jets made contact with the drone. Milley says the U.S. has absolute evidence that is the case. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Russian counterpart over the incident, reiterated the U.S. will fly and operate wherever international law allows.
We're in the middle of What's Watching Wednesday, talking about what's going on in TV. It used to be too much TV.
Hey, Gary, it's Shannon. It's Stephanie from New Jersey. I'm actually watching a show from with a real twist of loss, science fiction, and I think you guys would love it. MGM Plus, though. MGM Plus.
Yeah, the Epic Network put this thing out, created by John Griffin. I have never heard of anyone in the cast, not one actor.
I didn't know about MGM Plus.
The premise of it, according to the Wikipedia entry, it's a town in middle America, a nightmarish town that traps everyone who enters. Unwilling residents strive to stay alive and search for a way out, but they are plagued by the terrifying nocturnal creatures from the surrounding forest and the secrets hidden in the town itself.
This trailer that we have posted, Holy Ed.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Where did Armando get that from?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of stuff he's looking at.
He's into some weird stuff.
It looks like it's a horror movie. Thriller is probably the better way to put it. About a guy stuck in a porta potty. It looks like he's hanging upside down in the whole thing. So
Not very fun at all.
The most fun trailer is Netflix's Chupa. It's all about the chupacabra. And in this case, the chupacabra is adorable. It seems like, as Mom said, it's kind of like a present-day E.T. with a little boy and his relationship with the chupacabra.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't suck.
It looks really okay. You know what? This isn't the Conway show. We're not going to do stupid jokes like that. Good Lord. Cabra is Spanish for goat sucker. So you didn't know.
Okay, good. So you explain his joke now?
Well, not everybody knows what chupa means in Espanol, in English. Did you know that chupa meant sucker?
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Because of plain use of the term.
Oh, really? You used it in a sentence.
No.
No. No.
Apple TV has a new comedy series coming out. Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson reunited together. So they were in the first season of the first season of True Detective. This new series is going to be 10 half-hour episodes where they're
I just came up with the fun term.
yeah, I know. Their combined families attempt to live together on Matthew's ranch in Texas. So it is expected. They were also in Ed TV together, if you remember that far back. I also mentioned that Pete Davidson has a new show coming out called Subject. The four-time Emmy winner from Sopranos and Nurse Jackie, Phoebe Falco, is going to be Pete Davidson's mother.
I can see that. That checks out.
Joe Pesci is also in the show and plays her dad. All 8 of the episodes come out on Peacock starting at the beginning of May.
I love Woody Harrelson anything. I just watched a movie the other day, and it was from 2005, and I had never seen it, and I thought that your wife might like it, and I meant to text her it. Let me just see what the movie's name is. You've probably seen it right now.
Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, it's called The Prize Winner of Defiance, Ohio. And it's a biographical film, It's written by a book, a memoir that came out in the early 2000s, and it's fascinating. It's a really good, well-done family-type drama, and it involves historical fiction from the 50s and 60s, and it's pretty cool.
What you thought with streaming service?
I saw it. I saw it on Amazon Prime. It stars Julianne Moore, Woody Harrelson, and Laura Dern. It's very good. Yeah.
Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo will be in the first Wicked movie. The wait has just gotten shorter. The premiere date for part 1 of the big screen adaptation has been moved to November 27th of 24. So it's going to be in theaters a whole month earlier than originally expected. So they can both sing. Jeff Goldblum will be the wizard in this one. Michelle Yeoh will be Madame Horrible, and Jonathan Bailey as Sierra.
I just wanted to finish up the Woody Harrelson bit. He is teaming up with McConaughey for a new Apple TV Plus comedy series. And it sounds better when you say it, but when it comes from a woman sometimes, because I don't think
we're busy coming up with slang.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, do you want to hear the slang I came up with?
No.
No. But listen, I mean, for women, does it get better than appearing like that? I think through the years, they have been symbols. Past 20 years or so.
Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever would have put him on that list.
Especially when he's drunk in the Hunger Games. And then cleans up the gas.
Oh. So
it's the story of redemption.
He fixed him at some point.
Exactly.
Without doing any of the work, you fixed him.
And then did you also talk about The Bachelorette?
I have not yet got into the Bachelorette.
Coming up with super phrases?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Charity Lawson is the name of the new Bachelorette.
Oh, that is great.
This is kind of what happens every time where the one left out. It happens more often than not when the one they don't pick at the end becomes the next Bachelorette. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching The Bachelor and you cut it down to 3, usually it's one of the finalists that becomes the next.
This is part of the whole because they've been on long enough. There's clearly something likable about it.
Right.
So you could root for them.
And they know how it works and all of it.
She was surprised with the news at the end of the Women's Tell All reunion.
She was not surprised. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I doubt she was surprised. I think she probably saw it coming.
You think so?
Yeah.
It was it's a, I don't know. When do we not have a Bachelorette franchise show? When does it open?
I don't know. I'm surprised that it's still on the air with all of the, all of the spotlights that have been shined on men treating women poorly or women's rights, women's liberation of not showering or anything to take back your, all the stuff that's going around right now. I'm surprised that it's still like this is still on.
Well, I feel like you could have done this show in the late 60s.
Right.
It made it a little bit more egregious, a little bit more ham-handed in the way that it handled each gender, but you could totally see a guy in an expensive suit looking over a bunch of 20, 22-year-olds and deciding which one's going to take.
Exactly.
I'm surprised that they still do that.
Me too.
I have not yet seen The Mandalorian. Been asked a couple times about it. I have not yet seen it.
You kind of fizzled out after the first season.
Well, I didn't like the way they did some of the stuff, but I've heard that this is a good one to get back into. And then Ted Lasso started last night.
Yeah, I got that alert on my phone that it was ready. I thought it didn't drop till today. But...
And I had actually seen a couple of reviews and some suggestions stuff at the very beginning that you have to watch and be careful for, and it's going to be a surprise. But
they said that it's not worried about being feel good anymore.
It's too bad. That's part of what made it nice is that it was so different from all the other stuff.
All right, coming up next, talk about not so nice. Johnny Penn.
One more than the other, though, right?
That's a real ding dong.
Speaking of, Conway is going to host Adam Carolla coming up 4 o'clock today. Well, so we'll see you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessings.
I'm informing you that you're out of here. Barry and Shannon. Oh, okay, just got to the authority. I am the authority, you moron. You didn't write that opinion. Keep listening. We've got a few more.
KSI.
KOST.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Going to India. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. India has a new U.S. ambassador.
Nominee from Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, to be ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India.
The Senate voted 62 to 42 to confirm Garcetti. The former LA mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced. He knew about the inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. A number of Democrats actually opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported it. The news is brought to you by 800 No Cops. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the continuing barrage of winter storms. Supervisor Katrina Foley said the hilltop collapse in the Gilbert Shores community in Newport Beach is just one example of damage reported across Orange County. I've had the opportunity to see the hillside damage firsthand, and I'm deeply concerned about the ability to respond, especially as we see more rain coming. 3 apartment buildings have been evacuated in San Clemente because of the landslide that could cause the buildings to tumble back or down the hillside. The governor added Orange County to the state emergency yesterday, which frees up federal aid to help with damage. San Bernardino County is offering some relief to people whose property was damaged by the intense snowstorms.
The Board of recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they're trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden.
Supervisor John Rose says the county is waiving up to $5,000 in permitting and planning fees to repair and rebuild properties. Heavy snow from the recent storms damaged homes and buildings, but 29 properties were deemed too damaged for school district says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal concerns with students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
Why argue? And why now? When we are saying we're willing to meet, we already have demonstrated our willingness to do right.
Carvalho said he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union, representing over 30,000 employees, said last week the wages are insufferable, and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KSI News. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
Except as necessary for law enforcement purposes. Posting Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OT Sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Some gun rights groups have released reactions to President Biden's speech in Monterey Park.
Sam Paredes is what's known as the California and says he heard Biden's comments yesterday and also read through Biden's entire executive order on gun violence. Everything that he brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here. Paredes says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings. So when I asked him if he had a solution, we have a very strong suggestion. This is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms. Gregory, KFI News.
And the Federal Aviation Administration is hosting a safety summit to address a recent string of close calls on airport runways in the U.S. The summit comes a day after the FAA said it's investigating another close call from last week. It says a Republic Airways flight crossed the runway at Reagan National Airport that another flight was using for takeoff. That makes at least 7 close calls this year alone, including one at New York's JFK Airport, where a Delta pilot had to slam on the brakes after an American Airlines plane crossed the wrong runway. ABC's Rhiannon Alley says some analysts think these cases show the industry can't keep up with the post-pandemic travel boom. She says staffing will be one of the issues discussed at the summit. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 279, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ is up 6, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs low 60s for Metro LA. Around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s inland Orange County. Upper 50s to low 60s in the inland and in Steel Beach. 61 in Buena Park. 58 in Agora Hills and 62 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 215 in San Bernardino. 215 southbound is just right before you get to the 210. That crash has the 2 left lanes blocked, and it is stopped coming away from University Parkway. Also in Rancho Cucamonga on 15 southbound before you get to Foothill Boulevard. Brand new accident involving a semi. Looks like a car hydroplane hit several cars. It is blocking the 2 left lanes, and it's starting to stack up. And once you're past that, in Ontario, 16 southbound before the 10. Got a brand new crash over on the right shoulder, and just past that at the Lupa, Jackknife Big Rig is blocking a lane, and a spilled load is all over the lanes as well. In Kelowna, 91 west side of Lincoln Avenue, stall in the left lane. Pomona, 71 northbound, still shut down between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard to fix those potholes. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I'll second guess dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have EPI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. disorders. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
Research and activate, visit superwomansuperlawyer.com.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
You get over that thickening of the bowel. Well, no. It's funny, we're running the same thing. Thickening of the bowel wall is what was in the thickening of the bowel wall. Yeah. The wall, right. I know, I heard that too, and I straightened up my chair. I said, something else is my bowel wall. Something else you got to worry about? Yeah, my doctor this week, my annual physical, I'll ask him about my bowel wall. This whack to reach in there, don't do that. Little farther. It's the Giant Texas. Don Corbett and Ken Santo. KFI 40 live everywhere. On the iHeart Radio app, we're on the radio from 1 till 4. After 4, you go to that app, and you get your podcast, Don and Ken on Demand. Good. Oh, I just been told. We're back this week. We're both off Friday. Lots of openings for the voice line. So get your calls in there, whatever you want to sound off about. It's possible that what we're about to talk about might be one of the subjects to call about. The voice line is 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7886, and you can use the iHeart Radio app as well to leave a message directly with the microphone icon. It's over. Garcetti is the new ambassador to India. The Senate voted just a couple of hours ago to confirm him. There's two huge matters here. One was not a straight party line vote. It's a bit of a surprise with Washington these days, right? Yeah. You got 49 total votes? 52 to 46 was the final tally. 6 senators not present, including Feinstein and Sutherland. 52 to 42. Right. So 7 Republicans voted yes. So he only got 45 Democrats, and he got 7 Republicans. Yeah, that's interesting. See, what I don't understand is, well, first of all, obviously the true era is over. There's Garcetti's sexual violations. Yeah, just a few years ago, this would have been a tougher poll. Right, okay. So all that hysteria is gone by. But the second thing is, he clearly was one of the most incompetent mayors the most incompetent mayor that Los Angeles ever had. The worst mayor we've ever had. And one of the worst in U.S. history. And he got a reward. Well, maybe, I don't know. I never thought about that. The worst in U.S. history. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Well, there's some pretty corrupt mayors, I remember. Corrupt mayors. But he's the one who allowed massive degradation of day-to-day life. And I can't think I've ever seen that. In about 5 years he did. Where it became, very difficult, dangerous, and unhealthy to go outside. It's nothing but psychotic vagrants and mental patients and tons of garbage and criminals running around, and people are leaving LA. They are. They're not leaving like the large percentages, but it's the movement is out. Because he gave up doing his job about 5 minutes after he got reelected. And they took him for 5.5 years because they were trying to, they realigned the election cycle. And that is just the worst 5.5 years you'll ever see in any politician. Yeah, I say he set his sights on becoming president. It's what he did after he got reelected in 2017. That's what he wanted to do next, is run for president. And even though he never officially announced, everyone knew that's what he was doing. He didn't care what was happening to the city. He didn't care what it was like for the public just to live on a day-to-day basis. He didn't care about all the people dying in the streets, all the garbage. He didn't care how afraid everyone was. He didn't care about the businesses. He didn't care about the cops, called them a bunch of killers. He shot down, he locked down tons of businesses. He took a knee. He took a knee. Well, more than one. And he gets this promotion to be ambassador to India. I mean, that is what he did. Is it a promotion? See, I'm not going to get that worked up because this job is. And what do ambassadors end up in 10 years? Any of them become any bigger political names? I don't have to look through that. But it's usually, it's not like a senator or congressman has his eyes on VP or president. You give it to rich guys who donated a lot of money to campaigns. That's what Garcetti
raised a lot of money for Biden. Yeah, connected to the Biden campaign. His parents are big in this politics. He shouldn't be getting a position where he's getting approved by the United States Senate. No, you and I just wanted him to be turned away. No, I wanted him to end up in a tank. Okay, with a needle sticking out of his arm. That's what should happen. I mean, and the thing is, he never, ever gets criticized by anybody in politics, anybody in the media. Never. Everybody just alluded to him. I think awful. I mean, people got killed, they got murdered because of his lax policy. This is a new low, an absolute new low in society. If a guy like Eric Garcetti get into being an ambassador. Here is 14 seconds of the process in the U.S. Senate today.
Days are 62, the nays are 42, the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
So there were 3 Democrats that voted against the nomination. One of them made a little noise this morning. Maisie Hirono of Hawaii. She said last week, I'm going to give Garcetti the benefit of the doubt. She didn't know about the alleged misconduct by a top aide. There was no doubt. This morning, she announced that she was going to vote no, based on credible new information she got. But she never disclosed what it was she learned. Maybe she finally saw the report at Park Grafton Commission. Did she finally look at that or something? I don't know. Because she's not safe. She's not saying, or is it the Communist Party thing? That story that popped up yesterday from the Daily Caller News Foundation. Garcetti was friendly with some Communist Party members. No, she said it was information that was given to me in confidence, but very credible, which is leading to my no vote. She had been in favor, and she gave no indication that her information was related to the Rick Jacobs case. Right. So, it's a mystery, although if it's such a big deal for her, she should have shared it. Now, a number of the Republicans who voted in favor of Garcetti, and here they are, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Roger Marshall of Kansas, good old Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Stephen Collins of Maine, Steve Deans of Montana, and Bill Haggard of Tennessee, and a guy named Todd Young of Indiana. Most of them said, the job's too important, it's been open too long, there's nobody else nominated, we got to move forward. So, didn't destroy where, but that's not up to them. Biden has to. So, you think they can vote against it to make them start over? Yes. Yeah, but that was the process to take months again, and they didn't want that anymore. So it takes months again. You don't reward this. There's too many really bad. So they don't care what happened to LA. It's not following that news. They don't know what happened. Well, they should. They're 10, all right? They certainly learned about the Rick Jacobs story. Sure. Yeah. But what he used in D.C. What he did to L.A., I mean, the whole Jacobs thing is just massive hypocrisy. It's lying. Yeah, it's lying. But he lies to the Senate, okay? So he commits perjury. He's a liar. Massive hypocrisy on this Me Too stuff. But he's bad at what he does. And he allowed a lot of damage and death to happen in this city. He mismanaged this COVID thing terribly. I mean, and there's large swaths of LA boulevards now with vacant storefronts because of him. And there's places you can't walk anymore and feel comfortable at night because of him. Everything is because of him. And nobody speaks about it outside of us. So of course he becomes ambassador to India. But in some respects, this is now a rabbit hole. He's gone. You won't hear anything about him. He doesn't make any news. That's a big country. It's an important country. But an ambassadorship job does not make any news. He will go down the rabbit hole until he decides to perk up and say, I can do better. And he'll run for something eventually. It's still in the 50s, right? Yeah. He'll eventually pop his head up. Because this is just something for him to land on. Yeah, he didn't know what else to do. He just shouldn't have. I can't stand incompetent people when they get rewarded. And there's so much of that going on now. Too much. We got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI and 641 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark Live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties, including Orange County. 6 bodies in the ash remains of 154 other people have been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area. Ocean View Cremation had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York, say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest yesterday of a man accused of threatening to carry out a shooting at a Cox supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We are going to check your traffic. Next.
Hey, if you've been looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They're going to make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. They will buy it as is. The Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days, and again, they buy with cash. They'll even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving another expense. Go read their reviews online and call for a no-obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. Here, 196-1658.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. This is eastbound right past Foothill Boulevard. Brand new accident. The two left lanes are blocked. It's stop from Hill Avenue. Range Chickamauga 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Crash in the middle lanes on the center divider. And right past that, 15 southbound at the 10. Got a wreck on the right shoulder and at Haruka Street. Another new crash with Jack and Kid Ridge. The three right lanes are blocked. In San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to the 210. The two left lanes are blocked from an earlier wreck. In Costa Mesa, 405 southbound of Bristol Street. Brand new accident with the two left lanes blocked there as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Kenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Tired of the threat of power shutoffs due to wildfires, severe weather, or electrical grid failures? Climate extremes and aging infrastructure make a backup generator essential. Duffy Power Services has been Alley's generator expert for nearly 60 years. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DUFFY Power.com.
Water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to LifeSourceWater.com. Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup. Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage can not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termites makes sense. Call them at 800-PACIFIC. And even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatment, and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. 800-PACIFIC.
The clean, friendly way.
For those of you in Monterey Park, there's nothing worse in terms of traffic than when a president shows up. Streets are blocked off. Good time to commit a crime 5 miles out. Merely recognizing a fact. Not promoting, just recognizing. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hi, lots of things to like on the show today. After 1:30, we'll get back into the topic of math. Apparently, Barbara Ferrer, John's favorite public official, will be rewarded for doing a better job someday. We'll see all the great work she did during the pandemic. She'll become the Surgeon General. He was asked by a reporter, what's with the mask? You'll hear that audio. And then he was wearing one. He was having one of her, every now and then, because I get their press releases, John Ken now, and she says that they're doing an in-person one. They don't do any COVID briefings anymore, but every now and then in person, so she's standing there before, I guess it was a room of 6 people. Hunter's asked, why do you do the math? Yeah. You'll hear it. Okay. And then a great editorial about how the public has voted and it's through the math. So yeah, Steve Wise actually wanted to point out, based on what we were hearing in 2020 and even in 2021, and he said it in 2022. Hear all of this after the news at 1:30. And then next hour, well, speaking of confirmation processes, so we just told you, and it's been breaking news for hours now, Doug said he is the new ambassador to India. Will Julie Su be the new Secretary of Labor of the Biden cabinet? Julie Su used to be the woman that headed up the department that oversaw California's Employment Development Department. And of course, they handed out over $30 billion in fraudulent money to scammers, criminals, fraudsters. Correct. He deserves that kind of promotion. You know, there's three of them. There's Garcetti, about it after two. Garcetti becoming an ambassador. He's going to become labor secretary after wasting, blowing $30 billion. And then there's that dope who ran the metro train system. Bill Washington. He might be the CEO of Metro. He might be the head of the FAA. Yeah, then he became the airport director in Denver, and that's like, oh, that's good enough. Now he's at the FAA, although he has no aviation experience. Yeah, he has as much aviation experience as I do. With time. And you wouldn't want to be on a plane with John Cobalt as pilot. But there's three prolific performances. All of them getting promotions in the federal government. All because it's who you know, not what you know. Wow. It's so that way in many aspects of American life. And you know, their connections, how much money you give. I was scrolling around the internet and I found something. And I was surprised. And I have a very low opinion of human nature. Do you know what percentage of Americans have a double-digit IQ? No, 50%. 50% double digits. And 25% are under 90. You have to understand, in this new woke world, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, terribly. People can show they're smart in other ways. No, look at my portfolio of work. When you're down in the, you and your IQ testing, get out of here. You're down in the, you're so old-fashioned, like the SAT, get out of here. Look, it does show, they can bitch about it all they want, but it does show your real, raw intelligence. Who makes those tests? They're culturally biased. No, they're not. And IQ tests, how long have they been around? Hundreds of years? They're real. You talk to three people with 130 IQs. You talk to three people with 80 IQs. I don't know anybody's IQ. I have no idea what anybody's IQ is. I have never been tested myself. Never I know anybody that has. You can tell. I know. But I'm talking about strictly speaking. Oh, the exact number? No, but you can probably get within 10 points if you pay attention. Some people just have a bad day when you're talking to them, so that may not be. You know, you got the mindset to work in government. My father did. I'm very proud. There you go. But that's what you're dealing with in government. You're dealing with everybody with a room temperature IQ. Right. And that's why government is incompetent. But aren't a lot of people in science labs with high IQs actually rather strange people who can't even, tie their shoes? Isn't that often the case? Yeah. But that's why most of humanity is okay. Because it's not one thing, it's another. But I was just focusing on raw intelligence. Because you don't have the basic intelligence. It's not. How do you size up Deborah Mark? Huh? Well, I sized her up pretty nicely. I meant the IQ side. I'm not going to do that. Well, what do you mean? Wants to know. Above average.
Thank you.
All right, that's some time. I'm not going to get the number.
10. I'm waiting to hear yours.
This is not my game, Deborah Mark. I don't care what you I don't. I'm the one that makes it speak here about people's IQ. Okay. I don't judge people that way. Well, you should, because I'm a government worker. You're a government worker, so you appreciate well.
I'm street smart.
More problems with the banks today. This Credit Suisse, the Swiss bank, apparently the bank was 24% to a new low. Bank to sale. Obviously, it's not an American bank, it's from Switzerland. But other major European banks took hits today. France, the two major international banks, Societe Generale and BNP Paribas. I always see them at the tennis tournament. They're a big sponsor of like tennis tournaments. BNP Paribas. Germany's Deutsche Bank too. So We're keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, though, we can't help but enjoy the stories that come out about Silicon Valley Bank. Now, yesterday at this time, we told you about the connection to Gavin Newsom. Apparently, they hold his winery money and some private money, too. Some Republicans are making noise now that he should have been, well, he should stay out of it. Because apparently he advocated that Biden make sure that the court bailed out. Of course he did. But nobody kind of knew about his connections to the bank for a couple of days until reporters dug into it. If that's all his business cash that he swirled away, of course he wants Biden to bail him out. No, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a conflict of interest or he supposedly has a blind trust. But if you've got millions of dollars that's about to go tearing down the chute, yeah, you're going to start making noise. Yeah, we don't know how much they have of this winery money. I think it's 3 wineries. And meanwhile, we find out that just in the last several years, the Silicon Valley Bank has donated over $73 million to Black Lives Matter related. $73 million. $73 million. Wow. This is the woke virus metastasizing and spread itself through the banking industry. People were almost got screwed out of their deposits, right? Until Biden stepped in. Meantime, they had $73 million to give to those fraudsters at Black Lives Matter, and we know what happened there. The Claremont Institute wrote a piece that Black Lives Matter was purchasing luxury real estate, grants to dozens of BLM chapters and revolutionary organizations, and operating a path to elect progressive community leaders, activists, and working class candidates fighting for Black liberation. It's, in other words, it was people who are going to try to make trouble and create a big ruckus over one thing or another. And they were being supplied millions and millions of dollars by all these woke tech things. Yeah, if you just took their eyes off the road, as you mentioned the other day, they didn't even have a risk person that evaluates whatever the risks to the bank are. That position was taken for many months last year. And it sounds like instead, they themselves to all these social justice cause. Right. And what was BLM about? But of course, all their depositors are Silicon Valley people who probably like that, right? And that's nice when you send out the latest email or tweet. So look what we're doing now. Yeah, right? It's a tiny minority that wants to defund the police, wants to abolish prisons, and all kinds of things to destabilize the country. They have a lot of money, these tech heads, these woke heads. They have a lot of money. They live in protected estates. They live in gated communities, right? But they're bored, and they want to donate to radical causes, and watch the country unravel. So they donate to BLM, and the people who are in BLM largely ran off with a lot of the money and bought a lot of real estate, expensive real estate. I mean, that's been documented over and over again. A lot of the money did not go to local chapters who wanted to use it to help people in the neighborhood. No, I'm just saying, is this what the bank was doing? I mean, if you even have somebody to evaluate the risk, why are we bailing them out? We shouldn't be. Why are we insuring all the depositors' money? We shouldn't be doing that. They keep getting special consideration. No, I think it's just they seem kind of reckless over the whole thing, and they're involved in all their issues. When you have 11 members with no banking experience, there was only one side of banking experience. They obviously weren't going through the books. You would think, right? At every meeting, they're going to look and see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, how are the assets being deployed. Somebody would have noticed that they were way over leveraged with those long-term bonds. I mean, it's complete incompetence. And I'm telling you, the president, I think they ought to be seriously investigating him. Because, well, the Justice Department and the SEC is looking into the fact that the executive sold shares. Yes, they sold shares, and not long before this collapse, they gave out bonuses to a lot of other employees at the last minute. So he put out this smarmy video trying to explain himself a couple of days ago. But, he took his money and it's stashed away, and nobody's ever going to be able to get it. All right, we got more coming up, Johnny. 10 KFIA and 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Denver Live, the 24-hour KFIA newsroom.
More rain has hit Southern California. ABC's Ezra Gimbert. Nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
The mountain town could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfall yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a World record, LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Supervisors in San Bernardino County have voted to waive up to $5,000 in review and permit fees for property owners who need to do repairs or rebuild because of damage caused by all the snow. County inspectors have red tagged 29 homes and other buildings as too damaged to be inhabited, and yellow tagged 27, which allows for limited occupancy. The numbers are expected to grow as assessments continue. The permit waiver is available for every building and will be paid for by $500,000 of the $10 million emergency response fund the board created on March 1st. The news is brought to you by James Accident Attorney. President Biden has spoken about his plan to help offset cancer drug costs in Las Vegas because some people are paying up to $14,000 a year for cancer treatment drugs, but in his new budget proposal, that will change.
They'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year for all the drugs they consume.
He says these changes will give people peace of mind. Pharmacists say lowering drug costs in Nevada is extremely important because it has a large senior population on a fixed income.
This was international space, and we had every right to be there.
Officials in the U.S. say they are in the process of recovering a drone from the Black Sea that was hit by a Russian warplane. The drone was in international airspace yesterday when a Russian fighter jet hit its propeller. Mississippi Republican Senator Roger Wicker says the U.S. had every right to be there. And Moscow says it will also try to retrieve the wreckage from the drone in the Black Sea. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy. It will be windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 56 in Laguna Woods and 57 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga.
15 southbound, this is right before you get to Foothill Boulevard. That crash involving a semi. The 3 left lanes are blocked. It's back up to the 210. Now, once you're past it, 15 southbound to 10, got a new rest on the right lane is blocked. And just past that at Harupa, got that crash. The 3 right lanes are blocked. In Pasadena on the 210 eastbound before Monterey City, looks like we've got a crash still blocking the 2 left lanes. It's going to be a really heavy ride coming away from Lake Avenue and Costa Mesa 405 southbound in Bristol, trying to clear that crash from the 2 left lanes as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Hey, it's Team Shark. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100837.
Clearing a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real nice conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If I don't get a good night's sleep, believe me, everybody around me knows it, and I am just not a happy camper. Good night's sleep is critical. I mean, we all know that. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed offers proven quality good night's sleep and makes a difference. You can customize, adjust each side of the bed, your ideal firmness, comfort, support. That's your Sleep Number. Mine happens to be 100. I like a particularly firm mattress, and I've changed it over the years. Through April 10th, you can save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 260 i10 Smart Bed, plus special financing through Monday, March 20th. Subject to credit approval, see sleepnumber.com for details. You can only find these beds either at sleepnumber.com or at a Sleep Number store. There are 30 of them in Southern California, including Brea, Valencia, Santa Monica, Studio City. Visit sleepnumber.com. That's .com.
At Ralph, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like calories. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
You'll find a great selection of the freshest produce every
$2.99 with the cost. Ralph, ready for everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in press
Got the latest here at News
Putting live here with you.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
I love it! Sunday on the TWI. After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the TW. Are you ready for this? Spring Friday on the TWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the TW. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Johnny K Show. John Philadelphia, KSAMPO, KFIN 640 watts everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Yes, and don't forget the Moist Line is coming back for the first time in 2 weeks, day after tomorrow, Friday. 3 o'clock hour, we got room for your messages. Use the iHeart Radio app. There's a little microphone icon that you can connect directly to the Moist Line. Or, of course, dial an old phone number if you want to. 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7886. Well, we're going to spend a few minutes on the topic of mask days. It's over, of course, but there's a few things we have to clean up before we move on. And one of them, a great example, we talked about this a lot in 2020 into 2021. That there were people, and Tom Key is one of them, and obviously Barbara Ferrer, the LA County Health Director, a big one. They come from this field of epidemiology where they are just constantly on alert, constantly afraid that we're all going to die. They overdo it. We know this from all the lockdowns that we had. These scientists, just finish this one. Okay, I just want to finish this part because the reason we're talking about her is she's still massive, whereas like 90% of the public is not. Maybe even higher than that. People use their common sense to decide to move on to this idea that need to mask forever. And that was a hashtag for a while. Mask forever. Because even if we get past the worst stages of COVID, there's other things out there that could kill us. There's always things that could kill us. But honestly, if you're in that mindset, that's the type of person. And I'm saying this because 3 years ago, there was all this veneration for Barbara Ferrer, like what she knows. She's not a doctor, by the way, we know that, but she's the county health director. And therefore she has the information and the science on her side. No, you're dealing with a personality that is overly, incredibly cautious and overdoing. And maybe somebody who has phobia. No, I think that's connected to the personality. Yeah, that's the way. I think these epidemiologists, probably as children, were somehow spooked by the idea of germs. And they became so germ-phobic that they decided they have to research these buggers. They have to figure out how they do their damage. Because, and so that's what she turned into. She's a germaphobe who ended up with power trying to make everyone into a germaphobe. So the other day she held one of her briefings. This time was in person. Looks like 6 people were in the room. I don't know. Part of the information was telling us that beginning March 13th, so don't laugh at this, but apparently beginning March 13th, a COVID-19 positive person may end their isolation after 5 days if they feel well, have improving symptoms, and are fever-free for 24 hours, with less emphasis on testing negative. Apparently, John, the previous recommendation was 10 days. So that was enough. Yes. What did she say? We were wrong. For 3 years, we had a much harsher set of demands if you caught COVID, right? Yeah, people were locked up, for 10 days, and they had to wear masks, and they were all wrong on this. And we kept saying, common sense, they're wrong, they're being hysterical. So Fox 11 reporter Marla Kelly, there's 2 L's for those. She's asking Ferrer, why are you still wearing a mask
when we just have a few people in the room, here's part of the audio.
Alan, 3 years into this, what is the message that you're sending by choosing to be masked every week? There's 6 people in the room right now.
Yeah. My message is, and I'm going to make this crystal clear. People who are wearing masks don't need to justify why they're wearing a mask. I think it's really inappropriate.
Wow. It did not like that question.
I'm crazy. You should make fun of people who are crazy.
I think it's really inappropriate.
I flew in an airplane over the weekend. There was 2 or 3 people, and they made the announcement, be respectful whether someone's wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. They're still making that announcement. But that's not really the point. The point is you're the lead science medical officer in Allen County. What kind of message besides paranoia are you sending? That's what I'd ask them. Paranoia! Because she's paranoid.
I think it's really inappropriate.
That's why she got into the business. There's a lot of people, and I know a couple of them, who grew up in really dysfunctional environments, right? And they became psychologists because they wanted to understand psychology because it came from so much psychological turmoil. It's very common that if you have a strong fear or a traumatic experience, that you're going to want to learn more about it. How many people who end up being crime victims end up setting up organizations to help victims, right? Often when people suffer from a disease, they get involved with organizations to promote research for the disease, to raise money for the disease. All these germ probes, see, I'm going to use the probe on them. All these germ probes had some kind of traumatic childhood involving sickness. Maybe they got very sick, somebody in their family got sick, or they saw a microscopic photo of germs like blown up, and it's like, oh my God, it's disgusting. And it trips them up. Well, this is why I make the point. They cannot be in charge of this in a business. No, they cannot. Right? They're too close to the subject. They're too cautious. The great Wall Street Journal opinion column by a writer named Gabrielle Dollar. Normal people say no mask. We fought for 3 years, but we won the war. Normal people who want normal things, community, connection, creativity, that have been dancing on the side for 3 years to take the battle those who are unwilling to tolerate any COVID risk and demanded the world conform to their fears. At times I was sure we would lose, and if you go through articles from 2020 to 2021, Tom Frieden, former CDC director, proclaimed that masks are in and handsets are out for the indefinite future. March 2021, a Vox article, marvelous the oddities of watching massive gatherings and movies on TV. Imagine that, they were upset with you. Oh yeah, no, it's because people on the left are just a couple of steps over from the oppressive communist regime that have governed Russia, China, right? It's that end of the spectrum there. The farther left you go, the more you want to control the public. You want to set rules. You want to control the economy. You want to control the outcomes. Right, because they believe people left to their own devices make poor choices, and the government knows best and should be regulated. Right, and that's how you get the nanny state. Exactly. Everything about the left is about the nanny state. What's the point? You're not that way, because people are stupid. They're stupid. Yeah. And left to their own devices, they will do horrible. Yeah, but it's not up to me to control them. I just complain about it. Well, I'm sorry I have to deal with most of the people I'm dealing with. I am. Well, I want to be in charge and I'll control them. No, I just avoid them. I've got the freedom to avoid them and make my own little bubble. Well, if they're pulling us all down, don't we have to control them at some point? No, because they're not pulling me down. Do I have to drown them? No, I'm in charge of my life. I'm responsible for my success. I'm responsible for avoiding losers. Okay? And everyone's responsible. I mean, you don't end up blaming everybody else for your struggles. You figure it out. You build a life where you don't have to rely on them so they can't drag you down. All right, coming up after 2 o'clock, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento opposing the appointment of a woman named Julie Sue as our next U.S. Secretary of Labor. This is the woman that headed up the California agency, which controlled the Employment Development Department, which gave out over $30 billion in fraudulently claim money. There battling the COVID pandemic. We'll talk to Congressman Kevin Kiley after the news at 2 o'clock. Down 10 KFI and 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Never Mark Live in the 24-hour Tampa Nation.
Malibu Canyon Road has been reopened. The road has been closed between Ioma Road and Civic Center Way due to rock slides, assisting arrests and drivers. Please caution and beware of rocks on the roadway. The City of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the yearly fees for sidewalks and parks pending permits. Three clerks at supermarkets and liquor stores in Ventura County have been accused of selling alcohol to minors. The State Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control targeted 10 businesses last week, where a minor was told to try to buy alcohol from certain stores. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, high 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California DMV. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Costa Mesa. Southbound of Bristol Street, they're getting everything over the right shoulder. A little bit of slowing from before the 73 on that one. In Irvine, 55 North Agaya Road, got a wreck in the left lane. People was in 605 South. Right at Beverly, they're holding lanes to fix some potholes that stop from the 60. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Monterey Street. Got that crash still blocking the two left lanes and a wreck to Cucamonga. 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Got an accident to 3 left lanes in the far right lane are blocked. And once you're past that, also in Ontario, 15 southbound, right before Harvard Street, got crash, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. KFI the sign helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harmon.
Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Hey, it's Team Shark. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free ApiPure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
And now, a few words from your dog.
I want to go outside. Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or stimulating talk.
John King Show, John Cobell from KFI, AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now on 1 to 4, so if you miss any of the show, it's easy to grab. There's 4 o'clock just after that. Then we'll post up the podcast for you, KFIAM640.com or on the iHeartRadio app. You know, I told you last week that one of the latest scams I kept getting, like spam email, was people telling you to pay an invoice. Yeah, I'm getting it too. Yeah, it usually looked like it was coming from Best Buy. Yeah, I got one from there as well. It was coming every day, all week plus. Yeah, well, remember what I said. Pay the invoice. You know what they did, which is just as tricky? Thank you for paying the invoice. Here's your receipt. So that's, they want you to click the receipt. It was the only one to do is use your computer by getting you to download the that's it. And you're saying, wait a second, I didn't pay this. I want to make sure somebody didn't just steal my, I got click it, but that's a good look. Right? Because you have the follow-up. There's no thank you for paying. Right? Just take a look at the receipt. Oh, no. It works on the people and the bottom 25%. Are these still Nigerians doing this to the you know, there's a lot of Eastern Europe. Eastern Europeans are big on there are pockets like in places like, what if you could tell a couple of strange grammatical errors or something like that in the end? Yeah, well, that's why I always think it's foreign, because they don't quite have a handle on the language, and spelling and all that, and they try to come close, but usually they make a mistake. Yeah, the ones we used to get used to be the ones that always wanted to share money with. I pray to you and the dear Lord above that you will help me. I have funds in this account and I need your help to get the funds. There's a spam folder. That's it. So I should look. Once in a while I look. Oh, that's from Honeyman. They're not a spam folder. Yeah. Oh, no, I click on it every now and then to see what's in there. The title. For a couple of the best part. Something great. Ended up in my name there. Oh, they did. Yeah. Everybody can't see it now. Yeah, I'm still getting calls. All right. Well, we love the state of California, and of course, they made so much during the first couple of years of the pandemic, and they were on the side of the renters. But they still are. Landlords are still hurting in LA City, LA County, and throughout the state because the protections are so. Oh, I just heard this the other day from somebody I was talking to about the protections for tenants are so unbelievable. And you know why that is, John? Because if they don't protect the tenants, here it comes. They could fall into homelessness. Sure, they're on your favorite. They're all perfect shields to justify control. See, I look at the premise of all this. The premise of these people is we would like to create a socialist communist utopia. And we're willing to incrementally grab a little turf, a little bit at a time, use a crisis like COVID as an excuse, then block property owners from being able to get the money that they are entitled to. And now you've created a dependent class in these renters. So as long as this government's in charge, these people don't have to pay rent. And the property owner is the one who's punished. And it's an incremental step towards centralized control of people's lives. They're taking over private property. That's right. Private property is the first thing. Somebody will say that. At some point, we'll have too many homeless people, and somebody will say, well, just have to take over all private property, and the government will figure out how to house every question. You don't have private. You didn't have private property in the Soviet Union, in communist Russia. That's the first thing that goes. Yeah, and so you have to understand, but they know they have to justify it to the general public. So they say, oh, it's because of COVID. Oh, it's because these people end up. Well, no, it's not because of COVID, and it's not because they care if people end up homeless. If they cared about homelessness, you would have 40,000 people in the street, right? No, what they care about is a justification for control. So California set up a $5 billion fund, this is during the pandemic in 2020, called Housing is Key. And we talked about this before, where they were going to help out and help tenants pay rent, and yes, allegedly, landlords who are receiving rent could apply for the money. Well, here we are, a couple of years later, and here's an update from ABC reporter Carolyn Johnson. Yeah, so 2020 was a tough year for Teresa Glover. The pandemic hit. She had to have open heart surgery, and she lost her job. It wasn't too awful long before I was dipping into my savings to pay my rent and stuff, and I've wiped that out. And I've maxed out all my credit cards, trying to keep, stay on top of my rent and stuff. So the Ventura County tenant was relieved to learn about the state's Housing is Key program, a $5 billion fund set up during the pandemic to help struggling tenants like Teresa pay rent. Landlords who were not getting rent could also apply for money. Teresa was approved for $7,800. That was a year ago. But she says she received nothing but the runaround. And that phone number is the number that anybody can call to ask any question about that. But they received no answer. I mean, they received no answer to the phone, but they won't answer the question. John Snyder is a small landlord. I've been hitting my head against the wall since then, trying to get anybody to do anything. He was approved for $24,000 in rent his tenant hadn't paid. But Housing is Key sent the check to John's tenant, who then cashed it and never paid him. John asked Housing is Key to fix this mistake. That was a year ago. He received nothing. The last thing I would think you'd do is give the money to the debtor and cross their fingers they're going to do the right thing. Slicing heard from several landlords and tenants who say they qualified for money as well, but never got any. Others are complaining online about Housing is Key. Some say if they don't get their money, they could be out on the street. I don't think they would get a passing rate on this program, unfortunately. Jackie Zaneri is an attorney with the tenant advocacy group ACE. She says thousands of applicants, like Teresa and John, are still waiting for money. So ACE is suing the state for mismanaging the program and failing to pay the money it promised. Part of the issue right now for us is to figure out how we can get everyone the money that they were told that they would get. According to the Housing is Key website, it paid out nearly $4.5 billion. but it's unclear how much money is left. The IT learned through court documents that housing exchange paid an independent contractor $260 million to manage the program. Oh, there you go. Says it likely needs to pay that contractor even more. Okay, a government agency like this, would be more together. Meanwhile, tenants and landlords are wondering if they'll ever get the money they were promised. And I can ask the director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, who is in charge of the Housing Exchange program, for an on-camera interview. He declined. A spokesperson also declined to comment on the lawsuit, saying they don't comment on pending litigation.
Okay, so here's a key quote from me from Teresa Glover.
Oh, and I think a quote from John Schneider, landlord. But you go ahead first.
You would think a government agency like this would be more together. Why would you think that?
Yeah, really. We're going back to the IT thing.
Were you born yesterday?
Or the day before yesterday? I mean, there is no government agency that would be together. I think John Schneider had the key. They're saying they paid out $4.5 million. John Schneider's the landlord who's owed $24,000. And he said giving the money to the debtor and expecting them to do the right thing, that's not a good idea. So what he's saying there is they paid out billions of dollars, but I'll bet you that people did not turn around and take the rent with it. They went on a trip. They had some fun. They had a party. Right. They bought fentanyl. I don't know.
That's exactly what a lot of the poor people did.
That's what they did.
That's the free
Because
shit.
if I'm a bitchy man, I get the money from the state. Why can't I hand it over to the landlord until they make you do that?
I told this story before, but I keep thinking about it. Every time this thing comes up, we have a friend, and she used to work in a shoe department at one of the expensive department stores in Beverly Hills. And she said when they started sending out all the COVID checks, right, pandemic money, and everybody got $1,300, she said a whole bunch of people from Philadelphia got on a plane, all massive. And they landed in Los Angeles, and they went to this department store in Beverly Hills, and they started a riot in the shoe department. And they were talking about all the cash they had from the government check, I don't know if it was Trump or Biden, and they really caused a ruckus, right? I mean, they were angry, they were demanding, they were throwing shoes around and boxes around, and she said she went and hid in the stock room because it released this energy here of insanity. They were so happy to have this free money. That's a lot of that went on. It don't always go on. There's a reason why some poor people are poor. And it's because if they get a little bit of money, it gets slumped. And a lot of it.
Well, yeah, they want to live a fun lifestyle. They want to be like the wealthier people. Let's take the rent to that. I'm going to go party.
That's why so many lottery ticket winners go broke.
Coming up next, Congressman Kevin Kiley will join us in front of the group that's going to rally at the Capitol in Sacramento against the appointment of a woman named Julie Chu as the United States Labor Secretary. He was California's head of our Department of Labor, and wow. Well, we remember $30 billion in out the window and fraudulent payments during COVID. That's what really is doing. KFI 640 Live, everywhere the iHeartRadio app. I just see you in the middle of the queue, right?
Oh, I love that.
Deborah Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Make KFI magically appear using nothing but your beautiful voice. Tell your mouse robot to play KFI AM 640. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Behind bars, I'm Deborah Marks, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested a driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro.
The woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood boil. The fact that she decided to just stop, stare at him, and then drive around him, that was probably the most frustrating part within the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. In LA, Blake Troll is KFI News.
Winter storms have prompted supervisors and the governor to declare a state of emergency in Orange County.
Multiple families have been kicked out of 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente because of a landslide that could send the building tumbling down a hillside.
We have several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Katrina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance. Millions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapse in the Dover storage community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds.
In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering of plants to help offset reduced water supplies. The agency said yesterday the winter storms have helped alleviate the water shortage, and it is lifting emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. LA School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says he has urging workers to sit down and talk before going on strike. The labor union, representing more than 30,000 workers, from special ed teachers to bus drivers, says previous offers from the district have been insufficient. Carvalho says schools should not shut down when the district has more money to put on the table.
We're already at a level that is higher than any time before, even compared to other educational institutions across the country.
They offered a minimum wage of $20 an hour for workers and retroactive raises by 15% last week. The union says it's not enough. Most of its essential workers are living below the poverty line. The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti to be the next ambassador to India. Several Democrats voted against his nomination, but enough Republicans backed Garcetti to give the U.S. its first permanent ambassador to India under President Biden. The Senate voted 62 to 42 in Garcetti's favor. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the U.S.-India relationship is extremely important. It's a good thing the U.S. now has an ambassador. Orange County has banned TikTok on all government devices except those used for law enforcement purposes. Supervisor John Wagner says the ban approved unanimously yesterday applies to the phones, laptops, and desktops used by almost 20,000 employees.
Placing restrictions on the use of TikTok on government-owned devices will mitigate the high security risks associated with the app and ensure the protection of our constituents' private data.
Because the federal government has already banned TikTok for almost 4 million employees over potential fine concerns. The U.S. Sheriff also issued a warning to all TikTok users that the data collection could put users or kids in national security at risk. And the executive director of the group Gun Owners of California says there was nothing new in President Biden's comments from Monterey Park. Sam Paredes says he read Biden's executive order on gun violence. He heard the whole speech yesterday. He says lawmakers are over-legislating the issue.
Criminals do not comply with them. They will always see it get done. So as long as they put their focus on that, we will continue to see more and more tragedies that are committed by people who need to be addressed.
Because lawmakers will not be successful in banning so-called assault weapons or high-capacity magazines because courts have ruled the bans unconstitutional. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, around 60 for the Antelope Valley. Right now, 59 in Tustin, it's 54 in Virginia Beach, 58 in Fontana, and 63 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 110 in Highland Park.
110 northbound before Green Marisol. That brand new accident. The 2 left lanes are blocked. It's backed up from Avenue 52. Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Monterey Street. That's a crash blocking the 2 left lanes, and it is going to be stopped from Lake Avenue. West Cucamonga, 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Still got that crash for the big ridge. The 3 left lanes are blocked. One to get past the 15 southbound before Haruka Street. Another crash, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. In Anaheim Hills, 98 south to 241. That is sold out vehicle blocking the left lane in Santa Ana on the 55 northbound. Right at Dyer Road, that crash blocking the left lane. You're hitting the brakes from the 405. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm getting on in.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Many people watch Newsmax for news as perspective you're not going to get from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying to silence their voice. For good reason, it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for great event substance, Rob Stick, Eric Bowler, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check the channel guide. Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, just switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Zumo, Pluto, Vimeo, and more to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. There's so much sensitive info altogether.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no.
You said stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA and CL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
And 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, welcome everybody to another hour on from 1 to 4. If you missed any, it's all posted up there just after 4 o'clock on the website, so you can enjoy all 3 hours of the show. Yes, you do have to say the stories anymore. We know that Garcetti was confirmed as ambassador to the Why? Don't look at any news. What's that? Well, John's in denial. Are you kidding? No, that was never. He's hoping that this is a nightmare or a glitch. Wow, it's hard and feathered in a parade. We're excited to tell you, though, that the Moist line has lots of openings coming back in 2 days for the first time in 2 weeks. So connect to the Moist line using the iHeartRadio app. The microphone icon is there for you to leave a message. Or call the toll-free number 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7886. This is going to be an hour full of incompetent, crazy people. As I said, Garcetti is confirmed as ambassador to India. What's pending next is the possible confirmation as U.S. Secretary of Labor of a woman by the name of Julie. I've never heard of her, but she was running the Employment Development Department here in California when $30 billion was given away to criminals around the world. That was the unemployment money during COVID. Yeah, she was the head of California Labor Department. So that's what they oversee the issue. And he pretty much opened the floodgates because when people started applying, it was like, let's go some of the checks on this. We better get the money out of the people and all. The scammers find us out quickly. Yeah. 32. Listen, she cost us $30 billion and got promoted from California Secretary of Labor to the Secretary of Labor. This is mind-boggling. Garcetti and Julie Sue, well, there's some rebellion here. Yeah, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento among a couple of politicians, of which we're going to talk to one Congressman Kevin Kiley, Republican from up in the Rockland area. And Kevin used to work in the California legislature for many years. Yeah. He's a congressman. Kevin, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
This is great. I mean, the bigger boob you are, the bigger failure, the better job you get with the Biden administration.
Yeah, filling up. It's a great concept, right?
Yeah, so go through all the problems with Julie Sue.
Well, problem number one is the EDD. So she was Gavin Newsom's labor secretary, and so, Newsom has just shut the state down. Millions of people have lost their jobs under government orders, and then they're applying for these unemployment checks, and people just can't get it. The department is so incompetent. Myself and any other legislators have the number one point of view. People could not get their checks for weeks, for months, and definitely couldn't provide for their families. That's number one. Number two, at the same time, is the 30-day cycle that has, law-abiding, hard-working, pretty good checks that we're entitled to. Criminals are easily able to get checks applying out the door to the tune of some $30 billion in fraud, largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history. And number three is you are the architect and the enforcer of the law known as H5, which not to mention that California had the highest unemployment rate in the country, and she is labor secretary. So, this whole idea Gavin Newsom has that our state is somehow a model for the whole country, this is that idea being brought to forefront of creation.
Why were the fraudsters so easily able to get the money, but the unemployed citizens of California had so much trouble? Why didn't the fraudsters have trouble getting money? How come it was yourself?
Yeah, it boggles the mind. They were able to easily figure out how to game the system because Julie Sue made the sort of inexplicable decision not to put in place basic fraud protection measures like most other states did. The federal government, for example, advised very early on to cross-check unemployment claims against the criminals. She did not do that. As a matter of fact, she had lots of checks that went straight to the correctional facilities themselves. The fraudsters, they wouldn't even try very hard. They didn't know what John did. They didn't know what Diane Feinstein. And they had their checks. And remember, this is such a waste of money, $30 billion waste. So it was worse than a waste. This is money that went to criminal people to perpetrate and carry out further criminal.
What do you think was wrong with the EVG that regular citizens couldn't get the check? Like, how could a million people get their unemployment claims denied?
Well, it was sheer incompetence. Was a simple answer. I mean, not all of this can be legacy of Julie Sue. I mean, we had outdated technology systems. The DVD was in the midst of an 11-year upgrade of technology. You could imagine that, 11 years to do basic technology upgrade.
Well, we'll be outdated by the time they finish the project.
Exactly. We'll be outdated within a year. It takes 11 years. But if you look at other states that actually handled the influx of unemployment claims well, they quickly pivoted to things that would work, positive solutions, and that would allow them to process claims in a timely manner. But the stuff that was happening at the DVD, I mean, you can look at the reports that the state auditor did, the independent state auditor. You can look at the letters of 61 assembly members, mostly Democrats wrote a few months into this in 2020.
What was wrong with her? What is wrong with her?
Well, I think that the basic thing that is wrong is that she is not someone who has been elevated based upon her capabilities, but rather based upon her readiness to simply rubber stamp the agenda of special interest groups aligned with Gavin Newsom. So, if you look at who was supporting her for this nomination, as soon as Marty Walsh announced she was leaving as a vacancy, it was all the big unions that were behind AB5 that run the Capitol in California. UVA put out a letter saying Biden's nominated.
And I guess Biden's people don't care that she was such a failure here.
Well, those things are that they nominated her. They nominated her for deputy secretary. And by the way,
why is that so? Do they want her to screw up the U.S. Labor Department now?
It's your say. I mean, I think that this is just a matter of Biden. He feels like he needs to give this gift to the special interest who's been pushing through. He even said the other day, he said if you were not nominated, and he used a passive voice, which was a little odd, because he's the one doing the nominating. He said if you were not chosen, he would be run out of town. So, at that point, the president himself is sort of admitting he's not the one driving the train here, that he's deferring to those who have profited immensely from Sue's corrupt policies.
So are we seeing any opposition to the Senate? I mean, with the Garcia nomination, it took a while, and there was definitely some doubts. Are there doubts about Julie Sue, or is this just going to sail through?
It's not going to sail through. When she was up for deputy secretary, she only was confirmed by a vote of 50 to 47. It was strictly party line. And so now it's a very different dynamic because you have, if you're up with a top job, there's going to be a lot more scrutiny, there's a lot more on the line. And you also have a number of Democrat senators in, more right-wing states that are up for election in 2024. So I'm trying to make it very clear for anyone who votes for her exactly what they are associating themselves with. Number one being that $30 billion fraud.
I got one more question. You spent a long time in Sacramento as a representative, and now you're in Congress. Which is worse?
The jury is still out on that. I will tell you, it's better being in the majority, that's for sure. And it's better having sort of a government where there's some measure of accountability, some checks and balances. Although there are obviously a lot of very deeply rooted problems with the culture of DC. But, one of the reasons I ran for Congress is that a lot of the problems that we have in California are starting to go national. And so, Julie Sue's nomination is really a major sort of step in that direction that we want to make sure we avoid.
Well, I want to point something else out, Kevin. I saw there, and it's not well read, but the Sacramento Bee was going after you because you've been pointing out all the troubles with Newsom. And they're wondering, why is he obsessed with Newsom? Well, I think that you just made the point. That California policy is going to be starting to flow around the country, and you want to point out the flaws.
That's exactly right. I mean, Newsom himself has explicitly said that that is what he's trying to do. That California is a model for the nation. And so, the Sue nomination is a perfect case in point. I mentioned AB5, the independent contractor law that Sue is a huge part of. They are trying to nationalize that right now. It's called the PRO Act, which actually passed the House last Congress. And there's also a rule in the very Labor Department that Sue would lead that's going through rulemaking right now that would essentially nationalize this law that California has. And so, the Sacramento Bee, they always have a lot to say about that. If you're not looking closely at what the Gavin Newsom policies have done to California, then I wouldn't be doing my job.
All right, Kevin Time, Congressman up in the Rockland area. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, again, trying to oppose the nomination of a Julie Stewart, the U.S. Secretary of Labor. She was California's Labor Secretary, and of course, he lost over $30 billion. We're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Kevin Mark live in 24-hour KFI Newsroom.
The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the next U.S. ambassador to India. The hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man right inside San Francisco earlier this month has been arrested, and Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. We're going to go to the 6:05 next.
Dr. Charles Megger at Saddleback Eye Center. He has the laser light LASIK exam. He uses a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times, perfectly match your vision. The laser light LASIK exam will give you crystal clear vision, 20/20 or better. I know I went through this. You start off with the exam, then you do the procedure. It only takes 20 minutes. There's no pain. You walk out of there and you're seeing everything. 20/20 or better in most cases. The laser light LASIK exam is for people who are nearsighted, farsighted, have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. I will give you this free laser light LASIK exam now if you're one of the first 14 calls. You call now. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
We're going to a crash on the 605 in Long Beach. This is on Hilltown. This is right before the Carson. Got a crash clearing over the right shoulder, but you're stopped right now from Catella in Pasadena, 6 and eastbound before the road. Still got that crash blocking the carpool and the two left lanes that stop from Lake Avenue. Lens to Pomona on the 16 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Got a crash involving a semi blocking the 3 left lanes, and just past that at the Rupa, the 3 right lanes are blocked with a semi crash as well. In Santa Ana 55 north of Dyer Road, trying to clear that west from the left lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon. This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Go to bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
Brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, with rebates for water-saving devices and tips to reduce water use inside and out. Visit twaterwise.com. That's twaterwise.com. What I would tell people is that you don't have to meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then put it in an area of your body that you're having the pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process. For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics
213-997. That's 213-997.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
This critical adjustment so you'll feel cool, leave less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor oils the right way, not keep you sweat.
Rejuvenation, just for $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. RealEastPCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell.
Line number 1047-781. I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Josh, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthy outdoors. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
I mean, this whole forgiveness program is no small deal. Look how unfair it is for them to start life in so much debt.
That's right. How about the people that paid off their loan?
They'll handle taxpayers are subsidizing these students under the loan forgiveness program. It's $500 billion. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Right, that was a while. Johnny Thanks there, John Cobell, and Ken Chanto at KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 2:30, we don't talk much about Russia and Ukraine, but there's only a few stories floating around the news this afternoon that you got to hear, including what appears to be another purge by Vladimir Putin of people, some Russian people who live in the people. Yeah, seeing 39,000 Russians all committed suicide. Well, see, wow, they got a little depressed over how it's going, and it's kind of bad. Must be a bad winter in Russia. And we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about all 39 of them. Putin had to say a little update on Ukraine, Russia, coming up after the news that 3:30. We've already mentioned several times, and we're only going to mention it again here because they're talking about somebody connected to this person. This yoga family has been approved by the United States Senate as the next ambassador to India. That's it, this summer. So after a year and 9 months was it since he was nominated? Yes. But just stuck around. Now one of his other legacies, in addition to the crime and the homelessness and the filth and the potholes, is corruption. And although he's never been charged, we do have a deputy mayor who's been on trial dealing with this corruption with the real estate developers. His name is Raymond Chan. He's being accused of being a key member of what prosecutors call the Council District Enterprise, a conspiracy in which former LA City Councilman Jose Huizar, assisted by others, used his office to give favorable treatment to real estate developers who financed and facilitated bribes and other illicit benefits. And some of this, as we know, branched out to the world of sex, poker chips, you name it. It was really like a good old-fashioned bribe case to court cash. Large amounts, and Huizar, of course, pled guilty in January, and back a couple of years ago, he was former LA City Councilman. He also had some trips to Vegas and wink, some other side action from the developer. So, yeah, because you need city hall cooperation if you're going to build a big tower. So there has to be somebody corruptible inside Garcetti's office. So that's Raymond Chan. He is the former Los Angeles deputy mayor. When you're a deputy mayor, that means you're appointed by the mayor. And the mayor is Garcetti. So this is as close as the state got to Garcetti. This guy decided not to take the police to start trial. The trial started, as you know, when it may be over. For rather unusual reasons. He mentioned when the trial opened that the attorney for Raymond Chan is none other than Harlan Braun. A name that may be familiar to people that follow the legal field. He's an 80-year-old now. He's had celebrity clients over the years that include Roman Polanski, Roseanne Barr, John Landis, Gary Busey, Chris Farley. He was also involved in representing a police officer, I think, in the shooting of Rodney King over 30 years ago. So he's in the news, and the trial is on hold because apparently Harlan Braun collapsed in his office. On March 2nd, he returned to his office after the day's trial, and his adult son, with whom he shares an office, they found him gravely ill. They took him by ambulance to UCLA Medical Center, where they gave him treatment. He underwent emergency surgery. They don't know what he was. He was in the hospital for 10 days, and then he got out. The medical team says he cannot participate in the Chan case, and his state is an indeterminate but significant period further medical treatment and convalescence. It sounds like a stroke or something along those lines, where, you have to do a lot to come back with physical therapy and stuff. I don't know what it is, though. But they think it'll be at least 3 months down the line, if not longer, that he can resume any kind of practice of law.
The Chan wants a mistrial.
Yeah, he wants a mistrial.
Start all over again? That's right, with a new attorney.
With a new attorney. Which is probably what's going to happen, because otherwise, what do you do?
Well, let him defend himself. If he's innocent, why do you need an attorney?
All he does is say,
attorney. He did it, right? You just go up there and say none of this happened.
please your own thing.
I didn't take any money. I didn't give anybody money.
Yeah. The judge could say, find another attorney now. I don't want to hold the trial.
But you have an expensive famous attorney when you're guilty. Then you hire the attorney that's using the sub-zero IQ jurors that they got the wrong guy.
Right now, it's on hold until March 27th, so there's still some time before the judge decides whether or not to kick this trial or now. Chan is facing a dozen criminal counts: racketeering, conspiracy, bribery, honest services fraud, lying to federal agents. This guy is really the end of this entire scandal. Everybody else has either been found guilty or pled guilty.
Right.
So he's 66 years old. He's been in city government a long time, and so they're trying to act like this man is innocent. He's never done anything like this before. You have no cases before that. That's not a good thing.
All the evidence says he did it. Doesn't matter that they didn't catch him 20 years.
I love the versions that attorneys use, which work on some people. Like, well, he never did this before.
Well, how do you know that? And what does that matter?
Well, he was deputy mayor who oversaw economic development for Garcetti in 2016 and 2017. He's charged with arranging what they call indirect bribe payments to city officials by lining up employment contracts for the officials' relatives. Oh, that's a good one. Saves us another slight to the bribe, right? Did you find a job for my judge nephew? Sure. Yeah, that'll be Can's job.
If you have a big family, there's a lot of judges there.
Now, Braun said that he's an innocent public servant who just got swept up in the case by ambitious federal prosecutors. Swept up?
That evidence of his involvement.
He probably had
texts or emails or other people saying, how come my mother never got swept up in a corruption case?
Was there one in her workplace?
No, but she never committed. Your mother, my mother, right? She never got arrested. They never got swept up in a case because they didn't do anything wrong. People who do stuff wrong end up getting swept up.
Well, they're saying that, because he was part of this whole developer real estate stuff for the city of LA, and all these people were corrupt. Doesn't mean he's corrupt. Yes, he just saw his name on a paper and said, grant him too. That's the job description.
It's just to manage the corruption that comes through your office.
It looks like he was the go-between. Of course, but they're not saying here what he got in terms of money or, what his remuneration was for doing this. I don't see that, but I'm sure it'll come out in the case. All right, we got more coming up. Daily KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app.
And Deborah Mark Live in 24-hour KFI News.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then, the 62 made the 42, the motion is approved. New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment.
The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador.
He's correct. KFI
Overcrowding is forcing an animal shelter in LA County to make some extreme decisions.
The Long Beach animal shelters resorted to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the tap rooms. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in from homeless encampments. There are currently 9 dogs at the Long Beach shelter said to be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones, Lee, KFI News.
Porn actress Stormy Daniels has met with prosecutors in Manhattan who are investigating testimony paid to her on behalf of former President Trump. Her lawyer, Clark Brewster, says Daniels will make herself available as a witness or for further questions if needed. Grand jury is looking into a 2016 payment to Trump's then lawyer that he paid Daniels on Trump's behalf. Danielson said she had a 2006 sexual encounter with Trump that she did not want, but didn't say no to. Trump says it never happened. And Bobby Caldwell, the singer known for his R&B hit "What You Won't Do for Love" and "Open Your Eyes," has died. His wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he had been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He was 71. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow. Highs low to mid-60s from Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it is 57 in San Juan Capistrano and 59 in Staten. We're going back to the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga.
Trouble 15 southbound before the Foothill Boulevard. That car is still blocking the 3 left lanes. It is stopped from Baseline Road. You can still pass that 15 southbound before Lucas Street. That earlier was cleared from the 3 right lanes.
In Redlands, carrying the west on Walmart Avenue, got a roll over and over on the right shoulder. You haven't seen delay from the Piper Boulevard. And it's Santa Ana on the 55 north on a Dyer Road. Got a crash still blocking the left lane. It's going to be very, a little bit slow like this on the 73. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got in the way of. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases in certain states.
Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. Hey y'all, U-Sharp, it's 2023 and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo you! But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill, you're going to need my secret weapon. Here it is. WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Like the much sought-after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Sure, you can order them, but WDC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done, an appliance store you need, the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find a WDC nearest you
WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous rounds. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness Inner 12-pack on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy two. And save $2 on Guinness and Irish whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Stater Brothers Market. Call Service Champions for an $88 prescription heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
Live everywhere.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. It's John Cobell, Kim Podcast Box. And 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 to 4 on the radio. After 4 o'clock, the podcast on the iHeartRadio app. It's called John and Ken On Demand. And it is. Listen to all the parts you missed. Or relive the parts that you heard. Yes, that's right. Maybe you want to share them with someone. You heard something live, it's like, I got to have a friend of mine hear this. It's incredible. All right, so that's the way you find it, the iHeartRadio app or KFIA. It'll be incredible. It's incredible. You got to hear it, right? So down to this time. I got different more site too. That's right. You find out my evaluation is separate site too. In the first hour. We're going to have a special guest after 3 o'clock. One of those cases where this person will remain anonymous. It is a 5th grade LA Unified School District teacher who is not happy that there could be a strike. In fact, I think the union today was supposed to have a rally and announce the date of the 3-day or whatever strike. We'll talk to this teacher coming up after the news at 3 o'clock. And again, this is mostly not about the teachers, although they want a big pay raise. It's about the other ones. People in the cafeteria and the offices and the people who serve the swamp. The teachers are going to go on strike because the people who serve the swamp don't get paid enough. You have never had an LA Unified School District cafeteria meal. How do you know it's why? I have never had a cafeteria meal in my life. Like, you even have your own smell, because the first day I went to a public school cafeteria, I looked at it and I said, wow, that's a lot of slop. Ooh. So, must be. It is called the MQ-9 Reaper drone. I feel like the tables turned a bit. You remember the Chinese spy balloons that were flying over the U.S.? Yes. They were cut down eventually by our military. And we went. Right now, both the U.S. and Russia want to get their hands on this U.S. drone, which went down over the Black Sea. The Black Sea, of course, borders several countries, of which Russia, Ukraine are a big part of the Black Sea. What was it doing there? We don't know. But it apparently got clipped by a Russian fighter jet, and the U.S. decided to bring it down because it was inoperable. Now we want to go get it because we don't want the Russians to get it. If there's anything valuable to be learned from it, or whatever is collected in terms of data, the Russians just say, well, there you go. That's the U.S. trying to help out Ukraine with that drone doing something up there. And the U.S. isn't saying much about what the drone was doing over the Black Sea. However, spying on the Russians. Or doing something to help Ukraine. Right. Figure out Russian troop movements, things like that, right? We were giving them tens of billions of dollars in assistance. Yeah. So that's part of it. We're giving them a lot of equipment. But the Russians are right to say, well, this is proof of the direct thing that the Russians actually sending their own equipment directly over the air. I can help Ukraine. I didn't think that was in dispute. I assumed. Well, then you better take to the bunker, because that means that we're in the war and it's going to be World War III. Oh, I'm convinced that this could turn out very bad. Still, why did it say yeah. Okay. Because he's insane. I can't believe how many young men he fed to this. Yeah, you think there would be a bigger rebellion in Russia. I mean, I see the numbers. I mean, they lose family members like this. They thought in the streets, they'll kill you. It's all young men. It's the entire generation of young men gone. There's going to be nobody to marry in that generation. They're not going to ever have kids. And these families are going to live in this grief for the rest of their life. And for what? Although I hear now, a lot of the soldiers getting killed. Have you heard of the Wagner group? Yeah, the Wagner group is mercenaries and prisoners. Putin opened up the prison and forced them into service. But they were in training for military. So the prisoners getting slaughtered. The mercenaries biblically critical. That this is a disaster here. Because most of the Russian troops are either young men forced into duty, or prisoners, or mercenaries. A lot of the first wave of Russian troops have all been murdered, killed by Ukrainians. The new story of the New York Post that Russia's mercenary group is so hard pressed to replace its rank, they're turning to Pornhub to recruit soldiers. They're urging male viewers, yes, to stop pleasuring themselves and instead apply for a job as on. Oh, that'll make a good soldier. There's a commercial, a blonde woman wearing red lipstick and twirling an oversized lollipop in her mouth, and a husky female voice purrs in the background. We are the bleeping coolest private army in the world. We're recruiting fighters from all regions of Russia. Oh no, really? Don't whack off. Don't work for PNC Bonds. Wow. And a telephone number appears on the screen. You have to be direct. Oh, that's the ad here. The woman with the lollipop. There's it. The board out there. Oh, that's really That's why I think eventually Putin's going to realize this is the worst war that Russia ever tried to fight. It's going to be the biggest loss and embarrassment. And he's going to fight off here. They had a bloodbath in Afghanistan in the late 70s, but I think this is going to top that. Well, and right now, how are you going to get prisoners, mercenaries, and teenagers who are forced into battle? How are you going to win with that? Meanwhile, so far, according to another story in the New York Post, there have been 39 fires. These are Russian citizens who apparently, some of them are well off. Sergei Brishin, a financial fraudster and oligarch, who sold Harry and Meghan their California mansion for $15 million, apparently died from sepsis on March 6th. Coincidence or not, it happened after he criticized Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but some of the executive steps is possible. We mentioned this guy last week, guy who worked with virus, Andrei Volokov, who helped develop the Sputnik 5 COVID vaccine, John COVID. He apparently died from a filter on his neck. I think he died. Israel directed that his apartment got broken into by a piece of stranglers. Is that right? He asked those other two for court. I didn't sense that. Yeah, you think? Wow. It says that a lot of the Kremlin, according to a Russian expert, they have their fingerprints on the death of 39 people who are connected to the Russian government but have been outspoken critics of the war. I love some of these their stories. Colonel Vadim Boyko, he was the chief of globalization for the Ukrainian war. They said he committed suicide, but he was shot 5 times. Well, I think if you want to kill yourself, you want to be sure, and you shoot yourself 5 times. And the opponent, in the mouth does it, but yeah, I don't know how you get to that 4 shots of let's see, Marina Yansina, Russian defense official, 16 stories, fell out of the building. There was a lot of falling deaths, I remember. Yeah. And they were all alleged suicide. They took a fall. Yeah. Says here, another oligarch, Sergei Horostovsky, formerly the CEO of Novatech, the company was tied to the Kremlin. He and his family were enjoying life in Spain. But in April of last year, his wife and 2 daughters were found at their villa, chopped up by an axe, probably an accident, and he was hanging from the news. The government said it's murder-suicide. However, his son says that is a lie. He loved my mother, especially Maria, my sister. He would never do any harm to his family with an axe. And then hung himself, funny. Somebody, an oil boss, died last year of a drug-induced heart attack. It's taking a Chauvinaic district. They all had publicly criticized Putin. So you say one bad word about Putin, and you're going to knock on your door. But that's how strong men stay in power. They eliminate their opposition. It works. And they do it ruthlessly so others know, shut up. That's right. And so that's how he gets away with killing 100,000 Right, that's how you do it, because people don't care as much about the murdered soldiers. They care about their own lives. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Never marked live in the 24-hour KFI News.
Only 7 students at a magnet school in Sun Valley got sick from what the LAFD calls chewable marijuana gummies. LAFD units responded this afternoon, and officials say the students were all conscious and breathing. A couple of cars in Baldwin Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along a hillside. Part of the hill became a money mess overnight, split onto North La Brea. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok and county-issued devices. Southland weather, KFI, mostly cloudy, tomorrow highs in low to mid-60s. This report brought to you by El Monte RV. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center list still places. We're going back to the 210 in Pasadena.
No trouble here. Just wanted to be down right before the road meet. Got that class still blocking the parcel on the left lane stop from Fair Oaks Avenue. At Water Village on the 2,000 before Fletcher Drive, got a wreck blocking the right lane there. Hitting the Stone Ranch took them down the 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. That earlier wreck is cleared. In Redlands, 10 west on Wildlife Avenue, got a crash blocking the right lane. It is really heavy coming away from Live Oak Canyon Road and the Riverside. 215 southbound before Box Springs Road. Got a crash in the center divider area. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon.
Get ready to spring into warmer weather with our Monty RV Spring Special. For your next open road adventure by March 31st and take 10% off of your next ready to receive 200 miles for travel between now and May 13th. Become a coach Spring Concert. For more information, visit MontyRV.com or call 800-327-2149. The resort is sponsored by Dell Technology.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest program and local processor. Plastic, yield, and select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
You want to sell your home, you have to know the market is changing. Drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative to selling your home. No cumulative agent commission. Paying for repairs and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. There's no obligation offer. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. SellersAdvantage.com.
Don't worry, so happy. We're gonna get
CRE number 01961658. The times are way on St. Sunny Day. Yeah, and I was singer to my list of talents. And now the top 5 reasons services for Honduras. Number 5.
Captain Stay Freezy. Get a free plus rated PK March 17th.
Number 4.
Rated Gun Gift Giveaway. Get the coast to coast so when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 21st. 3. Champion Gift Followers. You can win up to $1,500 at free play for the Squad Week reward card. Friday, 1 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted out the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Eat, drink, and be Irish birthday. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on Cape Robinson.
Morocco Casino Resort and Spa. Morocco. Good times. For everybody.
Brings you here before you know it to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down to $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you will lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebates.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from yourself, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax to the SolarMaxTech.com.
If you're available on Blue Credit, yes, and Max has to go for it. Portions of the following program will be recorded. You could be in Disneyland jail for 6 hours.
Well, because you were throwing stuff from the skyway.
I was not throwing, I was dropping. And my
You get there to be
how was that a jailable offense? Why did he just kick me out? He had other options.
you can butter take it.
Okay, we have big smile important as live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Show, Dr. Bell, and the KFI.
and 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A couple of quick things. For time to announce that the voice line has plenty of openings, so drop your messages using the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icon, or dial up the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE-6, 1-877-664-7886. Tell the world how you feel about Eric Garcetti becoming the new ambassador to India. That really happened. That shouldn't work up to people to call. We did not play the voice line last Friday, so it should be a lot to be released during the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up, speaking of the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to an anonymous. We love talking to anonymous. This is a 5th grade teacher at Ellen Unified with over 20-plus years of experience who is very upset that there's going to be a strike. Well, they're going to strike because janitors want more money. The teachers are walking out because the janitors want more money, and they're unified. And the cloth servers in the cafeteria. And who else is left drive? Yeah, some of the security aides, teaching assistants. They want a 30% raise on them. I don't know over how many years. How come people don't just go out and get better jobs? Well, why is it? There's 11 million jobs that are still unfilled in this country. Why is it there? I just saw the other day the restaurant business is making a booming comeback. They're one of the biggest hiring right now. I saw another story, and a lot of people who've been staying home have decided they got to go back. Places too much. They got to bring more money home. Wow, they got to work. Well, some of it was women who couldn't get daycare. The daycare people gave up during the pandemic, and now they're coming back too because it's late. The problem is, everybody gets more money by coming back to work, so it's going to spend more money, and there'll be more expenses. Yeah, that's what happens, actually, because everybody's going to have to get raises, and the raises have to roughly match inflation, so everything keeps firing up. Now we're talking about one of your favorite topics of the week. The Wall Street Journal did a great story. The party is ending for French retirees. You may have heard there's been some civil unrest in the country of France because, well, like our social security system, their retirement system is going big time. And they want to raise the legal retirement age of, oh my gosh, to 64. Ours has been 65 for about 90 years. Right. And with ours, the longer you wait, the more you get to Social Security. 90 years ago, we came up with 65. France is walking at 64. And France is better than our Social Security. It cost to a 75-year-old guy here who's been retired for 14 years. He's been working in the airline industry. He gets a check every month for almost $7,000. That's pretty good. Yeah, he can join the beach life. It says here he sleeps in and strolls the beach. That is boring. Then what do you do on the second day? I feel like a teenager. Well, until my parents said that they were retired. Like back in high school, they call their friends and they go play golf or they go out to lunch. I worked when I was in high school. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand doing nothing. You've got your dad's genetics. But as your head down, you want to just keep working through your coke over the table. Well, you don't want to sit there. You go down, Mark. The guy right there in the studio. I won't believe it. Right. No, you know what? Nobody asked you your attitude about retirement versus working.
I think I would be bored. I think it's something, but
So there are two types of people. People look forward to retirement. People say, oh, no, I want to keep working. I'm not criticizing you or what. I'm just saying that. Oh, okay. So you're like, I have that with it.
not bad, and then
So you would continue to do that in the 70s or 80s?
maybe voiceover work.
Wow. Yeah, where you don't have a point. Where you don't even have to sit up.
I can just do it
The microphones in the head, yeah.
on the beach.
Well, people are living longer. And the population of France is growing older, and they have this problem that a lot of Western European and other countries have, is that they had more than 4 workers for every retiree back in the 60s. Well, it's going to fall to 1.5 over the next. I don't. Illiterate, mathematically illiterate. I don't know what the word is. When you can't count, you can't do math. But they stopped having babies. And now they want to stop working. What do you want to pay for that? In order to pay for your early retirement, you have to create more fees, but the birth rate fell so sharply that there has not been enough workers for a long time to keep the funds solvent.
Right.
France has one of the lowest rates of retirees assisted poverty. It's pretty spectacular compared to other countries. They stopped having sex, they stopped having children, now they want to stop working. Everybody's supposed to just lay on the beach and take a check from the government. I don't know. Fed raised taxes, they say, because France has some of the highest taxes. Out of 38, what is it? Countries, what is that here for? Their tax rate is 45.1 U.S. by comparison to 26%. Yeah, so that's why they don't want to use taxes. If they owe money, they just want to raise the retirement. They get 45 cents out of every dollar. Here in this country, they might get 45 cents out of a wealthy person's but they're on average 46 cents. Yeah, but on average in France, it's 45. Well, their life expectancy there is over 82. U.S. is 77. Even longer. The drinking wine is nice. They die either. They're not only not having sex, not raising kids, they're not working, and they're not dying. Oh, well, like that, they can't go on anymore. Either you gotta have the kids, or you gotta work, or you gotta die. One of the three has to happen. So if you've been hearing about it, this is why people have taken to the streets to protest against raising the retirement age. It's very culture. At one point, it was 60. But eventually went up. When you have to explain to children when they're in school, you got to explain how the world works. It's like, here's the deal. You got to go to work, and you got to work for at least this much. If you don't, you're going to die of starvation. You don't have to have a few kids along the way, because they have to work in order to keep the retirement benefits going. You have to work, you have to have some children. And at some point, you do have to all of that runs out. That's what I'd be teaching in the public school. Someday you do have to die. You do. I mean, it's effective. Everybody lives to 102. We're all going to go bankrupt. You can't have that. I feel like, really life is short. So you might as well, take advantage of having more leisure time.
Yeah, right.
Short. Coming up next, we're going to talk to anonymous person who says that they're a teacher at LA Unified more than 20 plus years. Fifth grade. They don't like the front possibility. Johnny can say if I am 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Get more live than 24-hour game news. I don't know what you're thinking. I kind of like that. Keep it fun.
More house is on the way. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People whose property was damaged by the recent snowstorm in the San Bernardino Mountains have been given some relief.
San Bernardino County is going to waive up to $5,000 on the plan and permitting fees to repair homes and buildings. Supervisor Don Rouse says the relief fees to help people are facing challenges in the rebuilding process.
Contractors that serve the mountains, they're pretty thin right now. The insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Heavy snow damaged homes and buildings that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 homes and buildings have been red capped, meaning they're too damaged for people to be in. Like trolling.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he hopes the woman does some time.
Could have been an accident. She had to stop, gone out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police said the woman hit the man earlier this month and she was driving from one bar to another. She got into another crash shortly after someone who spotted the woman's car kicked off the east and then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
That's as necessary for law enforcement purposes. OC Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, coordinating Carson
India has a new U.S. ambassador.
And Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, to the ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India.
The Senate voted 62 to 42 to confirm Garcetti. The former LA mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced he knew about the inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jason. A number of Democrats actually opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported him. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concerns for students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent people from shutting down.
Why now? When we are saying we're willing to meet, we already have demonstrated our willingness to do right.
Carvalho says he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union representing over 30,000 employees said last week the wages are insufferable and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KSI News, some gun rights groups have reacted to President Biden's speech in Monterey Park.
Alberta is the gun owners of California, says he heard Biden's comments yesterday, and also led to Biden to hire executive order on gun violence. Everything that he brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here. Already says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings. So when I asked him if he had a solution, we have a very strong suggestion. This is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms correctly.
And stocks have fallen as words grow about the strength of banks in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 all saw sharp declines when the market opened. There's a credit wheat has tumbled to a record low.
Credit Suisse has one major contributor and depositor, that's the Saudi empire. So when the kingdom says, yeah, no more funds coming in, Credit Suisse shareholders kind of freak out.
KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says it's going to bring down global markets in the financial sector and keep focus on all financing banking in the U.S. and beyond. We're going to go to the 91 next.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. There are million-plus Newsmax for news and perspective that you're not going to hear from other networks. Try Newsmax, and they say discover why the left is trying to silence their voice. Well, for good reason. It's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Bob Schmidt, Eric Foley, Greg Kelly, and more. No surprise that Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Just check your channel guide. And if they don't carry Newsmax, pick the one that does. And Newsmax is also free on streaming. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Video, Apple, and more just to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Usury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6, and the average price, the gallon of regular gas in California, is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Just as premium since 1972.
You'll find weather from KFI mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 55 in Data Point, 59 in Anaheim, 58 in Diamond Bar, and 56 in Simi Valley. It's low on the 91 in Toledo. This is on the westbound side. When I first panicked, it was backing up from Carmenita, but now it's loading up all the way from Valley View, and those westbound delays extend all the way to TRILLIONAIRE. Well, we've got Mike O'Brien checking out Pasadena, KFI in the sky.
So, big problem on the 210. 210 east side. Just out of Pasadena there. Just go to Road 2 Boulevard. That's still an accident there on the 2 left lane. So, then you're over an hour. Up for the whole 50 stairwell to downtown Pasadena. Westbound 210. Look at the news in there. Back to about Huntington. Now, the 210 eastbound will go again. It's looking at 605. Just to go stretch out through Glendora. And then once you get from the 57 into Laverne. Now, that's the problem. Really out in the Redlands area. early enough to send eastbound explode from Ford on and off into Calamasa. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Los Feliz, almost like southbound, delays in Los Feliz Boulevard, and now brings all the way through the 605. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
No.
Oh no.
He's been stolen. LifeLock Minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work the victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
We must make it welcome to you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Kick off RV shows is on now. Travel trailers starting at $19.99. Motorhomes starting at $49.99. Zero down delivery day. The spring, ViralRabbi.com. With a 405 which is 22 Western State.
Termite problem? Search PacificCoastTermites.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
More stimulating talk.
Philadelphia 10 Campo, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 until 4. If you missed something, podcast after 4 o'clock on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny can on demand, so no excuse for missing. Yeah. Speaking of podcasts, in 1 hour, his guest will be Adam Carolla. He's like the podcast king, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been really successful for a long time.
He'll be coming on his show in about an hour here on KFI. We want to remind you that the Moist Line is coming back on Friday, and there's opening for UTV Day Message. Use the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icon, or call the toll-free number 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7886. You probably noticed it's been raining. We have exciting news, John.
What, are you ready? What's that?
Mandatory water restrictions are being lifted for nearly 7 million people across SoCal. You're not part of it, but I am. The Metropolitan Water District has ended the emergency conservation mandate.
Really?
Yes.
You know how many gallons of water I saw sell in the state, and this was before the latest round of storms?
Trillion.
32 trillion.
Trillion? Yeah, how did you get that? Big bucket.
And Mike spends all day emptying the bucket.
He's carrying on a 1 trillion gallon bucket because there's 32 of them.
The breakfast basket.
All right, so another big story. And by the way, a lot of potholes. I'm reading about what the cars are disabled with 45 potholes.
I called 311 yesterday.
Oh,
There is a massive
Karen, that said he answered?
Yes, actually she did. She was the first voice I heard. And I started yelling at her, and then I realized it was recording. No, there's a pothole on Sunset Boulevard. It was the size of Rhode Island.
That's it. There is a pretty strong possibility there's going to be a strike within the LA Unified School District. District 2, in sympathy with workers who are with SEIU Local 99. These are people that work in the cafeteria. These are people that are janitors in the schools. This will shut down the Los Angeles Public Schools, possibly for days. We are now going to talk to a 5th grade teacher who apparently has 20-plus years of experience in LA Unified School District, but wishes to remain anonymous.
All right, anonymous teacher, welcome. Hello? What's the problem with the connection?
That's super anonymous.
I'm hearing it. So anonymous. She refuses to use the voice.
She's sending, he's not on the air because we can't hear. I hear something, but I don't hear a voice. Right? I feel like that noise. This is the fun part. Oh, here we are now. I hear it. This is the person. Hello? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Perfectly. All right. How are you?
I'm well, sorry, I'm calling from the car. It's beautiful right now.
We understand that you're not happy with this plan for a teacher strike.
I'm very unhappy and displeased with this. As a mom, number one, and as a teacher, number two. We don't want to have to kids outside the classroom. There are parents outside who are screaming. They're like, oh my God, another strike? This took a year off because of COVID. Now another strike? And this is not even something that the members of UCLA have voted for yet. But the directors just went ahead and they're like, yeah, you know what, we're going to call it a sympathy strike. But we're not even going to call it a strike. We're just going to give you guys the power not to pass the picket line. We're going to honor the picket line.
As usual, everybody's playing semantics and playing with the words because it's really embarrassing to go on strike when you just took a year and a half off. I mean, is any of these teachers have any shame?
It's not the teachers this time. I mean, I'm one of the teachers. I have 2 children that are in USC myself. Many of us do not want to go on this strike. We, as our union, did not even give us the chance.
But you guys vote on this. You guys vote for the union leaders. It's a democratic election. This is voting for these leaders.
Yeah, but it's a small percentage of the teachers who actually voted. And you know what? Many of us are just in the union because many of them don't even know that they could pull out. And they're in the union to get protection from unlawful stuff and bad administrators, this and that. But right now, the stuff going on at UCLA is just unfair to the teachers. And many of us don't stand for a lot of the policies of UCLA. And I'm sorry.
We often have individual teachers on over the years, and every one of them said something like you just said. That's why they're comfortable coming on the show. But really, where is all this public outrage when the teachers are sitting home for 16 months? Or when they're threatening this 3-day strike? I'll tell you, there's no teacher saying, hey, this is screwed up. This is awful.
You know what it is? Many of us get bullied by our own union. We get bullied by other staff members. They're like, no, we all got to go in, one for all and all for one. They don't give us. Well, yeah, two people have bullied back by pulling out of the union, or you just don't, go to the staff meeting or going to staff lunch, because then you're going to be the one who's going to have your finger pointed at you.
I don't know, maybe people want to get used to having fingers pointed at them. If I came to work and I had to quad walk in here and tell me I had to go on strike the next 3 days, yeah, I'd shove them to the floor. I'd say, get out of here. Get out of my business. I'm just coming into work. I'm not listening to you. I mean, you got to fight back. You got to bully back.
And this is exactly why we're upset as teachers, because we didn't, like you said, we voted and blah, 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 but we didn't even get voted on this damn strike. We didn't even get a choice. The directors just said, you know what, we're going to go in for this sympathy strike. And hopefully, I'm very, very optimistic. I personally like our superintendent, Carvalho. I think he's putting the kids first after many other superintendents that we had. I actually think he cares about the education and now at USC. And I'm hoping he can sit at the table with some of these people who are just pushing other politics in, and they're just kind of getting in the numbers of the unions, like, oh, let's do this union and that union. And hoping we can sit and say, let's put the kids first for one.
What percentage of teachers felt bad that the kids were at school for a year and a half, and that you can measure how far behind they are now, and you could measure that a lot of them are never going to catch up. Does anybody feel bad?
I think many teachers did feel bad, especially for me. In the elementary school, we have so many little kids who have speech problems due to wearing a mask and also not being in contact with other kids around me. We have so many kids who are far, far behind in mathematics and reading and comprehension skills. And they may you say, well, you know what, it's the fallout. No, it's not the fallout. Education over Zoom was not real education. It really wasn't. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
Well, don't be sorry, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You clearly know that. But these pro-union teachers, they don't care about this. I know you do. And you probably have many teacher friends who do. But obviously, the crowding control doesn't care. Well, what's wrong with that?
It's a job. And we'll do whatever you can to make more money. That's what it is.
So they have no interest in worrying about the kids' lives and education.
Well, I mean, even right now, if the superintendent closes 3 days, by law, he has to maintain a certain number of days. That comes from the state legislature, which means that he has to ask 3 extra days, either towards the end of the class, end of the school year, or within, either 3 days. Well, that's going to mess up a lot of plans for teachers and students. If you're planning on going on vacation at the end of the school year, or you have culmination and graduation, you had an extra 2 days at the end much damage.
Compared to when you got into the teaching business, right? And I imagine you're probably idealistic and you wanted to do good. Well, what do you, now that you've been on the inside, what do you make of what you see?
What education stinks. Education stinks. It's frustrating going to work. It's frustrating being a parent and being part of the system.
I mean, it must be sad to see what's happened for the LA public school system.
It is sad, and there's a lot more other stuff that's sad about the LA public school system. So that you call a child, by the wrong gender. Or there's a lot of other issues that's not supposed to go into right now. But this strike right now, the timing right now is just like, the adding ice on the fans is just so upset coming back into the pandemic. And now we have these ridiculous babysitting days, which, like, you come in if you want, you can show up behind random days throughout the month. And not, the parents are not sending me their kids. They're not. I mean, as a teacher, I'm like, man, I'm not even sending my own kids.
All right, well, we thank you for coming on and venting. We appreciate it. Good luck with you.
I appreciate it. And please, if parents are listening, tell your teachers, we support you, what we really need you in the school. If you can call your directors, contact the staffing cares, and they, not all of us want this side. And as teachers, as good human beings, you have the right to be more vocal. And we should use that way.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. That is a fifth-grade teacher in LA Unified School District who wants to remain anonymous, not happy with the prospect of at least a 3-day strike. If you can sympathy with the behind-the-scenes workers, custodians, the cafeteria workers who are looking for a big raise. Very email from our listeners with some good inside stuff on this coming up next. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. You have Remark Live and the 24-hour KFI Answer.
Several homes are in danger of sliding down rain-soaked hillsides in Orange County. 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente have been evacuated. Officials in Texas say they are taking over Houston's nearly 200,000 student school district. The decision follows allegations of misconduct by school trustees and chronically low academic scores at one of the nearly 50 high schools in the nation's 8th largest district. And T-Mobile is buying Mint Mobile for $1.35 billion. We're going to go to the 101 and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt in a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or you get chewed on by a dog, there is only one company to call, Fleet James Accident Attorney, 800-500-5200. Then for the last 15 years, Fleet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get the medical treatment they need. They have won almost $1 billion for their clients. $188 million was settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a major impact on your life, and the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Fleet James have been awarded best attorneys in America. Personal injury is all they do. That's it. They do it well. Fleet James teaching you, but tough on those insurance companies to hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. If you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, weekdays.com.
Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Blinster.com. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Sherman Oaks. Next on the north south side of Van Nuys Boulevard, a couple of cars got into it. The right lane has been blocked. The rates are backing up overall, getting away from Universal Studios. It's also affecting the 134 westbound away from Hawaii. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at Diamond Bar, KFI in the sky.
Trouble to the 57 Angel. 57 northbound, that's slammed right on the Mercy 60 because they're pulling out of the right lane. So a little extra through the brake faster starting about Connors Canyon. Even tougher out of Orange County on the 91. 91 in the sky, you're pretty well jammed there from the Imperial Highway over the Green River. Cruises up pretty nicely in the Riverside there. But in Riverside on the 215 south to 60 east, it's on the Mercy 2 freeway, right at Fox Springs, because they cleared out of lanes. 60 eastbound affected for Louisville Boulevard, and the 215 southbound pretty much for the 10. Michael Bryan, say hi in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Jennifer Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Life.com.
This report is sponsored by Clark Pest Control. For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at SCE.com/stay safe.
When he's fake crying and talking about Papa and he went to the duck pond and I love Papa, that's what you call your son? How come you never referred to him that way in the interrogation or any of your conversations with police? Never. Once.
TRILLIONAIRE.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And KCFL, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I just got to say one more thing about the teacher.
We're not done here. I have a whole explanation for you about what's going on. You go ahead. Just real quick. I really get irritated and annoyed when people say, "Oh, I'm getting bullied." You're a grown man or a grown woman. Sit back. Fight back. Don't just tuck your head between your legs. Oh, stop that. You care about the kids, you gotta fight for them. They're gonna point fingers, in the teacher's lounge? You can't handle that? Everybody's so timid and weak? The union, UCLA, calls the shots here now. They talked about how Los Angeles City Council is being taken over by this mob of Democrat socialists, and now have 3 and growing. LA Unified, the teachers in UCLA, is already taken over by one of these people. Stephanie Maillard Cruz, remember her? Oh, yeah. She's all about social justice. She's just a woke warrior. And the reason they're doing this is because they want the janitors and the cafeteria workers to get a 30% raise. This is this SEIU union that they're backing by having the teachers walk out too, or as our guest said, otherwise it's across the picket line, and that's difficult to do because, John mentioned that we're not getting bullied, but that's what will happen because they'll do that to you. How they're doing it to them? An insider says they are. Says that the email is a few little details that are worth talking about. And it says here, according to this, the district has offered to raise the floor so the minimum wage, and these again are the workers, the cafeteria workers, the janitors, is $20 an hour, including offering full no-cost health benefits for part-time employees, 4 or more hours a day or 80 hours a month, and their dependents. SEIU denied the offer. Do you think that this will offer to the average worker? They could turn it down? They want the business support, 30% raises. And here comes the last paragraph of the email. This is about demonstrating political power. SEIU wants to be taken seriously by the LA Unified School District. This is a way to show their might. However, UCLA is only backing SEIU's demands of a 30% raise. And UCLA has already planned demonstration because if SEIU gets a 30% raise for their super low wage, UCLA can say they deserve a 30% raise because their average salary and benefits is $130,616. This actually included a PDF where you can look up that salary and benefits. Salary and benefits for a teacher? Yeah, $130,000 is UCLA teachers, right? That's their average benefits. Pay your benefits package is $130,000 for something for 9 months of work. Yeah, they were the Zoom school. Yeah, they went to Zoom school and that, and they were in their pajamas and fuzzy slippers. Right. Yeah. So it kind of works both ways. It's about social justice. So we want the janitors to make $25, $30 an hour. But if they get that, you can put in and say, well, we're actually more skilled. We're teachers. Pay us even more. That's what they say. That's what I keep telling everybody. It is not about social justice. It's being used as a tool to get the huge raise. It works hand in hand. Doesn't it? You justify the huge raise by getting the raise for the janitors. Well, why do the janitors deserve 30%? Well, that's not. Well, no, but they want to use that because it makes them seem noble. It gives them a better argument with the public. Well, they're just trying to do the right thing. These poor downtrodden janitors. They don't care about the janitors. I mean, they don't care about the school kids. You tell me they care about the janitors? Of course they don't. It's about them. them. It's about creating a justification so they get a 30% raise on top of 130 grand a year. Oh, and LA Unified School District is losing enrollment. Back to what's talking like it was 20 years ago. They went to remember when the building boom, where they were putting out all these borrowers to build all these schools. They were like, oh my God, in 20 years we're going to be overwhelmed with already enough space and so many kids in these classrooms. We need to build the build. Well, 20 years later, the pandemic really put the cork in this. They're losing students. They're losing. It's during the pandemic. Even the San people have to send their kids to the school district that will not be Zoom school. The lockdown lasted the longest of like any public school district in the country. They kept the kids at home the longest in the phone. And some parents said, that kid, I've had enough. I'm not going to give them my kids there. We'll either move or we'll find a private school or we'll do something. You know, that just means that the main LA Unified School District is a tougher situation. 20 years ago, LA Unified had 737,000 students. Now, 20 years ago is what I'm thinking of when we were talking about. Now it's 430,000. Oh my God. Yeah. So there's another 1,000 to 400,000. Yeah. So it's 40%. Oh, wow. Yeah. I know that's bad. Yeah. And the teachers are making that much more. Additionally, you're supposed to be paid per pupil. How come the per pupil, they lost 300,000 pupils, but the budget went up astronomically. If you're getting paid by the pupil. How does that math work? You get 300,000 fewer pupils, and yet the budget is on reserve. And now they're making 130 grand a year for 9 months. So now I have the details. SEIU Local 99 asking for 30% across the board raise. UCLA is asking for a 20% raise across the next 2 school years. They want 10% more a year for the teachers. Oh, there's nothing. So they're just great at a time of declining enrollment, horrible scores, bad graduation rates. They don't care. They get because the people who run LAUSD, the school board and the superintendent, are pathetic cowards. They don't want to go to the public and make the case. That because what are they going to say? The teachers aren't worth it. The school system obviously sucks. Well, you run the school system. So you give teachers 100% of the power. School board has no say. The superintendent has no say. It's these crazy, communist lunatics who are excessively greedy. Well, here's what else to the kids. Successfully by our crews put out a statement with the UCLA president and the school district where 86% of students living in poverty and staff salaries are nearly enough to pay rent or put food on the table. We will stand alongside the members of SEIU Local 99. What, about 130 grand a year? The teachers can't pay their rent? No, she's talking about the SEIU program. Well, you're not, they claim that their average salary is $25,000. Because they're serving, but many of them work part-time. Many of them work part-time. It's not a full-time job. Your these jobs are not made for you to have a home and a family. You have to get other work. Yeah. Well, my cafeteria ladies were older, but they were like the husband works, they should present another income for the family. Yes. I mean, you can't use it as a main income. Obviously, you can't. You can't have family if you make so little money. It's not responsible. It's not practical. All right, so maybe you should go to San Francisco where they may hand out $5 million to people. We'll explain what this is. Johnny 10 KFIA 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And everyone live the 24-hour KFI News.
The 11th atmospheric river of this winter season is just sustained. Yesterday's storms brought more rain and snow to California, along with widespread flooding and power outages. The Ventura County Fire Department's Andy Van Stiver says they have extra crews on hand to help out.
We have over 100 firefighters on duty in addition to our normal staffing.
He says his department has 2 swift water teams and 3 task forces and hand crews that can readily respond to flooding issues. Officials say rain will decrease by tomorrow. More than 30 cars that drove over large potholes on 71 in Pomona have hit flat tires and other damages. The CHP says the potholes closed all northbound lanes on the freeway between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard this morning. Caltrans blames the rainstorms and says it is working around the clock to fix the potholes. The news is brought to you by Toby & Myers Injury Attorney. A jury says a man was mentally insane when he killed his stepmom with a pickaxe in Lake Forest in 2013. The man pleaded not guilty and claimed insanity. Officials say if he was insane at the time. He would have gone to a mental health hospital. The guy was convicted March 2nd and scheduled to be sentenced April 3rd. He faced 26 years to life in prison. A businessman sought by China's government and known for his ties to the Trump administration has been arrested in New York on charges that he oversaw a $1 billion fraud conspiracy. Wow Wenwei allegedly solicited investments through false statements.
Prosecutors seized $634 million that they said amounted to the proceeds of the alleged fraud, while allegedly lined his own pocket with the money he's accused of stealing, buying himself a 50,000 square foot mansion.
Here's the church who says Blah also bought a $3.5 million car and financed a $30 million yacht, because the yacht is where Steve Bannon was arrested in 2020 on unrelated charges. Blah was one of China's richest people with a fortune estimated by Forbes magazine at $1.1 billion in 2015. We're going to the 405 next.
Want to sell your home? Well, you got to know the market. And now there's a drastic rise in interest rates. Everything's going haywire. So it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent to do this, you call Seller's Advantage. It's a great alternative for selling your home. No dealing with agents, no paying for repairs, no waiting months to sell. Seller's Advantage will make you a competitive cash offer and will close in days. No agent, no commission. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so the sellers walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. Ready to sell your home? Call Seller's Advantage. And you might even offer $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. There are no obligation offers. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. SellersAdvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
The DRE number is 0196165.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro, LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, 58 in Villa Park and 59 in Richmond. First from the Southern California Layer Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to crash on the 405 and let's up over the top. From the northbound side, with the Forest Grove Off Center, in time just clear to out of lane, special way to back it up overall out of West LA using the 10 freeway. Then we've got Michael Ryan taking a look at North Hollywood, KFI in the sky.
Travel to the 101 northbound, approaching Woodson, just like the red lane block. Now, it's actually remote, because way back speed is going to pass. In fact, this starts at about Santa Monica Boulevard. Even if that case is west 134, back to the Toledo Lake. Now, looks like the south 101 on the break, straight up to the 405 to 134, and then once again from Sunset Boulevard, 18 downtown Los Angeles. Now, after the item today has been tackled. Latest switch, they're coming up here on the 605 northbound approaching Tech Road. But they're stopping all lanes right now to repair those holes that bumper to bumper is tracking normal point that goes way back to the 105. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The drivers have others really tough as well. We've seen some more potholes on that northbound side of the 71. This is coming right up on Holt Avenue. Still have some lane restrictions there, and that's jamming the drive away from the 60. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mr. Martinez.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured, just style town law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got in with. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees. all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob M. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. John Ken Show, John Kogal and Ken Campbell. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, despite the fact that the U.S. government put out a travel alert for spring breakers in Mexico, I understand they're being overwhelmed with college students. They don't care about the drug violence, and they're showing up anyway to have a good time. Nobody listens to them. There's also warnings about if you taking pills in Mexico, beware, they may very well have fentanyl in them. Oh, they're certainly going to ignore that. Hey, it's Darwinism, right? Yeah, I know. And then when something bad's going to happen, everybody's, oh, that was so terrible. And one of the more outrageous financial stories we can find in a long time is coming out of where else? San Francisco, where the San Francisco Board of Supervisors talked for the first time yesterday about reparations. The city had assigned an African-American reparations advisory committee that came up with a whole bunch of ideas as to how to deal with the topic of reparations, and it is unbelievable wish list. $5 million to every eligible black adult. The elimination of personal debt and tax burdens, guaranteed annual incomes of about $97,000 for 250 years, and homes in the city for just $1 a family. More than 100 recommendations were made by this committee. Fine. I don't know what to do with this story. And however, the supervisors embraced some of the recommendations and said, we don't care about the cost. This is the right thing to do. Well, where do you get the money from? Well, let's go through some of the numbers because it's a really good question. The numbers are astonishing. If just even 50% of the city's nearly 45,000 black residents met the requirement to get the money, the city would be looking at a $112.5 billion bill. Comparison, San Francisco's entire budget for the current fiscal year is just $14 billion. The budget for the state of California is $308 billion. So how are they going to pay $112.5 billion? We're not. This is just a joke. This is a gag here. I thought the supervisors would say thank you for your recommendations and table this, but now they're saying, no, let's look at this. $5 million a person. It's virtue signaling. Because if you vote it down, you're a racist. So you're just voting yes, and you tell everybody, well, I believe in reparations. They know. Yeah, but what about, for $5 million, wouldn't one person on the board say that seems a little bit high? No, because you're talking about double-digit IQ, like I'm trying to play Appleton. Everybody about super woke bend over backwards. Yeah, if the city paid every black resident $5 million, they'd be on the hook for $223 billion. That's $263,000 for every non-black person in the city. That's what they have to shell out to cover this. California, of course, was never officially a slave state. That's brought up many times, although there were people here with slaves who were not a slave. It's not Alabama we're talking about anyway. No, you have to, you know what it's also about, though? I didn't see this until I started scoping through another article. It's not just reparations for the effects of slavery, John. It's for the failed war on drugs. So if you can show that you had a family member who was incarcerated in the failed war on drugs, you might get money too. Oh, this is all good. This is like woke into absurdity. And now the whole thing is fine. Well, that's why I hope this story gets a lot of attention. Yeah, the country realizes. And I hate to tell you this, I didn't get the name of the pollster
But 60% of people approve of woke, according to this poll.
Yeah, but it
was the way the questions were. It was
well, it's worded about justice and equity.
Yeah, they worded it so that it was all these positive attributes that you would feel bad if you said no to it. So that was a huge poll.
Well, that's what they do because the wokeism is so unpopular now. You know, the woke journalists come up with a fake poll to say most Americans approve of this sort of thing. No, they don't. Stop it.
Several supervisors were surprised to hear pushback from politically liberal San Franciscans. Apparently, they said, unaware of the legacy of slavery and racist policies that keep Black Americans on the bottom rung of health, education, and economic prosperity, and they're overrepresented in prisons and homeless.
There's so many Black Americans who are successful and have good jobs and own homes and raise families because they chose to live life a certain way. I don't accept anybody's excuse, ever, especially if you live in America. All right? You have no excuse. There's a pretty good short list of rules to abide by, and you'll do well enough. I am fed up with everybody's victimhood, everybody's reason. All they want, you just have a group that wants free money here. I mean, $5 billion. $5 billion. I mean, and where's the journalist instead of these idiot journalists?
I can see the fraudsters coming here and set themselves up. Black people at the front to present fake documents.
Of course.
And they qualify.
No $5 million, man. That's a lottery win. And no media, no writer, no reporter asked the supervisor on the record, on camera, where are you getting the money? It doesn't exist. It's like giving a housing to every homeless person. It doesn't exist. It's not possible.
Right, this is just a wish list and a way to stand there and look like,
it is a virtue signal. It is the way to put it. It is the drug that people are on, feeling morally superior because they're on the right side of an important social issue. It gives them some kind of high, it gives them status. I don't know why. They're stupid.
Well, the only truth of it is the number of people who are homeless or who are in prison in the U.S. is actually low compared to the total population, but they are disproportionately black. That's a truth.
It comes down to did each individual commit the crime or not?
Actually, then why did they commit the crime?
Not interested in why. Did you commit the crime?
There's arguments because of the circumstances caused by your racism.
No. It's not caused by anything. It's caused by you decided you're going to whack that guy in the head. You decided you're going to walk into the store and steal stuff. You decided it. That's why it happened.
You might be to know that the Chicago suburb of Evanston, I think that's where Northwestern University is, became the first U.S. city to fund referendums. They gave money to qualifying people for home repairs, down payments, and interest rate penalties. In December, the Boston City Council approved the reparations fund task force. But if San Francisco advances with this plan, this would dwarf everything.
No, it can't. Because you'd have most of San Francisco moving out.
Yeah, as soon as they found out it's going to cost them a couple $100,000 per resident, you're right.
How are they going to confiscate that money? What, are they going to confiscate it out of your bank account? They're going to confiscate your own?
Or they're going to raise taxes.
Yeah,
so find a way to raise property taxes,
which means you sell your house and move out. That's what people would do. That's what I would do.
It's a normal thing, people.
Because,
how come they recalled the bad DA up there and the school board members? They should be reacting to this too.
I don't understand. I know somebody who lives up there, and they say that people in San Francisco are by nature very sour, just in bad moods.
And they hate LA people.
Yeah. No, it's just a
I tell people this. LA people don't care or talk about San Francisco people. Not much, but San Francisco Bay Area people hate LA people.
Well, you know what? They made their city into a store, an unaffordable store. And now they're going to give away, every single dollar that every resident has? It's ridiculous. But it's not worth living there.
More coming up, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640, live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app.
And Governor Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's storage drought. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. City of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the yearly fee for sidewalk and park vending permits. We're going to go to the 210, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
The S&P, boy, that went down 20% last year, and this year is not looking good. Today is a particularly bad day. A majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. Yeah, and that's why we hear time and time again, it's very important to do this. Diversify your portfolio or else you risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and all this stock market volatility. And this is a great time to investigate in Legacy Precious Metals. That's the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA, or you can have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. So give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here is their toll-free number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Do not need your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals now. Download your free investor's guide. BuyLegacyGold.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to the 210 in Pasadena. The eastbound flowing is crowding up away from the 134 freeway, slowing down a bit more heading into Augusta. Looking better once you make your way past Foothill Boulevard, a little crowded on that westbound side as well, from about Rosemead back towards Fair Oaks. Now, Mike O'Brien's checking out Whittier, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, well, we've had some problems with potholes, and it's been going on all day on multiple freeways, really. The 605 northbound approaching Peck Road, they ran a break, stopped all lanes to fix those holes, but it looks like they finally released the lanes that is still suffering back to the 105. Southbound side of the bus actually a little better than normal, just controlling there from East Washington down to 5. Similar problems in Pomona are already related here. The 71 northbound approaching Holt and Mission Boulevard. That's the Caltrans project that's right with their potholes there. And now I just get word that somebody ran into some of the Caltrans equipment and is now becoming hostile with the Caltrans workers. Folks, we're all crazy. It's not a competition. Your bumper to bumper, that is back right off the 50. I would use Gary or head over to the 57. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending with the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
It's a busy day with the Lakers playing the Rockets, the Clippers facing the Warriors, and on the ice, the Ducks versus the Islanders. All transactions performed by the Rams and Chargers during the NFL's legal tampering period are now official with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of an era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott, who's now a free agent and been signed with any team. I'm Frank Garrity. DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. The report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest 12-gen Intel processors. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing you to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com.
Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUT, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUT, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUT.
Hi everyone, I'm Kate Dillon, at the Quartet today, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting lights in press
Like
line.
the latest here at the State
Putting lights here in the Good
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. Covered more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
What a moment! Saturday and Sunday on the CW. After the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Martha, you're on KFI.
Hey, King Dong. I'm in running spring.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow.
Wow.
You know what we're really in need of?
Yeah.
Food.
What I thought was an emergency going on up there, it's probably just a big party. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobell, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, one more reminder today, get your calls in on the voice line. Get the iHeartRadio app. The little microphone icon to leave a message to the voice line, which returns Friday for the first time in 2 weeks. Call the toll-free number 1-877 voice 86 1-877 664 7886. And listen to the podcast will be up after 4 o'clock. And one thing you're going to want to hear, we had an anonymous LAUSD teacher explain how so many of the teachers that don't give a crap and they're going to go on strike for 3 days. Yeah. Also, a quick note that Garcetti is going to be ambassador to India. The vote was approved in the Senate. If the 3 Democrats voted no, the whole of the Republicans had voted no, and apparently 7 of them voted yes. He would not have been issued. Is this like a Republican plot to support him? Oh, I don't know. It's possible. I have no idea. There are people from other states who really didn't have any connection. I hope they don't vote him back in. I hope something happens. They never come back into the country. And you remember years ago when people started saying, stop using the plastic grocery bags and stop using even the paper bag. Bring your own bag, right? The cloth bag. To the grocery bag. I know, we make fun of people who get, yes. And then we found out years later there's a problem with that. They get really dirty and full of bacteria. Yeah. Well, now there's a similar story that's percolating. People that reuse their water bottles. Here's the headline. Reusable water bottles hold 40,000 times more bacteria than a toilet seat. Well, that ought to make you put it down. I never use those either. A toilet seat? Oh, you mean a portable water bottle. A portable water bottle, yes. Yes, they call them portable Petri dishes. According to researchers from waterfilterguru.com, they got the results by swapping different parts of a water bottle, the spout lid, the straw lid, and the food top lid, 3 times each. And they found that your reusable water bottle contains twice as many germs as the kitchen sink, 4 times as a computer mouse, compared to your pet's drinking bowl, and that's 14 times more bacteria. Yep. Now, the squeeze top bottles were the cleanest. The worst were the fruit tops and the straw-fitted lid bottles. But I know there are people that walk around with them. Yeah. And there's water, and they get it from the fountain, and I'm going to put my reusable bottle with it because I'm environmentally sensitive. And what did we also find out, John, in a very gross story about what janitors might do? If you leave your reusable water bottle on the desk overnight, there's janitors who they relieve themselves in there. They add ingredients. They do. Personal protein ingredients. Certainly they do. Yeah. So the answer here is the same as with the stupid cloth grocery bag. You have to wash it. I don't want people too lazy to do that. So, see, I use it at least once a day with hot soapy water. Well, you don't use a reusable. I don't use a reusable anything. And I'll tell you, when I see a guy standing in front of me, and you'll see this in Whole Foods, with a reusable bag, I'm looking and I'm thinking, just swabbing the water. I eat as many as I used to. It's embarrassing. Why don't you walk around with your manhood set? I mean, it's just so sorry for me. Yeah, that is a lady thing to do.
They can have reusable cloth bags, but then you cross the line with God calls out judgment. That's right. Now you become something less. You have a cloth bag and you have a reusable water bottle. It's like I don't ever want to talk to you. Okay, what those guys I feel. No, that's it. Oh, this is very well read. Apparently people only wash the water bottles maybe once a month. So it's disgusting. All this stuff is disgusting. Yeah, but how come we don't learn that they're sicker? They're not getting sick, or they're like, well, I really don't know. They probably, you know what? They're the ones who got all the COVID. That's very possible. Yeah, think of that. Somebody was spreading it. It was the reusable crowd who spreading it. I'm going to take a while to get you. You're not a guy who uses reusable cloth bags at the grocery store. No. No. I don't even bring my own plastic bag. No, nobody does that, do they? No, some people bring plastic bags. Yeah, they do bring the recyclable plastic bags back to the store and put more stuff in. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I don't. I take all my groceries out of those bags and put the groceries in the car and then throw the bags in the parking lot. Somebody else figure that out. But you know, they used to at a supermarket here in Burbank. They used to say, "Hey, you want help with your groceries?" And when that bag band or that 25-cent bag started, I said, "Yeah, sure." And I would have the guy unload 100 items into the car one at a time. No bad. Go ahead. I'll be having a cigarette in front, listening to KFI. Adam Cole's coming on tonight. That's kind of cool. I heard about it. Yeah. But I said to one of our news editors, young lady is very well read here at KFI. IIQ. Yeah. He said, "What's on the show tonight?" I'm like, "Oh, she never asked. That's interesting." Right? I said, "Oh, Adam Cole's coming on tonight." He said, "Who's that?" Well, you can't get everybody. I know. I get it, right? You get a small percentage, you make your buck. That's right. Steve Sharp is coming on with us. And and please, don't say this after the next one. Mo Kelly's coming on at that time. All right. You know how. Yeah. All right. And then we have former LA Mayor Garcetti on with us at 5 o'clock. Oh, come on. The new ambassador to India is coming on your show. That's right. To talk about Indian food and delicacies. Hey, look, we're at the first exclusive interview. Where he's going, there's less homeless. I don't know. You ever seen me deli? I don't know. Just feel at home. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people in the streets, they ask for money, I know, and there are a lot of cities where you have a lot of money. Have you been to India? I have not. You're well, I have many family members that have, but I have not. No, I don't really want to. It's not on my list. Yeah, okay. I'm surprised there's not an Indian themed casino in Vegas. That's a big deal. Billion people. Do you think in terms of gambling casinos all the time? What was it? You got context of that. I like to coming up there. $10, come on, yeah. Where's that go? Don't punch your plate together. Google, just tell them what to play. Okay, Google, put me a buy in M640. KFI. KOST 82. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Will they? Won't they? So far they have. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hundreds of LA school district workers have rallied at City Hall in LA to fight the district peace talk.
People with the two major labor unions representing the district say they're demanding pay increases and respect. Custodian for Emmanuel Arts High School, Edna Logan, says to Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, when you assume the position, it comes with responsibility.
He talks about students suffering. He needs to look at it, and I know he just got the job, and he walked into it, and he accepted it. And one of the first things he needed to look at was what needed to be corrected.
Workers say Carvalho's offers don't even come close to what they need, and they're ready to strike. In downtown LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering of plants to help offset reduced water supply. AT&T said yesterday the winter storms have helped alleviate the water shortage, and it's lifting the emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. The sex offender on parole has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's bathroom in Riverside. They say the man went into the women's restroom Sunday, confronted a woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the bathroom door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another person followed the man into the parking lot. Silicon Valley Bank. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says two people familiar with the situation claim the investigations are in the preliminary stages.
Sources tell ABC News the FBI's early focus is on Silicon Valley-based leadership and whether there's any evidence of possible insider trading.
Jarvis says it's not clear whether any wrongdoing has been committed. One of the sources says the DOJ's investigation involves federal prosecutors in California, along with prosecutors involved in fraud cases. Accumulating snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief Sean Creuset says workers have been removing several inches of snow yesterday.
They heard some popping, it sounded like. The reports initially that we got, they heard some popping and they evacuated the roof.
No one was hurt. The Duluth area got more than 12 inches of snow over the weekend. Duluth International Airport recorded more than 116 inches of snow this season, more than 40 inches above normal. Consumers in the U.S. have cut down on spending. Government says retail sales decreased 0.4% last month after jumping 3.2% in January, an indication of the pressure that rising inflation and declining wages are putting on U.S. households. Jim Ryan says the decrease takes into account spending online and in stores. The February retail sales figure was weighed down by a 1.8% drop in auto sales, as well as declines in spending at restaurants and furniture stores. Police in Austria have warned of a possible Islamist-motivated attack against churches and other houses of worship, citing undisclosed information received by the country's intelligence service. They said they increased security in an officer presence in front of certain buildings in Vienna. They said the measures are precautionary. They can't predict how long they'll be in place. They said the threat of assault against churches is non-specific. And milk tickets have been sold, matching all 6 numbers in last night's Mega Millions lottery drawing. That was Friday's jackpot up to 264 million. Lottery officials said one ticket matching 5 numbers. But this in the mega number was sold at Home Style Donuts in Norwalk. That was about $2.3 million. We'll check the 101 freeway. Coming up. All right, let's talk about Sunday. You want to sell your home, you want to sell it quickly, and you do not want to do any repairs at all. All right, sort of lazy like me. What do? You call Sunday. Sunday's your move. Sunday's real estate marketplace. You need to sell your home as is, fast, and get the best possible price. So Sunday connects you with homeowners, that's you, with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. Sunday's real estate experts have helped over 900 families in the greater Los Angeles area move quickly and get the best possible price for their home. So the team has over 30 years of local experience in the real estate game. The best part, no showings, no repairs, no cleanings, no kidding. So please, phone them up right away, 800-25-OFFER, 800-25-OFFER. You can pay 0 fees for Sunday. You can close as quick as 10 days. That's really cool. Visit them online, sunday.com, sundae.com/offers. Sunday.com/offers. Sunday's licensed real estate broker. For more information, go to sunday.com/disclosure. Southland weather, BKFI rain is going to go away through the night. If it's still out there for you, lows around 50 degrees. Partly cloudy and a bit warmer tomorrow. High to 50s at the beaches, mid-60s. Metro LA, Orange County, around 70. Inland up higher in the valley, around 60 in the high desert. Slight chance of rain late Friday and early Sunday, but not a big deal. Otherwise, some clouds and cool temps. Right now in Anaheim, 56, Newport Beach, 55, Toledo, 58, Long Beach, 57 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished down 281. NASDAQ was up 6. S&P was down 27. The average price of regular gas in California is $4.90 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Yeah, messed up around Chernow.
This is at 101, making your way along the southbound side, Duluth leaving the 405, taking you ahead to the 170, 134 split. And you've got more falling ahead in Hollywood, leaving Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. The northbound side is loading up as well, getting away from just about Hollywood Boulevard, and stretches all the way to White Oak in Encino. Let's head out to Anaheim with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Just approaching Harbor Boulevard. 91 East of Harbor Boulevard. They have down to the right shoulder there. They're right on that stretch out of Buena Park from about the, looks like up ahead, that's the Bueno. That's going to load up there in Anaheim Hills, pretty much from the Imperial Highway to Green River. The good news is beyond that, that is surprisingly good into Riverside. Orange County, not too bad. 5 northbound, you got going up and over up to the Orange Crush. 405 northbound from Harbor, pretty much up into the construction zone through Beach Boulevard. And still a flooding problem there in Tulsa, Pika.
pie in the sky.
And another pothole city is in Pomona on that 71 northbound coming up on Holt Avenue. That drive is just crawling, single-digit speeds, getting away from the 60, approaching Holt. Watch out for some rain restrictions. KFI in the sky. Help kids to get faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Not me. Nope.
Oh no.
He said solar. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you're worse than a victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com.
Pacific Coast Termites! You termites!
The clean, friendly way.
Activity, moving, cause it's good and bomb, cause it's a KFI.
More stimulating talk.
I have a radio station.
KFI AM is Report Family Show, and we're still picking out from all this rain. We'll have plenty of news on that. Plus, 8 students suffered medical incident at Sun Valley School. Reports are much in marijuana gummies. And yet another atmospheric river found in California, maybe next week. But first, one of the funniest guys in show business, and I used to work with him he was on the mornings on KLSX, I was on the evenings, and he'd come out with almost every Friday for a couple hours. Didn't have to do it, but just enjoyed it, and we loved having him. Adam Cole, how are you, bub?
Hey, John.
Going with you, man. Wow, that's the longest applause we've had.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what? I have a lot of rules of, is it rule of thumb or rules of thumb?
I think it's rural singular.
Okay.
If you have more than one,
Yes. But I have a lot of them that I've gotten from you over the years, and the one that stuck with me the most is when you were getting down on people drinking and driving, and your rule of thumb was, if you drink and drive, you have to drive like you have 2 dead hookers in the truck.
that's what I said. I mean, I know I told my son that on his 16th birthday, but I remember saying it into a microphone.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with your boats and driving. But one of the other things that I also I thought was a great idea, you came on with this one day and you said, you know, SoFi Stadium, or whatever stadium, should be open, where you go out and they give you shots of liquor, and then you drive around an empty parking lot, then you give you more shots, to find out where your buzz is when you're driving, because not everybody is .08.
Well, yeah, there's heavyweights out there. I mean, okay, for instance, I have an SCCA driver's license. I have a professional license to race in professional automotive racing. My mom has a symbol of Duvernay on ice and will drive through convalescent home. Let's just put it to you this way. Let's put it to you this way. And I don't want to endorse drunk driving.
Sure, no,
just let me say my piece. Okay. Who would be a better starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers? You or Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers?
That's right.
What math do we need to do?
That's right.
You like to gamble on sports?
Yeah, that's
On you?
no.
Not Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers.
That's awesome. Hey, by the way, I heard that you wrote some of the jokes for Jimmy and the Oscars. Is that true or false? Or somebody just BSing that?
No, it's true. I wrote it after the 3 years we did it.
Oh, that's great, man. I can tell that you were involved this year. It was a very funny show. There wasn't a lot of politics involved, and for the first time, I don't know, in maybe 2 or 3 years, I really enjoyed it. I really liked it.
Yeah, you comb through them, you go with them. Jimmy would send me over 30 pages of jokes, and I would just like mark them down, put here's one, here's the punch up, and here's the tag, and look, the percentage, he'd use percentages, it's like you write for 2 months, if you get 4 jokes that make the monologue, that's a good batting average, but it's a thrill.
Right. But does anybody at like a show like that have the stones to tell the Russ that his introduction humor is not really working?
I did to see him, that I think it's a little bit of a hot chick in high school syndrome, right? You always ever told, the head cheerleader to tell the ball, hey, milady, shut up for a second. I know what to talk to you over here. When's the last time someone told Dwayne Johnson, hey, big guy, could you zip it? I have a conversation with
you. Well, man, is that guy massive? I mean, you probably saw him personally because you were working at the Oscars, but just on TV, he looks like the size of an RV.
Yeah, and he does those things, and I don't want any guy hydrated with, veins coming out of his veins. Any guy's got veins in his calf. I don't want you tweeting on Sunday about what you ate for your cheat day. Every day for me is a cheat day. The thing when you put in 6 hours at the gym and you're playing a free team and you eat raw eggs, and then for 2 hours on a Sunday you have a piece of fun cake, and now I'm supposed to identify with you.
Well, that reminds me of the, you said years ago that you hate working with the guy who gets taken out by a Snickers at 2 o'clock, Well, man, if I have a Snickers at 2, I'm beat by 3 o'clock.
I don't like any of the people that tell me what food does to them. You know what I mean? Like the people that go, oh man, I'll enjoy it steak, but at some point, after I eat 8 ounces of red meat, I really like the class, and then I'll have a piece of chocolate, and when I hit that chocolate, I'll make that rush, right? The chocolate will kick in. And you're talking about a handle of vodka doing that to me. You gotta read the food. And then I have a cup of half-cast coffee, and I'm zooming through outer space, and I crash. Are you that delicately wired? Everything that fits your palate sends you into some place?
That's it. All right, hold on one second. I don't want to promote your podcast. Hopefully you get out of your space for a second there. This guy's great, man. He's still the funniest man in show business. I love having him on. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you, if you can book him for every Wednesday at 4, you'll do it for solid. All right, very good. All right, realize Conway Show on KFI AM 640. More about Corolla on KFI AM 640. But more of the Trojan now on AM 640 in the newsroom. Former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has been confirmed as the next ambassador to India by a 52 to 42 vote in the Senate. Some Republicans ended up voting for Garcetti. U.S. officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed the U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Russia says it never made contact, but the Fed say there's absolute evidence that they did. The World Video Game Hall of Fame has narrowed down this year's 12 finalists, including Angry Birds, Quake, NBA 2K, and Wii Sports. Experts and the public will be voting. They'll announce the winners in May. We'll take a look at the 5 freeway. Well, if you heard an accident inside your car being damaged, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your entire life, and everybody in your family as well. So Sweet James Accident Attorneys should know all too well what injured victims go through. Your injury can help you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with all that pain. Plus, your car is up on off its tires. That's not good. So that's why the attorneys at Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients, and they are going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. And they help you get the money you deserve. So phone them up, financially recover, physically recover, and recover that car as well. Sweet James has one mission: help accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. and they've recovered over $1 billion for their clients over the last 18 years. No reason not to call them. I recommend everybody call them. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or at the website. And again, they report this to awards best attorneys in America. 3K.com. Stuff in the road, not cars in Diego.
It's a boulder of all things on that 5 northbound. This is just before La Paz Road across the 2 right lanes. Not sure how it got there, but it's there, and it's loading the drive up all the way from the 73 foot. But then on the southbound side of the 5, this is coming up on Crown Valley, just past Oso Parkway. It's a wreck that landed in the right lane, and delays here are backing up all the way from Lake Forest Drive. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The problems at the motor for the 71 northbound approaching the Kellogg interchange there, just at about Mission. Now that's Caltrans in the, I believe the right lane is pothole repair. It's been a popular item today, I'll tell you that. And it is bumper to bumper back to the 60. I would exit there, pick up Gary, head north here to the center. Maybe the Diamond Park, pick up the north 57. Now also, we've got the southbound side of the fence. It's kind of a tough stretch there as well, right off the Kellogg. But that's pretty short-lived. I think that's good. Boulevard. It'll be heavy outfield battle of birds. Right about Foothill Boulevard, it reaches up to 19 in 15. Michael Bryan, say that Brian, this guy.
Hey,
Get the football with Sean Murray. Staples Credit from the iHeart Sports Network.
presented by Staples Stores.
It's a busy game with the Lakers playing the Rockets, the Clippers facing the Warriors, and on the ice, the Ducks versus the Islanders. All transactions performed by the Rams and Chargers during the NFL's legal tampering period are now official with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of an era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott. He's now a free agent and can sign with any team. I'm Frank Garrett.
During Staples, teachers believe that teachers save eggs, or you save. Save 25% on classroom decor and up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and Dominant.